Have you ever wondered what it's like to buy and restore your own haunted house? I'm Dean Haglin. Join me as we meet the brave souls attempting their own renovation nightmare projects on haunted houses, cursed properties, historic haunts, and more. From the spookiest basements and eeriest attics to demonic plumbing, killer cabinetry, and wicked woodwork. We'll meet the owners and renovators of the John Proctor House, the Conjuring House, the Queen Mary, Myrtle's Plantation, and more. Then hey, after you heard the podcast, head to the website and see the video tour for yourself. Hellacious Renovations. With me, Dean Haglin. You think ghosts are scary? Try finding a good contractor.
Hi, welcome to the Witching Hour. I am Patty Negri, psychic, medium, and good witch, and I am your host for this hour journey into the other worlds. You might recognize me from my regular appearances on Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures, or from my other appearances, or from my book, Old World Magic for the Modern World. But this is my baby. This is the Witching Hour. What's the witching hour, you might say? Well, actually, it's really late at night. It's somewhere between midnight or 3 a.m. when the veil is the thinnest and magic happens. But this witching hour is about you. This witching hour is about bringing that magic into your life with empowering, useful, fun, magical information. And this witching hour is whenever you happen to be listening to this podcast. Every week, I am going to bring you my lifetime of spiritual experiences, education, and the paranormal. But the good part is my amazing guests. I'm going to bring you the leaders and experts in their field from all over the world. Thought-provoking, entertaining, and informational chats with people who are the absolute best in magic, spirituality, and the occult, and all things supernatural. So thank you for joining me here on the Witching Hour. Sit back, relax, and let's journey together.
Turn on, freak out.
Aloha, spooky nerds, and happy National Ghost Hunting Day. Cheers to you wherever you are. It's been crazy. You guys have been celebrating all day long with us. I've been checking in, and we have had so much amazing paranormal content. And you know what? We have a whole lot more in store. A lot of spooky goodness coming at you over the next several hours. If you don't know me, my name's Aaron Sagers. I am a journalist. I'm a researcher of all things weird and author. You can currently catch me on Travel Channel's Paranormal Caught on Camera, now in its 4th season, and 5th season is right around the corner. And I'm also the host of the Ripley's, believe it or not, Ripley's Road Trip. And I'm the founder of paranormalpopculture.com. So suffice it to say, amongst all the different things that I've worked on throughout the years in the paranormal, I am indeed a spooky nerd like so many of you out there. And I'm curious to see, I'm about to bring in some epic co-hosts, but before I do, I'm just checking to look in all the comments, see how you guys are doing. Hello, Italy. Hello, England. Hello, Oregon. And hello, Florida. A truly, truly, truly weird place. And I can say that because I am also from Florida originally. Oh, Chad. Love you, Chad. I know Chad. And I'm so happy that you are digging the Ripley's and Caught on Camera. Chad, if you guys know me, I'm all about geeky, creepy tiki travels. And I made a nice little tiki cocktail for National Ghost Hunting Day. And it's not a ghost-themed drink. It is instead a zombie. But that's a potent one. So we'll be looking at spirits, hopefully, but I'll be drinking some spirits. So as we continue throughout the night, I want to hear from you. All of us do. And the way you can let us know is obviously you can comment here, right here in the chat. But we also would love it. It'd be amazing if you could be tweeting, Instagramming, Facebooking, Twitching, all out TikToking even, and talking about the awesome content that you are checking out. And hello, Shell from Ohio. So the way that you're going to do that is we've got multiple hashtags that you guys can throw out there in the social media world. We've got hashtag NGHD, hashtag National Ghost Hunting Day, hashtag MyPN, hashtag My Paranormal Network, hashtag Haunted History, hashtag Happy Boo Day, hashtag, I don't know. It's multiple choice. There's so many hashtags. Pick the one that fits best for you and your social media. So I think it's a good time to bring these awesome women in. I was fortunate to interact with them across Instagram and the social media sphere, and they are amazing creators. They are incredibly funny, and they are the Ghost Maidens. We have Rose and Sybil here today with us. Hello, ladies, all the way from The Hague, right?
Hello.
Hello. And for the people who don't know, The Hague is in the Netherlands. And for the people who don't know, it's Holland.
Exactly.
That's a good little lesson to begin with. I think it's
And
good.
the people speak Dutch here.
We are Dutch people in the
Yes,
Netherlands. Yes.
Dutch people in the Netherlands. It's see, you know what? You come to the National Ghost Hunting Day and you learn things.
So
and
much.
Immediately.
And you also have an amazing background that's so convenient that
Thank
you
you.
have that view right there.
I'm a little wet from the bottom,
Hmm.
but we are standing right here in the Hofvijver. And this right here is called the Binnenhof.
Okay.
The Binnenhof, that's our court, the home of the king. And it's also the capital city for the government and
Yes.
the criminal court and
Okay.
a lot of history.
And
Yes, go on.
one more anecdote about this lake right here
Uh-oh.
That you're standing in.
that
We're
I'm standing in.
yeah.
There are remnants of a World War II plane, apparently, under the surface. The Germans were using it for a World War II landing strip. And apparently, there's a mysterious diamond ring hiding at the bottom somewhere.
It's never been found.
No.
Wow. That does make it mysterious. What do you think? Do you think it's actually down there?
No.
I think the plane is definitely not down there because I would be seeing it from my bike.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah,
but
that's
the diamond ring, who knows? It's
Who
probably
knows?
been eaten by a carp.
It's from the wife of Bavaria from the 1600s.
okay. Wow, okay. See, I'm learning so much today
Knowledge,
on National
bam.
Ghost- I know. This is a knowledge dump right here. Well, how have you ladies been? Obviously, it's what is it? 7 hours ahead from I'm in New York City, and what time is it right there?
6. It's midnight.
Midnight,
It's the witching
okay.
hour.
The
Yes.
witching hour indeed. So how did you spend National Ghost Hunting Day? Well, it's not really, it's international, I guess, for you guys.
International. We
Yeah.
were confused also.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you spend it? Any spooky business today?
So much. We were just twitching, as the adults say, and we were having a good time over there. So we just did some of that today.
Yeah, so we decided the best way to spend an international ghost hunting day is to go completely virtual and talk with the internet spirits.
Right.
Okay. The ghosts in the machine.
Yeah.
as it were.
Exactly.
Tell us, for people that are not familiar with you, talk a little bit about what your approach is to the paranormal and what you do.
Well, as some say, it's a little bit controversial, but for us, it's very, it's like
Natural.
obvious, natural. So we like to call ourselves the artists of the paranormal. So when we do a paranormal investigation, we always have an artistic approach. So you will not be seeing us using any scientific equipment. We use our artistic abilities
Yes.
to look at the location, the haunted location, as a poetic place
Okay.
where we don't have to use logics, but we can use our other sensors.
the same tools you're given whenever you make art or are creative. It's the same thing. Being a medium, making something creative, it all comes from the same place for us.
And we both have a history, and we both went to art school, and So
Yeah,
we
and I
use
love that.
those abilities.
I love that about you. I mean, obviously, I already knew the answer to the question, but for everybody else out there that didn't know, I love what you do because, first off, I always take the approach. I'm from the journalistic and researcher side of things, and I always take the approach that with the paranormal, there are no rules that we know of, despite what my little book here says. There are no rules that we know of, and I think that every methodology is a valid one, to investigating this big unexplained realm out there. And I happen to love artists. When it comes to artists specifically, I do have this theory that artists, authors, creators, sometimes even unconsciously, not intending to, tap into something quite strange and surreal. Like it's almost like their senses are tuned into things, and they write about things or create art about things that reflect the unexplained without even knowing it. Does that track with you? Would you agree with that, or is this just my crazy tiki drink talking to me?
I don't know how many you had, but no, it's like, I think the creative process is very similar to having paranormal
Instincts?
No, when something happens, I'm the Dutch one, so sometimes I look at Sybil for words
for
events.
English. Yes.
Yeah.
So occurrences. Well, speaking of paranormal occurrences, we actually have someone to bring in, and there he is.
Oh, hello.
Hello. And
Hello, how are you?
the
Great.
Good to
the-
see
We
you.
missed you.
Miss you.
Oh,
the-
you're so
well, tell us a little bit about Ghost Maiden, since you guys are already close friends. Talk a little bit about Rich O'Lyle.
He's the gentleman psychic.
Yes, and the blast from the past, and I want all of his wardrobe. So
And I want to dance with him.
yes.
Oh, you know what? Thank you. I haven't danced in many years, but thank you. Maybe I could do something like. Is this a thing? I don't.
Yes, now it is.
It is a thing. And talk a little bit about what you're going to be doing tonight, because there's quite an exciting project that you're working on.
Yes. So, like the Ghost Maidens who do not use scientific equipment, I also do not use scientific equipment because I break them. There's something about me and computers, and I block all of that. I don't know why. I mess it up. So I use my intuition, but I also paint, and I paint to relieve stress. I paint to create a better world, and I'm going to be painting something for you tonight. In fact, I've already finished. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's black. It's something that's beautiful.
Best place to start.
It's the void.
Much like my soul.
Right? You have one of those?
It's slightly
where
used.
Where was I when they were being handed out?
I lost mine.
Trip to Vegas, that was mine.
So we'll be checking with you throughout the night, and you're going to be working. But so by the end of this evening, we're going to have a complete painting, a complete work of art.
Complete painting, or there'll be something on the canvas for certain.
And do you have an idea where you're going? You don't have to tell us yet, because I want the big reveal. But do you have an idea?
You have an idea. So those who do follow me know that I'm not really a fan of a lot, because I think fandom can be sometimes a little bit silly. But since my youth, there is one thing that I have been absolutely obsessed with since I was 3. It has to be the well, it's a television show. I'm not going to tell you more. It's a television show.
Okay.
1938, 1964, 1991, 1994. That's all I'll tell you.
Okay. I love it. Well, we're going to be checking back with you throughout the night, and we also have some interesting feeds happening right now that people can check out. If what I'm seeing is, it looks like we have the Castillo de San Marcos, and that's in St. Augustine, Florida, where actually I went to school at in St. Augustine. And we also have the Red Lion Hotel from Massachusetts that's fired up there, and the Camber House, and that's in Ohio, I believe. So these are all exciting investigations that are already happening right now. And these are you ladies, Ghost Maidens, are you familiar with any of these locations previously?
Yes, I've been there in Florida to that fort. I have.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I don't want to blow your minds, but when I was in probably third grade, I built an entire fort out of sugar cubes with for the Castillo de San Marcos. I know it's impressive piece of work, let me tell you. The grass was made of coconut that I dyed green. But I digress. No one wants to know this about me. But it's good that I said that, because we are now ready for our guests, which we're going to bring in right now. Hello, Cody and Satori.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. I don't think we've met before, but I'm Aaron. This is Sybil and Rose, the Ghost Maidens.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Virtually.
And tell us where you guys are. I think people are going to recognize it.
Wonderful. Yeah. So this is Satori, and I'm Cody, and we are coming to you live from the Conjuring House in Harrisville, Rhode Island. And we have a few friends with us here, Lori and Reed.
Oh, Lori and Reed and Tyler back there.
And we're here for the world's largest ghost hunt. This is the command central for tonight. And of course, there's hundreds of feeds around the world that are happening. And it's going to be a really interesting night here. So we're gearing up for the investigation tonight. We have John Zaffis, the haunted collector, coming out to kind of host the command central with us. And the main paranormal investigating team is out here. We just did the first wedding ever at the Conjuring House this afternoon, which was very interesting and fun. So we're really happy for that. It was definitely an interesting experience. We had Larry and Deb here, demonologist, and Larry married the two, which was really cool, in the backyard of the farmhouse. And it's going to be an interesting night. You can definitely feel the energy here for sure.
Yes, you can. Things are already happening around. Slight noise.
The energy of the wedding?
Yeah.
What's that?
The energy of the wedding or the paranormal activity?
The energy of the house, for sure.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting point. Do you think that the wedding, I mean, because that is definitely an event with a lot of strong emotion. I think that's a really valid point. Do you think that that could be stirring up potential activity for the evening?
I think so.
There's a possibility.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
we've gone inside a couple times. We're walking around and some things are being heard. A couple investigators that we just introduced, they already heard, what sounds like clapping noises and things like that, footsteps and things of that nature. So I think activity's ramping up. It may be because of that.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
of course,
Oh, wow.
there's always theories that, this type of new activity that a location has never seen before can absolutely stir up activity that has never happened.
Sure.
And of course, residual activity that's never been brought out before. Maybe you need that trigger to make something happen.
I know you guys have you've been around in the news a little bit this week. I'm sure you've noticed, and the announcement that you are selling the house. I'm just kind of curious. Do you think that the announcement and the news that's been out there, do you think that likewise has perhaps stirred up activity? Do you feel like the spirits have responded at all to this news?
Well, Corey and Jen definitely. I think they're very sad that that they're putting the house on the market, and they definitely don't want to sell it to the wrong people. They're waiting to find the right people to pass it down to, and if they don't find the right people, then we've talked to them, and they just won't sell it right now. I definitely think that can absolutely stir up activity. I think every time the house has changed hands in the past, it's definitely stirred up activity all the way back to when the parents moved in, when I believe it was Mr. Kenyon who owned the house before the parents. When he passed it over to him, his kind of last words to them was, my only tip to you is to keep the lights on at night. And then just kind of walked away after that. And they had no idea what he meant by that. And right away that day, they're moving into the house and they're experiencing stuff. They're walking by a gentleman. They're walking in, this door right behind me over here, and walking through the house, and they're seeing somebody in this area, and then they keep going through. And then finally, the last daughter walks through the house and says, the man in the first room just disappeared right in front of me. And he looked solid, just like, any one of us. And it seems like whenever the house changes hands, it stirs up activity. And I think they're kind of probably curious as to the new people that are coming into the house. Are these going to be nice people? Or are we going to kind of jive with them? And is the energy going to be good? So I think, especially with renovations and new home changing hands, it absolutely can stir up activity.
It seems like the transitions. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Problem.
Oh, no, it seems like transitions have a very strong influence on the activity there. So I think a wedding being one of like the most influential transitions into a person's life will definitely stir up the activity.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, why do you think this house has captured so many people's imaginations?
Well, I think there's definitely been a lot of rumors about the property, and of course the movies that have been told, and a lot of stories and books have written about this location. And I think every story is based on some truth. Every story has a bit of truth, and then it kind of embellishes here and there. I mean, there definitely is some true stories out there. The house definitely has activity. But is it what everybody says it is? No.
I think the house is very powerful. I really do. And I think it depends on who walks into this house, what kind of activity you are going to get.
Yeah.
So I think that's also why it's captured attentions a lot, because if you go into this house and you don't have an energy the house likes, it's going to interact in a way you may not like. I think that's where a lot of the interest comes from.
I did I love Andrea Perrin and I love John Zaffis, and I go back a long time with Zaffis. He's my boy. Tell him I said hi. And Andrea Perrin and I, we did, a couple years ago, this documentary called, I think it was Shocking Truth. It was on Reel's channel or something. And even since that time, the thing about this history is that it does evolve. And the notion of even the Bathsheba story, this is a person that was, much maligned incorrectly. And it does seem like the history is now being corrected, but there is certainly a lot of activity there. The thing I do have a question about is, speaking of Andrea Perrin in recent years has certainly made herself known as, she says that she speaks to a galactic family, visitors from other places, and even when she was at the farmhouse, she was seeing things above those skies. So this is National Ghost Hunting Day. However, paranormal in general. Right. Have you encountered anything during your investigations there, or speaking to other people? Have you seen anything in the skies above that may not belong?
Yeah, I'm not going to come right out and say I've seen aliens, but you do come out here and it's a different energy. You see things, in the wood lines that don't make any sense. You hear things. We'll go out here and we'll go look at the night sky, and you will see lights in the sky that are definitely not planes moving around, just these stars that keep moving. And I think it's a very interesting phenomenon, but we've witnessed it multiple times.
Right. Yeah. And, in New England, in this area here, just a few miles in Massachusetts, you have this area called the Bridgewater Triangle.
Sure.
And it's just basically this area that it's a very condensed population of paranormal events. UFOs, Bigfoot, cryptozoology, ghosts, all in this one area. And it kind of, it's not all locked in this triangle. It definitely branches out, but most of the reports are within this triangle. And if you look on a map of all of these reports, it definitely kind of bleeds into this area of the state. And I definitely think that this whole New England area, just because it's rich in history, and maybe the making of the geological makeup of the whole New England area itself, can absolutely enhance this activity. There's definitely been reports of people seeing things, flying over and hearing things and seeing things in the woods, like Story said. So it's definitely a strange and interesting area.
This property has the energy for sure.
Awesome. Well, Cody and Satori, we thank you so much for your time. And we're going to be speaking to Jeff Belanger in a little bit, who spent a lot of time out there as well. But before we let you guys go, how can everybody follow your work, your investigations, and support you?
Sure. Well, you can follow us at paranormalcouple.com or follow us on Facebook. We're the curators of a traveling haunted museum called the Paranormal Couples Haunted Museum of Objects, Oddities, and Curiosities. You can find us on Facebook at the Paranormal Couples Haunted Museum. And if you want to tune in tonight and kind of watch live at the investigation at the Conjuring House tonight, you can go to viewstub.com, and the keyword is ghost, and you'll be able to tune in and watch our investigating here with John Zaffis and a few other investigators. You have Lori and Reed and Tyler, and we'll hopefully get some good results tonight.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for your time. And like I said, tell Zaffis, I said, hey, bring him a cup, like a nice steaming cup of Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
Good, you got it.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Tell him you guys said hi. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good
Bye.
luck.
Bye-bye.
Sybil Rose, where should we go next? What do we got here?
I think we can have a look at the Red Lion Hotel.
I think so. I think that's what we got there. The looks like they're working on a spirit box there.
I think we're jumping right into the action.
Or they started decorating early for Christmas. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So, do you want to you know a little bit about the history of the Red Lion, right?
I know absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Tell us.
Totally off the cuff, because I have this all in my brain. The Red Lion Inn was built in 1773, and what we understand is that there's rumors about ghosts that have swirled at the inn throughout numerous years, and it's really investigators, mediums have gone there. The fourth floor in particular has been said to have a lot of activity, and cleaning staff, guests have seen a ghostly young girl carrying flowers and a man in a top hat. Both things which are kind of tropes, patterns that seem to be repeated in ghost stories.
Yes.
So where is this?
This is the Red Lion Hotel, I think.
Yes, in Stockbridge,
where-
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Okay.
That's right. And we can listen in for a moment.
I think they're like in the middle of the action.
Yeah, they are. Let's take a peek.
Or they disrespectful, we come in respect. That's always going to say he's come back again. That's the same one me and mine just put the stuff in them coming forward. Yeah.
Is she talking to a ghost?
Still going on.
Exactly. They're playing Phasmophobia. Exactly.
You know, the atmosphere's changed, or the energy's changed, the balls have stopped responding.
Yeah. He comes in and they go.
Would they get something?
Does anyone else get something hidden? And then anyone else?
So with of course, if this is a spirit box, which is what it looks like to me, you know, it's constantly scanning through radio frequencies. And the notion behind it is that as you pose questions, a spirit, in theory, can kind of manifest, can push its voice through and respond. And if you're getting clear responses, and specifically, if it seems like you're getting a consistent voice, you, in theory, might be communicating with a ghost. That's what investigators theorize with this device.
If they can hack the frequency of the radio.
Yeah. Now, you know, I have to say this is one device that typically it doesn't work super well for me. However, we are later going to be having Chris Fleming on the feed, and it was in Mansfield, Ohio State Reformatory, that I had a crazy experience with one of these.
I think the ghost just made a joke.
Just made a joke. It's a comedian ghost.
Maybe it was about how we are all just stuck in a sack of flesh with an expiration date, and we know that we're gonna die. Maybe that was the joke.
I mean, that's some great humor there.
Well, that's the joke, right?
The joke's on us.
Yeah.
On us, bag of bones. Yes. Well, it could be the joke that some of these folks at the Red Lion have said that guests have awakened to the feeling. People have reported awakening to the feeling of someone standing over them at the foot of the bed. There's the classic cold spot, knocks, electrical disturbances, and guest room 301 is the room with a boo. In theory, haunted hotspot.
Well, it seems pretty chill.
And this is the Camber House.
Are we? I don't. Oh, yes. Yeah. Are we at Camber House yet? Okay.
Yes. Oh, it's a smooth transition.
Yeah. Nice, creepy little music there. This is in Illinois, I guess, not Ohio. I misstated earlier.
Yeah, so imagine if you are not familiar with the Camber House, which I obviously am. What do we need to know about this place?
Well, we actually have someone that can speak about it. Tony Bruschi of Real Ghost Stories Online. Are you familiar with? You're with us right now, Tony.
I am with you right now, but I honestly, I don't have a lot of information on the Camber House, but it looks interesting from what I'm seeing.
Well, I'm going to totally be honest that I'm not super familiar with the Camber House, but you know what? Through the power of Google, someone can quickly pull it up. That's the thing, is there's so many amazing locations out there that it's hard to be a historian on all of them, right?
Well, I do know something about the Camber House. I read up on it, and it's like a French immigrants in the 17th century went there. And they, after the French Revolution, they founded their new religion there, and it's in the same time that Mormonism was founded.
All right, interesting.
Yeah, but I haven't found much more about it, so I'm very curious about what they're going to find, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tony, first off, happy National Ghost Hunting Day.
Hey, yes, you too.
How have you been celebrating this holiday, this spooky holiday?
Well, earlier in the day, me and my daughter co-hosts one episode of my show a week with me. We went over to a haunted battlefield here in our area, and we've actually caught some interesting things on camera before, just in passing, like, let's go have a sub sandwich and see if we can find some ghosts. And we have. We've actually caught some shadow people on camera. So we walked around there a little bit today and just kind of had a nice little father-daughter afternoon.
Okay. And talk a little bit about what you do in this paranormal world. I mean, I know that you do the My Ghost Stories Online, but talk a little bit about your methodology, your approach, your expertise. I mean, all of that.
It's one of those things where I've had a passion for it since I was a small child. So what we've ended up doing was creating what is now the world's largest audio archive of ghost stories, of people just calling in, sharing their stories, writing in their stories, and us just kind of being the documentarians of it. I comment about the stories with my co-hosts, and over all these years of doing this, almost 4 to 5 days a week for the last almost 10 years, we've created this crazy thing that's all of these these people sharing their stories, the video or the audio, the archive of everything we've put together over the years is what we kind of curate over here at Real Ghost Stories Online.
Right. And I mean, that's incredible. It's sort of like a NPR StoryCorps for it's like Spook Central for
we've been a resource to NPR a few times.
Yeah. That's incredible. I really like that. So, okay, we're still looking at the Camber House, and in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Jeff Belanger. Tony, you know Jeff, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. He's been on my show plenty of times. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm on his too. Yeah.
Oh my God. And there he is.
Oh my God, Jeff.
Hello.
Hey, Jeff.
Hello, everybody. Now it's National Ghost Hunting Day.
The party has started. How are you spending the day, Jeff?
Well, my daughter had a cross-country meet, so I just got back from that. But really, doesn't it start at night, if we're being totally honest? Is it national? It should be National Ghost Hunting Night, not day. Just saying.
Well, yeah. Well, it's night somewhere.
Right, and it's getting dark out.
We're in the night. Hey-o.
Despite their daylight background.
It's just really cloudy. That's what the clouds look like here. Yeah.
I love it.
Jeff, first off, how'd your daughter do at the meet?
She got a personal record. Did great. Thank you.
All right. PR'd.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she PR'd, yeah.
That's cool. All right. Well, here's a. I think all of us can kind of relate to this. When you're at your daughter's meet, you're doing something very like normal, not not paranormal.
Right.
When you're doing that just to watch your daughter, do people come up and be like, "Hey, yo, we know you're the ghost guy, the New England's Legends podcast guy." I don't know why they're talking like that, because that's not a Massachusetts accent.
No, not at all.
But no, it's a terrible accent, whatever it is. Does it come up a lot in your daily non-paranormal life?
Yeah. So like today, as a matter of fact, someone's just like, "Oh, you're the ghost guy," and it's sort of weird because I'm like, we're all here to cheer for our kids. But at the same time, what I love is that sometimes someone's like, "Oh yeah, I got a story for you. You're not going to believe this," and I'm like, "Oh, try me."
Yeah.
Like this is probably not even the first one I've heard today, right? I mean, so but I love that because like you do something for a long time and then you sort of become a magnet for that subject. And like Tony was saying, people call him and you've got this huge repository. I think people want to share their stories, whether it's like calling into a podcast or just pulling someone aside and being like, I've sort of lived with this thing and I need a sympathetic ear. I need someone who's not going to think I'm crazy. And, and they just want to get that thing out. And it's a profound event when someone sees what they perceive to be a ghost or spirit, when they believe maybe their home is haunted. I mean, this is big stuff. I mean, we're talking, afterlife, like these huge things that are just ideas and concepts suddenly become reality and people want to share that.
Yeah. It's I find that ghost stories are social currency. It's and I think we've all experienced that time at a bar or wherever, a track meet, bar for me, track meet for you,
right.
where someone is like, you're having a chat, they find out what you do, they say, I got a ghost story, or the classic is like, well, I don't believe in any of that, but there was this one time.
One time. That's my favorite time. The one time.
I feel like everyone has an anecdote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the skeptics.
Yeah.
Skeptics.
Well, Ghost Maidens, how is it for you in The Hague? Is that still the same sort of experience as far as when people find out what you ladies do they kind of bring it up and be like, oh, okay, let me tell you a ghost story? Or is it a different cultural kind of vibe there?
It's very different, but we always get two questions. So our first question is always, it's not real, right? Like, it's not real. You're not really investigating paranormal because ghosts don't exist.
Yeah, it's not real.
But then we're like, we are investigating the paranormal, and then when we talk about it a little bit longer, they always have an anecdote.
Always.
Always.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of resistance, definitely.
Yeah. So
even in Europe, though, I mean, because so when I've been to Europe, I've been to France, I've been to England, I've been to all over, and I always find it interesting. It seems like the older the culture, like the more matter of fact people are about their ghosts. So like the Brits, for example, and I'm stereotyping, forgive me. I was at a place called Ordsall Hall, and it's a 700-year-old house. And I asked one of the docents, "Hey, is this place haunted?" And he scoffed at me. He said, "It's a 700-year-old manor house. Of course it's haunted. Like, don't be daft, right?" And so and then in other parts of like the United States, like we don't talk about that. It's either the god or the devil, and so different cultures seem to sort of embrace it or not embrace it.
I think here in the Netherlands, we had a long history of Protestantism, which definitely colored our views about the afterlife and the paranormal. So I think the places in Europe where there was a lot of Catholicism, for example, people are very much more willing to believe in non-material stuff.
Yeah. And then you have like Japanese, Buddhist cultures, Japan, where there is a strong belief in it, but you just don't talk about it and you don't really pursue it. And Tony, how about you? I mean, what was kind of like your early experiences to the ghost stories that you might just find out and about? Not even paranormal investigation, but like locking onto this thing that is a ghost story.
Like what's my first experiences with it? What do you?
Yeah, when you kind of noticed that like there are a lot of people talking about this, and this is kind of my jam.
Honestly, it was back in radio where, I mean, my favorite thing every Halloween, I would do, local ghost stories or whatever station I was on at the time. And YouTube was in its infancy. So I would grab all those stories, all that audio. And I was doing a TV show. I was doing a Travel Channel food TV show at the time. Not anything about ghosts whatsoever, but I love the ghost stories. So once a year, I would put this little like ghost story episode together and I'd put it out on YouTube. And then I discover, oh my God, people are downloading the ghost stories 10 times more than they are me making chicken cacciatore. And I decided, oh my God, this is something over here. And I'm actually more excited and interested in doing the ghost stuff than making some lobster or whatever random thing I have in my kitchen at that moment.
I'm very interested in that, just so you know.
It's delicious. I'd love to combine the two and do like haunted restaurants or something. In fact, me and Jeff have even talked about that. But that was just for me, just seeing the growth of it on YouTube of like, oh my God, people love these ghost stories presented in the way that I was doing them. And this was 10 years ago. So it was before many were doing much of this stuff. And it was just kind of like, other than Art Bell, you couldn't really find a lot of those, nuggets like that. And that's where I said, ooh, podcast.
Jeff, I'm curious because of just like, your decades now of research and the multiple books that you have put out. Could you define, is there a unifying American ghost story? Because we are such a melting pot. There are so many cultures. Is there some sort of unifying ghost story, or is it just so localized and regional that you can't quite get your hands on a American ghost story?
Yeah. So if I had to pick one, I would say like the Phantom Hitchhiker.
Right.
So that one comes up, and I know they're in Europe too. I know it's not exclusively American. However, the whole idea of like, thumbing a ride, it's dangerous for both
automotive
parties.
Culture.
The automotive culture. And then also, I love the fact that I know when you drive down the highway, you'll often see like crosses and flowers left on the side of the road where someone has died. And I know when you're driving late at night and you're getting tired, when you see that, it sort of wakes you up, right? You're just like, okay, well, someone died right here. We don't always reach the destination. So I think about like the Phantom Hitchhiker of Chicago, right? Resurrection Mary on Archer Avenue. Yeah. Which if I had to pick the most famous Phantom Hitchhiker in America, I'd have to pick that one, even though there are others. That one goes back decades. People see this beautiful young girl dressed in white on Archer Avenue going between what used to be the Willowbrook Ballroom and Resurrection Cemetery, about 3 miles. And they'd offer her a ride and they'd get to the cemetery and she vanishes. And this story just plays up over and over again. And you've got everything, right? Car culture, a dance hall, a young girl hitchhiking. And it just speaks to so many elements of the American experience.
All right. Yeah, no, and it's a great story. And there's a good bar right across from the cemetery.
No, it's terrible. The Chet's Melody Lounge, which by the way, the first time I went there was like 11 a.m. on a Wednesday, and I opened the door and the sunlight came in and hit the regulars, and like vampires. And they said their specialty is Bloody Marys, of course. And they said, do you want one? I'm like, it's 11 a.m. on a Wednesday. Yes, I want a Bloody Mary. And no offense to my friends there, it was by far the worst Bloody Mary I've ever had. And then he pulls out this jug of chunky salsa, and he goes, no one puts this in a Bloody Mary. And I went, no, there's a reason.
There's a good reason, yeah.
There's a really good reason they don't do that. Anyway.
Well,
sounds like a haunted drink you got there.
Yeah, no, it haunted me for sure.
Yeah, I think that's more demonic.
Still
it's
is.
Definitely it's an inhuman entity.
How was that flight back after that with that chunky Bloody Mary?
It was it was not your friend, not recommended, but the bar is great. I mean, like just the perfect like rundown crap hole. And so you understand too, like it's directly across the street from Resurrection Cemetery. So people will see this ghost screech to a halt and then run into the closest business, which is the bar, and say, I just saw this woman. And so there's so many stories in there to be had.
Spirits and spirits, huh?
Right.
Yes.
Booze and booze.
Do they have a drink over there called the Resurrection Mary? I mean, I think that'd be the perfect drink for that bar.
No,
what would you put in it?
The Bloody Mary is their thing, but they do sell the T-shirt. I saw Resurrection Mary. It's right there on the wall.
Yeah.
I have one of those. Yes, it's a nice. Well, it's a T-shirt. All right. Well, Jeff, I think that, well, how can everybody follow you and keep up with your podcast and just keep track of everything you do?
Yeah, so I'm on social media, exploring legends on Facebook and Instagram, and the podcast is New England Legends every week now for 4 years now. We've been doing a new weird story from New England, not just
It's
ghosts,
amazing.
but
Listen to it,
It's got a
everyone.
great
I
show.
love it.
Thank you. Yeah, and just I love these stories because it always starts with a story. You never ghost hunt until you've heard a place is haunted first. Right?
Yes.
That's first and foremost. You heard something and you go, oh, could that be true? That sounds crazy. And then you go in and you investigate. But it always starts with a legend.
Oh, my friend, and I'm just super impressed that you've not missed an episode during this whole time. You've you guys have been super consistent. It's a great podcast, New England Legends. Do check it out, and check out Jeff, everything he does. So Jeff, thanks so much for joining, and have a happy National Ghost Hunting Day. Go celebrate. Go open your National Ghost Hunting Day presents, and
I know. I can't wait.
All right, Jeff, and thank you. And we've got a special treat ready to go all the way from Romania, a place that I've been to. I happen to love quite a bit. We have Bran Castle, and Bran Castle is there's an investigation going on right now. Actually, they are back at their hotel, I guess. So I want to find out from this team that was investigating there, if you guys could introduce yourself, give us your names, and tell us a little bit about how the ghost hunt went at Bran Castle there in Transylvania/Romania.
Okay. Nate, you want to go
Okay.
first?
Hey, I'm Nate. How are you doing?
Hey, guys. Nate. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
Haley. There we go. Hi, I'm Charlie.
Hello.
Hi, and I'm Rick.
Okay.
Hello.
And tell us a little bit about, did you have any experiences at the actually, before we do that, if you could kind of, the Bran Castle is like it's said to be the Dracula castle.
Is this Dracula's castle?
It's a castle that Vlad Tepes, it was basically like he spent a night there. But there's a lot of history there, and it is a gorgeous castle. So anything that you care to add on the history side of that, and then tell us a little bit about what was going on there.
Did they serve dinner is the first question. Did they serve dinner at the castle?
You've
Always
eaten
my
dinner there,
question,
huh,
yeah.
Tony?
I don't know. I'm just curious what they would serve at Vlad's castle.
Well,
Yeah.
for
Tony,
dinner today.
Watch out with that meal.
Vlad never drinks wine.
That's what I want to know. I want to know what exactly is going on here today.
Okay, so yes, all right. What's going down at Bran Castle?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Seems like we're having a little bit of audio problems, but we're going to work on that. And while we do,
Transylvania.
That's interesting. The moment that we mention Dracula, the technology starts failing.
I know,
That's
coincidence.
Transylvania for you.
So have Tony or Sybil or Rose, have any of you been to Bran Castle in Romania?
Not
No.
yet.
It's I highly recommend it. I've been there multiple times, and it's a really amazing location. So the Dracula component to it is that it's sort of like in the US, there's so many inns and hotels where like George Washington slept here.
Mhm.
And factually, historically, it's somewhat, it's not like it was his castle, but he was in prison there for a brief amount of time.
Is it kind of like in the United States, if you go through the Midwest, every old hotel you go to, they go, Al Capone stayed here.
Yeah. I tend, I associate with George Washington slept here, but
Okay.
Al Capone stayed here or was imprisoned here or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that said, there is a really impressive history to it, and it is a castle, and it is a place that you walk around and I know that I personally have gotten lost, and I've gotten lost there at night. It wasn't even on a paranormal investigation. It was during like a big dinner event, gala kind of thing. It's quite easy to just get misdirected in that location.
So is this the same place where from the Bram Stoker's novel? Is this what he writes about?
So
the same location?
That's a great question. So the idea with Bran Castle is there are theories that perhaps Bram Stoker saw a etching of it. So when I was over there, I was doing filming with Dacre Stoker, who was the great grandnephew of Bram Stoker, and we were kind of investigating sort of the Vlad versus Vlad, the true story versus the Tepish versus the Count, and it is believed that perhaps Bram Stoker saw an etching of it, but he wasn't actively trying to write about Transylvania, and he wasn't actively trying to write about Vlad Tepish. It's that Vlad Tepish, the Count Dracula, is a cool freaking name, you know, and then things kind of came together. Let's, and that said, let's just check in with our artist here, Richard Lillard. How's it going over there, buddy?
Oh, it's okay. It's, watching paint dry.
Progress, though.
Progress.
I've been watching you in the distance. This is really amazing what you're doing here.
Thank you. I think you might know what it is.
Is it a lighthouse?
Maybe.
It's a McDonald's. It's a McDonald's.
That was
Oh my God.
It looks to me a little like, my guess is it looks a little like the Dark Tower from the Stephen King books, but no, I don't know what it is yet, but
well,
I will.
You will.
I will.
I have to let.
Are William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson in there?
I got that reference.
Okay.
I love the shading. I've just been watching on the side, and in all seriousness, it looks awesome. You know?
It does look amazing.
What's your advice for keeping paint off of your velvet blazer?
You know what is really, really funny? I have no paint, not one drop of paint on any of my
It's a
clothing.
professional.
Supernatural.
I want to show you something really funny.
Okay.
Oh,
There.
yeah. I know that
Oh.
situation. Yes.
There's no paint. There's no paint on me anywhere else.
So when you paint, do you always paint in a velvet blazer? Is that just kind of what you do all the
Yeah,
time, even off
actually,
camera?
I mean, the funny thing about me is that I get up in the morning, sometime between 9 a.m. and
Okay.
1 p.m.
Oh.
I get up in the morning and I shower and I shave and I put on a suit and then I face the day, and whether it be I'm working on my classic Roadster or painting, I don't know why. It's just been something I've done since I was a kid. It's strange, it's kooky, altogether spooky.
And a little bit ooky. Oh, this is an Addams Family. We're going in the Addams Family direction here. Altogether ooky. I love it. I just actually really am truly, sincerely, I'm impressed watching you work, because I just always love creative people and watching the creative process. It's really impressive, and I think everybody's getting a kick out of it, and the feeds as well. Speaking of the feeds, and all of our commenters out there, I just want to check in a little bit. How are we doing? It seems like a lot of people, I'm seeing a lot of comments and questions come through here. And
What do we got?
There's a couple that I don't know if this is a family friendly audience, but I'm not going to say. I don't think that the Exorcist went into the house with paint remover.
I hope our Twitch community is behaving themselves.
This is our Twitch community behaving themselves. Yes.
I love your Twitch community. You've got such
they love you too.
Do they?
Yes,
they did.
They
that's
do.
nice. Good. Well, let's and while we bring up some of the comments, Sybil and Rose, just give us a little bit of a plug about your work and how people can follow you if someone's just tuning in, and then Tony, you do the same again, please.
Sure.
Well, we are the Ghost Maidens everywhere, with the Ghost Maidens,
right,
who are from The Hague.
There are no Ghost Maidens. There's only the Ghost Maidens.
The Ghost Maidens, yes.
Like Batman.
Exactly.
The Batman. Yeah.
And you can find us on Twitch, on Instagram, on Patreon, YouTube, all the things. Just type us.
All the things.
So some other websites and may or may not know of, and you know, you can have a look at our link tree when you find it. Just have a little scroll through.
I like that.
Yeah.
That was the most chill plug ever. Yeah, you can follow me if you want. The Ghost Maidens.
We're hip with the kids.
We're trying to spread ourselves over the internet.
You can follow us if you want to. I mean, that's how you have to get them. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, because actually most of the paranormal investigation happens on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The research, communication about it, pop culture.
Yes.
No pressure, Tony. But the Sybil and Rose are hip with the kids, and we're very chill about their plug. No pressure, but just remind everyone.
Bro.
No pressure, bro. Yes.
Keeping it real for the West Side, yo.
Keeping it real for the afterlife.
That's right.
Now you can find me. Excuse me. We have our podcast you can download anywhere you download podcasts. Real Ghost Stories Online, The Grave Talks, or Dark Side of, which is our true crime podcast. But on any of those places, you'll find our whole universe of shows, our archive of shows, which is almost 10 years now of almost daily podcasts about ghost stories. It is shocking to me when I look back on how many damn episodes we've done. And the craziest thing for me is when people go, remember that story we talked about like 7 years ago on X? Like, no, honestly, I'm sorry. I wish I did. I'm like just now starting to kind of go back into the archive and going, we should dig some of these up again and talk about it because they were so good. So that's what I do. Ghostpodcast.com, Real Ghost Stories Online, The Grave Talk, search it wherever you download podcasts.
And I'll just give my plug as well that I'm Aaron Sagers, and you can follow me on Patreon. It's the Geeky Creepy Tiki Travels Patreon, where I do cocktail classes and have interviews, and also all across social media and on Paranormal Caught on Camera, now in its 4th season, and Ripley's Road Trip on the Ripley's YouTube. And we were soft shoeing a little bit. Oh, and I just want to plug this. Sorry, this is a shameless plug. I just put a new, this is an old book that has a new gloss of paint, the Paranormal Pop Culture Collection. Check it out on Amazon. It's a lot of my writing and journalistic writing about the paranormal. But with that said, I think we have our guest back. We have Bran Castle. Hey, Bran Castle. All right. So I know we were having some audio problems. There were the ghosts in the machine. So one more time, introduce yourselves. Tell us what's been going on at Bran Castle.
So my name is Nate. Rick.
Charlie.
And we investigated Bran Castle this evening, and it's a castle in the middle of the mountains with those thick stone walls, and our internet connection was quite a hassle. So we had to wait until after we got home with a really good connection at our Airbnb before we could connect with you guys. Sorry about that.
So what kind of activity has there been activity during your investigation over there this evening?
So we did have some. A couple different times we heard footsteps throughout, just adjacent to the area that we were located in. I think for me, I actually did a standalone kind of an isolation investigation where I was sent to the torture chamber.
Okay.
And in the torture chamber, it's huge. There's 5 torture chamber rooms, and it was extremely creepy in there. I actually felt nauseous. You could almost feel like this wall of energy that if you're on one side of it, it was okay. And if you're on the other side of it, it was really, really bad. So there are some items that are in the torture area from the Inquisition. So some of their items are recreation, but some are quite original and carry along a lot of residual energy to fill.
Mm-hmm. And, well, first off, I have to applaud you for going into the torture chamber for the paranormal investigation. That is commitment. I love it. I love to see it. So, I mean, the Bran Castle, how long are you actually in Romania? That's near Brasov. It's right on the border with Wallachia. It's a very strategic location in the area. Are you going to be able to check out other locations in the Transylvania and Romania region while you're there?
We've been here since probably we've been here since Monday evening.
Okay.
And ran into a ton of problems. You're talking about that Transylvanian curse, man. It was like one thing after another. At lost luggage, rental cars breaking down, and
Delayed flights.
Canceled flights, rerouted flights.
Rick and I didn't actually get here till Wednesday night. 2 days late.
Yeah. So funny story was we actually had just this weird experience. Peggy and I rented this what ended up to be really crappy manual transmission small car and drove from Bucharest to Brasov, and we ended up getting stranded in the middle of Brasov at this shopping center at like 9 o'clock at night. Nobody was really around except for this one lady, and Peggy was asking around like, what's the address so we can get the tow truck? And this wonderfully kind lady just offered us a ride back home.
Oh, that's lovely. They are very friendly people there. I have a lot of fondness for the region, and of course, there's the historic areas of Targovishta, Shikashwara, lots of like very cool locations there. Now, this is a place. You know, we talk about Bram Stoker's Dracula, and the notion of vampires as it's been evolved in popular culture is very different from the traditional ideas of vampires. And over there, they call them Strigoi and Maroi. Have you engaged in any conversations about some of those creatures that some folks believe in over there?
Actually, we the Good Samaritan who ended up driving me and Peggy home, she was kind enough to show us around Brasov and take us around the historical district. So it was just me and Rick who went with her to lunch today. And so we kind of picked her brain about what folklore is still something that people believe in. And Strigoi is still something that is around. There's still that superstition. As I believe in Moldova recently, in the recent past few years, there was
15 years ago.
Yeah, like 15 years ago, my bad. There was a case of bad luck, and the people ended up blaming it on somebody who was recently deceased, and ended up digging up the grave, the whole stake in the heart thing, and burning up the body, taking the ashes and mixing it with holy water, and then everybody in the community took it.
That's a classic treatment. Yeah, it's not necessarily vampires with sharp teeth. It's more a curse and a lot of other things connected to that. Sybil and Rose, what are you thinking about this?
Well, I was wondering, as an English-speaking team coming to Bran Castle, how would you deal with the language barrier of any possible spirits that you may find that speak Romanian?
How do you communicate?
Well, interestingly enough, we had a guide with us. We had him with us yesterday and then today as well. So we started asking him, like if we were doing the spirit box sessions, we started asking him if he recognized any Romanian words. Sometimes there was some German coming across, and Nate speaks German. So
I took it in high school. I know.
It was enough.
I know. Big. So
just one time in high school.
Yeah.
Enough to recognize it.
Enough to recognize it, or ask like, "How old are you? Where are you from? What are you doing?" Like that kind of thing, and just like those basic things. Because our guide that was provided by Bran Castle, very knowledgeable, a historian major, and he was like, there were about 10 different languages that had been spoken throughout the history of the castle, and he was like, Latin, German, and I went, oh, I know a little bit of German, so let's see what happens. What we do.
Let me ask you this, just because, obviously when you go to a place like this, sometimes, we're going beyond languages. We're more so dealing with emotions and feelings and sensitivities. What was it like for each of you as you walked into that place for the first time, having already had the knowledge of, the historicness of the location, but what were you guys feeling individually as you walked through the threshold of that place?
Well, when you approach the castle itself, you're in awe of basically the spectacle of the architecture and the size of the building and how it looms over the village up on a hill. And of course, all the history and the stories, related to vampires and Bram Stoker Dracula, and how he kind of took a lot of factual information, but kind of made it all melded it into a fictional story.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know what to expect myself, but I'm our technology guy and camera guy, so a lot of it I was focused on making sure our equipment worked, instead of necessarily focused on my own feelings or energy I was feeling. But
How about the rest of you guys? How are you all feeling as you walk through the doors of that place?
Well, I can say from my point of view that the inside does not reflect what I feel on the outside. I get more information focusing on the outside of the castle and the land and the property, and even the people inside it, than I actually do from the building on the inside, just because it's been redone to the point where nothing is authentic in there. The only thing that's authentic is the stairs and the walls. So everything feels like a museum that's been built instead of a historical location. I was getting more information off of our guide, psychically and energetically, than I was in the building.
Sure.
Yeah.
What?
I could still get like images and flashes of like what was going on in the grounds and things like that, of like past events and residual energy like that. I could do that, but it was completely different than what I was picking up residual wise on the inside. It was night and day. It looked completely different in my head and everything.
Sure.
Yeah, and Tony and the entire Spirit Bridge project and Ghost Mazes, what I find fascinating about the location as well is that we think a lot about the old history of Romania and Transylvania. However, in my lifetime, there was still communism. I witnessed the fall of communism in this location, which also imbues the location. I mean, it was an active part of people's lives, an oppressive part of people's lives, or repressive. And so that is also like imbues the area with like certain kinds of energy. I'm curious, like, I love the question about the speaking Romanian, because there's the theory, it's like sort of a paranormal babblefish, to borrow from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, that essentially, while yes, I think it's definitely worthwhile to try to communicate in the language where you're at, there is also the notion of like, when you're engaging in that spirit comm and you're connecting with something on the other side, if you are connecting with something on the side, in theory, they can kind of tune it into you. And again, speaks to sort of the no rules that we totally understand. So Spirit Bridge project, where can people follow you? Oh my, there appears to be a ghost right behind me of something that just happened. Spirit Bridge project, how can people follow you and check out your work?
Sure. So we have a Facebook page, Spirit Bridge Project. We have a YouTube channel that we're still in the new phase of developing, and the TikTok, all of it under Spirit Bridge Project.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Happy National Ghost Hunting Day. And even though I personally don't remember much of the Romanian that I learned over there, I do know how to say cheers. So you guys get some nice palinka, and Spirit Bridge Project. Norok.
Palinka. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Thank you guys.
Bye.
And
Bye.
Goodbye.
Guys, I'm super excited about this character that we're about to bring in, because he's a close buddy of mine and an amazing author. And he is, when it comes to a author, a researcher that really just has a total grip over a location, it is David L. Sloan, who is not only the guy that wrote the book on Haunted Key West and the Key West bucket list, but also famously wrote all about Robert the Doll, the most famous doll out there. I even say more famous than Annabelle. My buddy, my friend, David, so good to see you, man.
Yeah, it's amazing to see you too. Happy National Ghost Hunting Day.
Happy National Ghost Hunting Day. Did you open your National Ghost Hunting Day presents? What was in your National Ghost Hunting Day stocking?
A beer.
Some booze.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually in Cocoa Beach, and my wife and I have been on a road trip where we started off up near Philadelphia, and we've been going down, tracing family history, but also visiting haunted places along the way. The reason I'm celebrating is because USA Today named the fort where we operate the tours from, the home of Robert the Doll, they named it one of the 10 most haunted locations in America. So that was good cause for celebration.
Yeah.
But more of the story on that, I've been hunting ghosts since 96 at least, but at the fort for just over a year. And when I started at the fort, I got into the Civil War history, and I found out that my great-great-great-grandfather's Civil War regiment was in charge of Key West and helped build the fort where Robert the Doll is.
That is incredible. An incredible level of just, I don't want to say coincidence, synchronicity.
Yeah. So we went following his footsteps. We followed his Civil War path. We visited the graves of him, his family, all the David L. Sloans, and, hit a few insane asylums along the way.
So, yeah, talk a little bit about the, are you going to combine this into a book, or is this research for your next book?
I don't think I'm going to. I just had such a connection, and he was a gravestone maker, and my father's always been into genealogy, and he knew all the family history, and I've really started getting into that. So it's more of a personal thing with that. And it definitely ties in. I feel like I'm being led in a lot of ways. I'd love to take credit for things I do, but none of it's me. I feel like I'm being led, and the whole relationship with him, it just takes me to different levels. And that's a whole nother spirit level connection.
Okay. Well, we're not letting you go yet, David, but we want to check in on a location, and then we're going to pepper you with some more questions. We're going to this is French, so I'm, the old L'Original.
Started, things were all lighting up, and now that it started, it's pretty cool.
Oh, all right.
They're on death row.
Death row.
It's, that's
Willingly.
a cheery place to be. So this is the L'Original jail in Canada.
My name's Elliot, by the way. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself.
And this is an old prison, And the story on this, I guess what I understand about it is that it was a site of a lot of tragic events, death row, obviously, a lot of multiple executions, potentially haunted by several restless spirits. I don't think that's any surprise based on the location. And they've been collecting a lot of data over the last couple hours, and actually anyone can go investigate this. They do really small investigation groups, only 8 people. So it's and they provide equipment, which is pretty wild. So while we look at that, and I also just want to say we saw a couple things pop up in the chat. Hello, Carl. I saw Mark Muncie pop up. Hello, Mark Muncie, author of Erie, Florida. Good to see you in the chat. And David, speaking of Florida, okay, first off, why do you think Florida is such a great haunted state? Because, Louisiana, New Orleans gets a lot of attention, Savannah, and not even Florida. Why is Key West such a great haunted town?
With Key West, it's one of the old seaports, so it has a lot of stuff going through it. But, the water, there's always the theories about water and how that anchors spirits down. Salt, you find salt used in a lot of the different cultures and, with different places with voodoo, where that's an anchor as well. And then you'll even hear stories about the limestone. A lot of the old farmhouses have the limestone foundations that anchor the ghosts down. And Key West is pretty much a giant ancient coral reef made of limestone. So that's one of the possibilities. What I think happens, though, I think that people always have to fight to be there. And when they die, they're just not ready to leave.
Yeah. Well, and obviously it's an island, and there's the whole theory that, some people believe that spirits can't cross water. and that plays into it. But the where Robert is at, the fort itself. First off, the notion of a Civil War fort in South Florida, I don't think people typically appreciate that.
Right. And Key West was under Union control. So pretty much you have the southernmost point in the continental United States, and the Union Army controlled it for the duration of the Civil War. The Pennsylvania 47th and the New York 90th were in charge. And we ran blockades out of there. So people don't think about the big battles and things like that. But we captured over 300 Confederate ships during the course of the war. And the fear was that the Confederates would come and try to take it back. And with our main fort, they couldn't hit it from the front, so they would have tried to hit it from behind.
Yeah.
And that's when we forts. So, yeah, then we get some action out of that. So we built more forts, and that's how the East Martello came about. And there's so many coincidences. They're even more than a coincidence. But Gene Otto, Robert the Doll's constant companion from 1904 until 1974, he was one of the founding members of the Key West Art and Historical Society.
You have to introduce me to this doll.
Yeah, I've been around Robert the Doll once. He gave me some eyes. I was a little bit uncomfortable. Other than that, I don't really remember Robert the Doll's
But if I understand correctly, this is a doll in a prison.
No, he's in a Civil War fort. And here's the thing. Robert the Doll's been around since 1904. And he was made by the Steiff Company in Germany, but arrived in Key West. And there's a lot of different theories and legends out there. But the long and short of it is this boy became obsessed with the doll. And now, to this day, every year the doll receives thousands of letters from people begging for forgiveness.
Show me the doll.
People see the Annabelle movies, and Annabelle got the Hollywood treatment.
Yeah.
But Robert's the real doll. You can count on one hand the number of people who have experienced something with Annabelle. With Robert, you would need 1,000 hands to count the number of people who have asked for forgiveness, who have had something bizarre happen.
So people are asking for forgiveness from Robert because they wronged him when they visited him. Is that where that's coming in from?
There's a lot of misinformation out there. People will say you have to ask permission from Robert to take his photograph.
That's what I did. Yes, I did that.
I say no.
Right.
I think asking permission of an entity is a horrible idea. And this many legends that's evolved. And think about this. How is a doll going to say, oh, you better ask my permission? That's not the way it works. Robert has demanded respect, and if people don't respect him, then they feel the wrath. But here's the thing. He's also very misunderstood. There are multiple entities around the doll. And that's something that people have a hard time getting their head around.
And
is Robert one thing? Is Robert just kind of an accumulation of multiple spirits that are using that as the vessel, or is Robert one entity that is Robert? I mean, it's an opinion-based question, but what's your thoughts?
My theory is that Robert started off as a single entity. And through my research, I was able to identify a child whose spirit I believe is possessing Robert the Doll.
Okay.
And what's happened through time, with the legend that Robert's the inspiration for Chucky. And people see a haunted doll, and they don't want an innocent doll. They want something that's going to try to kill you.
Right.
So when these people come in and try to stir up that energy, there's other entities that fill in. And I believe that's what's happening with Robert the Doll. So yeah, there's a reason to be fearful, but there's also an innocent spirit in there that needs to be taken care of.
Okay. Before I let you go, I do just want to say something I find really fascinating. I've been fortunate to be around you and around Robert, and I find the fort amazing. Fort is loaded with like vibes outside of Robert, and I would say that what I really find intriguing about Robert the Doll is, unlike some other haunted objects out there, this was documented, the supposed supernatural element of it and the existence of Robert being a possession of Gene Otto was documented half a century ago, right? Like it goes back. This wasn't like a story like some other things where it's like, oh yeah, and then they say it's haunted. The stories go back.
Yeah, this is a story that goes way back. And, when I moved to Key West in 96 and started ghost tours, I was going to the house looking for the story of Ann Otto. And the person there said, oh, you're here to talk about Robert. And nobody heard about him. Nobody was talking about him. And when I went to the archives, there was a newspaper folder this thick. And it had all the articles about all the old hauntings in Key West. And Robert was one of them that goes way back. And, uncovering these stories. And he had disappeared for a while, so people stopped talking about him. And before the internet, and before his story. But as you uncover it and the people come out, the old conks who experienced things. And I talked to people who were kids who said, oh, yeah, I used to see him up in the window moving. So, it's been around for, over 100 years now.
And David, if you can hang out for another minute with us, or you got to go?
I would love to.
Okay, hang out for a second. Tony, we got to let you go. Thank you so much for being gracious with your time on National Ghost Hunting Day. I know you want to be with your family on National Ghost Hunting Day. Tony, where can people find you once more?
Sure. Real Ghost Stories Online. Search it wherever you download podcasts. RealGhostStoriesOnline.com, TheGraveTalks.com. You find all of our material there, all of our shows, all of our archives of ghost stories the last 10 years and all the new stuff we put out every single day.
Awesome.
Also, I'm very interested in your cachatory, so let me know.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds good. I want to have you on the Grave Talk sometime. That'd
Oh,
be fun.
I'd love it.
I want cachatory too.
Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
And Sybil and Rose, who we have in the wings with us right now?
In the wings?
In the wings?
Yes, we have
Some
Courtney.
angels.
Well, I don't know. Maybe that's an American phrase.
I thought this would just be ghosts.
It's every paranormal entity. It's like, well, we have Courtney Buckley at the John Proctor House, and Courtney, happy, and Barbara, happy, and Barbara Bridgewater, happy National Ghost Hunting Day. How is the day treating you? What are you up to?
Happy National Ghost Hunting Day to you guys. We're here at the John Proctor House in Peabody, Massachusetts. That's how we're celebrating today. We're going to do, I don't know if you can see this, I'm going to be ghost bait later.
Okay.
So Barbara is the owner of the house. We're standing here in front of the hearth that's original to it. Barbara, do you want to talk about the house a little bit?
Yeah, sure. As we said, this is the John Proctor House, so welcome and happy National Ghost Hunting Day. John Proctor was linked to the Salem witch trials. He was accused of witchcraft while defending his wife, Elizabeth Proctor, and he stood up for her, and he was subsequently hung for witchcraft, and which he didn't do. He was not guilty of that, but back in the day, that's how they did things. She was given a reprieve due to her pregnancy. So this house dates back to the 16 and 1700s. And as you can see behind us, this was one of the original parts of the house. This is the original hearth dating back to about the 1600s. And we'll take you into other parts of the house where we've experienced some activity.
Yeah,
So what's haunting the place?
Well, I think the ghosts in here know that it's National Ghost Hunting Day because they've been ramping up all day. We've been hearing stuff.
Yeah.
Just
Their
from
time to shine.
Well, they know that
they're
you
like,
know.
I'm ready for my close-up, guys.
Exactly.
We've been hearing footsteps upstairs all day. We stayed here last night. So it's just been, it's been a lot of fun. That's something, the footsteps, hearing people moving around the house is something that we experience a lot.
Right.
We've had things like a player piano played by itself. There's been, you can see like shadows sort of off in the corner as if someone's watching you, from the top of the stairs or have you. We're going to talk a little bit later about, I'm going to head down into some of the scarier parts of the house by myself in the dark. So
Okay, you are going to be ghost bait.
Someone in the chat asks if the atmosphere of the house smells like sulfur.
No.
Okay.
The atmosphere of the house is very unique. I think it feels like you are walking into a hug when you walk in here. It's very welcoming.
Very welcome.
It's definitely active, but it's not anything. It's not usually very scary. Although I have not been by myself in the dark in some of these locations yet, so I may change my mind on that. I may eat my words in a little bit.
Do you find that the story of the Salem witch trials, obviously great tragedy that took place, legitimately took place, and yet throughout years, pop culture, and I love it. We have the Crucible, the play by Arthur Miller, and then the movie, and then we have the TV show Salem, which was a wild supernatural dramatization of what happened. Do you find that is it difficult separating the paranormal pop culture from the factual history when you're doing an investigation like this, or do you find that people are coming in with the wrong information?
Well, the Crucible did take some liberties. So
yeah, John Proctor,
a lot of liberties.
John Proctor was not having an affair with Abigail. That did not happen.
He was definitely not.
He was an old man, I think, at that point. But yeah,
right. And she was a very young girl.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I do tours in Salem too. So a lot of people come in with those preconceived notions. So that's one of the best parts about being able to do something like this, or something like, working with tourists in the area and bringing them into things like this, is you can sort of correct that with the right information.
Right.
Which is just as shocking and as dramatic as pop culture portrays it to be, just in a different way.
Yeah. We have.
So I have a question actually. Do you think that going into a location like this as a woman is maybe more triggering for the activity there, since this tragedy took place for women?
I just got real hard goosebumps when you said that.
Yeah.
So.
You might be right, and we never really, put our finger on it, but that is a very real possibility. So
yeah.
Sybil and Rose, do you have any kind of insight about the notion of? I don't know off the top of my head if there were. I'm sure there were witch hunts and witch trials in the Netherlands or
everywhere.
Kind of perception everywhere, but
everywhere
is there anything
for hundreds of years?
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely, and to some degree, people that practice religions outside of the mainstream. Still, they're being persecuted, but I don't know if there's anything specific out of the Netherlands or the Hague that you knew of. Just that people were sadly persecuted, I guess.
Well, you would expect the entire Europe to be extremely haunted by the ghosts of all the women that were murdered. But my theory is that it was the gender side was so severe that it kind of went numb.
Yeah.
And no one survived. So it's kind of like books closed, and it kind of seems like the spirits or the paranormal activity around it has also been shut up.
Sure. And Barbara, I want to ask a question to you in a moment, but I actually want to throw it real quick to David L. Sloan. He's an author based out of Key West and a researcher and historian. David, I don't know if you have any thoughts about sort of the John Proctor House or Salem in general, or witchcraft and the connections to the paranormal, because obviously that's something that has been present in Key West as well. Do you have any thoughts or questions? Oh, we lost you. Your mic is. Oh, there you go. Oh, nope, still no mic.
So my those witches who did that.
Yes.
Dole said no.
Which witches?
So my wife and I went to Salem about a month and a half ago, and she used to give tours somewhere there. And, it's interesting with the witchcraft and with the different things. I think it ties in with certain things in the paranormal, and that in a way, whatever we create comes into existence.
Yeah.
And I think there's energy that fills voids. And, I've tested this by taking things and talking about them and telling a story about them and infusing energy. And I think that if you do it long enough with enough people looking at it and infusing that energy, that it becomes very real. And I don't know if it's what we originally created, but these forces fill in and make that. And so, you can talk about anywhere having a ghost, and when you direct that energy, spirits come and fill in. And, if it's somewhere that George Washington slept, then of course it's George Washington's ghost.
Yeah.
And I think the spirits will act in the way that people expected to act. And I believe in Salem, it's the same thing. When people go to these specific locations where things were supposed to have happened, all of this energy that we direct as humans to that spot manifests itself. So I think that what we are told is real becomes very real.
That's the idea of the, there's tulpa, whether you call it tulpas or thought forms, or even there was the Philip experiment where they essentially created a ghost, or what they believed was a ghost. Either that or that, what's that? An egregore. And like the idea of, I think some places, I agree, it can be a tuning fork that when you put the attention on it, it can just draw things in. But Barbara, I understand your daughter actually had a specific kind of and shocking experience in this location.
True. When we first purchased the house back in December of 2018, we were, as a family, came out here, and we were staying in the house, and she felt as if she were being pulled or pushed down the staircase. So, and then she also had a few unexplained bloody noses while she was here. So, that has been her experience. She's not known as a clumsy girl or anything. So she had just literally felt like she had been practically pulled or, pushed down the stairway. So, that was definitely one of her experiences.
And I think too, like we were listening to you guys earlier, we were watching the live stream, and the Ghost Maidens made a comment when you were talking to the people at the Conjuring House about the transitions being, like a catalyst for things to happen, and this having happened, like nothing like that has happened since, but like that was right when they took over the property.
Right.
This was a privately owned piece of property. A family lived here for 50 years before it went on the market. So it's not like it's been like the public's been traipsing in and out of here or anything like that, but it was like the takeover from one family to another.
It was a transition.
And it was a transition with the energy in the house too.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I definitely think that's fascinating. I'm always interested in the anything that's kind of connected with the stories of Salem, but then witchcraft and witches in general, because I feel like it's way too easy for people that work within the paranormal to start throwing around the word witch in a very pejorative way when, I feel like it's people that are just operating slightly out of the mainstream and have different beliefs and opinions. So I try not to go down that dark path.
There is energy in the house, but we have never felt that it was a bad energy. Yeah. So, and even now we've been here close to 3 years, and it just seems to be getting warmer, although at some points whatever energy is in here does like to let us know that it's here, whether it's footsteps or something creaking or whatever else it may be. It's just kind of a reminder. I mean, this house has a very long history, and there was at least 200 years of Proctor descendants in the home after the witch trials. And then it really only changed hands maybe 5 times after that. So the placard outside the home says 1638, although, there's, it's been dated back to, they did dendrochronology, and, it's dated in some of the beams to the 1700s, and then other parts of the house to the 1600s. So, as with any house, different renovations or additions take place, at any time, during the history. So, at once, it was a smaller house, and then, added on over time. So,
all right.
Mm-hmm. Well, and some of those beams you can still see. That's one of our favorite features of the house. If you want, I can take you over to see one now.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah.
We have, all right, bear with me. I'm going to go slow here. I'm going to go backwards. Let me see if I can find one. But what the interesting thing is that you can actually see the hatchet marks in the wood.
Oh,
And
wow.
if you just like, sometimes I look at this and I think of, hold on one second, let me figure out how to do this.
I'm really
Sorry.
just impressed at your ability to do all this without like tumbling over.
I
This
don't know
is
how.
skilled.
I can't tell if you can see it. Let's see this. Yeah. If you can see those hatchet
Yeah.
marks?
Yeah.
Like here, here, here.
Okay.
And if you just think of like, I can't tell if, yeah. Just the fact that like the amount of hands that touched this wood, or the amount of, energy that's been put in this. Yeah. And like over time, starting back all that time ago, the 1700s.
Yeah.
That's a lot. There can't not be something here.
The weight
Yeah.
of history is immense.
So why does one buy a haunted house?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know it was haunted. I bought it for the historical significance of it.
Oh, but they go hand in hand.
Nobody told me it was haunted.
The yeah.
Just
A lot
over
of
time, you kind of figured it out, I guess.
Okay.
well, a lot of hands have touched that wood, and I'm just going to leave that there. And that said, Courtney and Barbara, before we let you go, how can people follow you, keep up with what you're doing, and maybe even check out the house?
Yeah, we have an Instagram and a Facebook. The Instagram is at the John Proctor House, and the Facebook is also the John Proctor House. And
I'm at the Themes on various social medias, so you can follow me on any
Okay.
of those.
Well, good
And
luck.
I'll be in various parts of the house tonight investigating, so maybe you guys will see us later.
Pop back
and,
in.
See what's going on in here tonight.
We'll most certainly check in with you later. You can't wear a sweatshirt saying ghost bait and not have us check in with you later. So good luck with that a little bit later.
I made this just for tonight, so I just
That's showing the National Ghost Hunting Day spirit. We like
That's all I
you
want.
being in the festive spirit. Well, Barbara and Courtney, thank you so much, guys, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later. Before we go to this next feed, I just want to. Oh, hey, look, we got Richard. What's going on, Richard? Let's.
Hi.
Oh, it's dark now.
Oh,
It
there's
is.
so much
Am I
more
going?
happening.
No, the day is dark.
Oh, yeah, it's a dark day.
Richard Lillard. We also have David Sloan on the line with us in the feed. And David, so what's happening here is like a live painting process taking place. And can you spot what this is? Can you identify what this house is, David Sloan? I think you should be able to.
Yeah, I was watching this, and it's obviously a haunted house.
It is obviously a
Victorian in scale.
Victorian in scale.
Very phallic.
We have that's like all Victorian houses, right? I think we're getting a lot of people in the feed. Mary Jane King says it must be the Addams Family house. That seems to be the prevailing idea. And
on this National Ghost Hunting Day, I will tell you, it is the Addams Family, but I will tell you a funny story. So of all of the haunted houses in the world, in one of the episodes way back in 1964, they talk about their honeymoon, Gomez and Morticia, and they said, oh, the first night in this glorious house, we thought it was haunted. Well, you can't have everything.
I am a big Addams Family sucker, so I love
See,
it.
I was going to say I thought it was 1313 Mockingbird Lane.
Well, that's another good show. It is a second empire. They don't have the big tall tower, but it is. I do love the Munsters as well, but I'm really partial to the Addamses.
I'm still looking for my Gomez. So
well, he's gay.
Gomez is gay.
I mean, well,
there are.
It's the thought that counts. Okay,
he knows more.
It's actually they're filming the Addams Family remake, or one of the remakes in Romania right now. I think it's actually the Wednesday series, if I recall. I want to get your guys' opinion on this. I'm just seeing in the chat something that and I lost it, but it was basically if a ghost or if a person dies, if a deaf person dies and they come back as a ghost, will they be able to hear? And that's actually a really interesting question and something that comes up with various theories and conversations. Sybil Rose, take it, and then David, I want to hear your thoughts on it as well.
I also saw that comment. I wanted to react to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to think about these things. What do you keep? What we believe that you get to take with you when you use your body.
The redeeming qualities of death. If you
Yeah.
get to keep your gender or your language, your age, the outfit you were wearing.
Yeah.
Because then that would mean that we never get to leave this cage.
Mm-hmm.
That is why I always dress up every day. I
Exactly.
always wear,
Might
what am I
be.
going to wear for the rest of eternity?
Yeah.
Something I enjoy wearing. That's what.
Dodging that
Yeah.
metaphysical bullet.
Yes. David, what do you think on this? Based on your experiences, and I mean research with the kinds of ghosts that you've written about in Key West, and the ghosts of Key West, what do you think? What's the deal? Do you come back with hearing? Are you in the same clothing? What's the
I think
story?
it's a telepathic communication. So you have whatever senses you need to do that.
Mhm.
There's the big debate about, hey, why do ghosts come back wearing clothes? And I think it's one of those things where they're projecting telepathically the way that's going to communicate with the humans the best way. And I think the way of communicating back, I think it goes beyond hearing. I think all the senses get incorporated into one. And I imagine for the spirit world, it's like that. But I think someone who's deaf can see and hear a ghost. If the ghost decides they want to present themselves in that way. So I think it goes beyond that. And I think, everything's finely tuned. I think we're like little radio stations.
So do you think the ghosts decide?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of theories that maybe they're coming back in the form of their choosing, younger, older, and I'm trying to like slyly look it up. Why come back? Well, that's part of the question too. Like, I don't think there's necessarily one reason to come over, to stick around or not, or maybe not come back. Maybe some choose not to cross over. Maybe unfinished business. Maybe they decide, they want to pop around for a while and they're not ready to go back.
If you decide, then why would you, if you died in a prison, for example, why would you stay around there?
And why would you haunt your own grave?
There's theories about the prison and, why would you stick around in an awful place like that? There are some theories that some spirits may not realize that they have had this sudden death and maybe they're stuck in that form a little bit. There's theories that when you die, you're like sloughing off this shell, the negative emotions, the leftovers that you don't need, like an old skin, and you leave that behind, and it's sort of like a spectral leftover. There's so many theories around it, and that's why I think the paranormal is so great, is that we don't know the exact thing. I will say I was trying to look them up. There is a deaf ghost hunting group, paranormal investigation group out there that uses American Sign Language for their investigations, and I can't find the name easily, but they do really fascinating work and they get interesting results. So who knows? Who knows what happens?
Well, they all have one thing in common. They are all experienced by living people.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what the story is behind it, but I think it's fascinating. Also, you know what? I can't let this pass while we're all here, guys. I don't know if you know this, but one of our ghost hosts has a birthday today, and I wanted to give a shout out to her. Of course, is Bridget Marquardt, who is going to be joining us in a couple hours. It's her birthday, so can we get a happy birthday?
Congratulations, Bridget!
Cheers! Excellent. And David, I'm going to let you go, man. You've been hanging out with us for a while, and I very much appreciate it. But before I let you go, how can people find you? How can they support your work? And what's up next for you?
I never know what's up next. What I think is really exciting, I'm not too active on social media, so I think people are better off checking out what you're doing with Ripley's Believe It or Not. And
that's very kind of you.
Because I tell you, that's what I'm digging. If people are in Key West and they look me up, they can find me. But until then,
Happy
Are you going to
holidays.
be doing tours at the fort with Robert?
Yeah, I'm doing tours every night. We'll be back October 1st and relaunching again, and I do them pretty much every night of the year. And it's Civil War spirits, it's Robert the Doll. We're full on ghost hunting. We use all of the equipment, the K2 meters. We use the FLIR thermal imagers, spirit boxes. Some spirit boxes we get custom made out in California, which are insane. So it's a good time. And, it doesn't matter if people believe in ghosts or not. I'm really passionate about the history with my family connection there. And it's, there's a lot of great, Key West is one of the most funnest cities in the United States. So, people come say hello.
And it's a great place to hang out as well. But I will say that that Fort East Martello, people go for Robert the Doll, but they stick around for the other ghosts, because I've had weird experiences there that I don't think are connected to Robert the Doll whatsoever. There's just some that flotilla itself. That's like a spot where I'm just like, oof, man, that raft, that one gets me.
I can't wait for you to come back.
Yeah, man. Well, sooner than later, I hope. Very soon, hopefully. But watch this space, I guess.
And Bridget has been there too. She's experienced Robert the Doll. So
that's right. Yeah. See, it's all and we got to get both Ghost Maidens down there for it. Sybil, you've been there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Yeah, we just have to get Rose there. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
I've been to Key West.
I think she's allowed to come back into the United States now, so
I know.
it's good.
It's time for you guys to have a cool U.S. haunted trip.
The Ghost Maidens do America.
They will do it all.
The world tour.
Started off with Robert the Doll, just like Ozzy did.
Yeah, get some cool T-shirt designs going too. I would buy that. The Ghost Maidens concert shirt.
We've
David,
got one.
What's that?
We've got one.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, all right. Well,
there are people walking around in our T-shirts right now.
Right
right this moment.
Right this moment.
Well, David L. Sloan, thank you so much, my friend. Good seeing you, and I hope to see you again very soon.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Happy National Ghost Hunting Day. Yes.
Bye.
Let's. Should we?
Is it me, or are there some boys getting ready for bed?
I know. I was.
What's going on back there?
I keep seeing this. I'm like, we should call it out. This is. I think they're in the Dunlora Inn right now.
Or are they in Richard Lyle's bedroom? I can't tell.
I don't know if is Richard Lyle. Is that your style of sheets and bedding?
It's lovely. Mine are a little bit more black.
Right. Yes. So for those of you that don't know, the Dunlora Inn, it's they renovated the inn, and since renovating it, there have been stories of unexplained phenomena and occurrences. Specifically, contractors who were working on the house said that they had a lot of activity going on, to the point that some of the contractors would not return after doing it. It's been seen, I believe, on Kindred Spirits has investigated there, and it's a lot of doors closing by themselves, a classic children giggling, I think, voices of women and men. Sybil and Rose, what's the creepy? What if you were going to encounter one of the staples of like paranormal activity? You know, there's the woman in light, there's the giggling children, there's the shadow figure or the hat man. What is the one that you would most likely like to encounter and least likely, least want to encounter?
Well, I think like the archetype I don't want to run into as a woman is like a tall man with a raincoat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want that staring
leaning
at me from
over my bed.
bedroom. No.
Yeah, that's a little creepy.
I don't want that. But also, I mean, any sleep paralysis experience is just like that. It's
Have
just
you
the
experienced
feeling.
it?
All the time. All the
yeah?
time. But I can easily see why people think that sleep paralysis is an entity. I mean, it's a complete liminal space. It's very mysterious. It's very weird. It's like being disconnected from your body, but also completely chained by it. It's a strange experience. And usually when I have sleep paralysis, I see a lot of black smoke kind of curling around doorways and like curling over the folds of my bed and my sheets. And I would not want to see a shadow person. That's absolutely not cool with me. But I wouldn't mind seeing a lady in white.
I definitely don't want to see a doppelganger.
No,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely never.
Yeah, the sleep paralysis thing, like what I find so funny about that in particular, I mean, I like all of this stuff, but what I find so funny about that in particular is that obviously we have folklore across culture about sleep paralysis, but that science has like an idea of what's happening, but not why it's happening. So we've yet to fully explain what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's
So
neuroscience.
but it's still like we don't know precisely what's going on with the brain with it or what's
exactly.
causing it. So, but we do know what's going on at the Brumder Mansion. We have Mike Huberty of American Ghost Walks, and he's right there. So let's bring in Mike. And Mike, happy National Ghost Hunting Day. What are you doing for National Ghost Hunting Day? How are you celebrating? We don't have audio on Mike, but there he is. Still don't have audio on Mike. But
Okay, we're celebrating
there you
the
are.
Brumder Mansion in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We just finished the Milwaukee Paracon. And Aaron, we met last month in
I recall.
Michigan. And so we talked about, I'm in the band Sunspot too. So
Oh, I know.
It's fun to connect with you again here on National Ghost Hunting Day.
Mike, didn't we meet at like you were at the Ursula Bielski's Chicago
That's right.
event. That's right. Yeah, we go
Yep.
way back, my friend.
No, I love Ursula, and in fact, American Ghost Walks is now handling Ursula's tours in Chicago. So Chicago Hauntings is now under our umbrella, and it's a lot of fun for haunted history all over the Midwest and stuff like that. And we're in Milwaukee. We're at the Brumder Mansion, built in 1910. And today we're going to do a couple of different kind of things. We're at the theater. So there's a theater here downstairs, and there's the seats and stuff like that. And so tonight we're going to do a couple of different things in the ghost hunt to make it interesting. We're going to try some mesmerism to see if that makes anything kind of happen. We're going to try some Estes method, and we're going to try some musical triggering as well by playing music at a pre-1910 tuning. Which
Are you going to do a performance for the ghost?
Well, if they're interested, they'll definitely like. You know, I'm in a band, so I'm used to doing performances for nobody. But if the ghosts show up, that'd be fantastic. And you know, in fact, we might get paid then. No, but the thing is,
An ectoplasm.
right? Like with that though, we're hoping that by doing a different tuning, where you tune A to a different frequency than 440, that they used to tune to back before this place was built, and the kind of the people that would have been here in the beginning, that maybe we'll get some kind of activity. So that's what we're working on right now, and that's what we're setting up for this evening.
I love a good historical recreation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, like Mike, Sybil, and Rose, the Ghost Maidens, they're both artists and creators, and their approach to investigating is, you know, tapping into the art of it, the artistic kind of element of it, which is very, you know, very much what a musician does as well. I feel like you guys all would have a lot to talk about in that realm. I mean, do you guys have, Sybil, Rose, do you have any thoughts about the musical kind of approach to an investigation?
Yeah, I think just having music in general is a, dare I say, spiritual experience. I mean, it's something you're experiencing. You can't really feel it. You can't really see it. Like, it's just kind of happening. It's current. It reminds you of the present moment. And I think that's a very, like, such a direct way to feel connected to something.
Yeah. And, you know, I think that in my experience, like, it's one thing to go into a location and be very serious and sit, you know, if you think that something is possibly haunted, to be like, okay, we're going to talk to the ghost now. Are you a male? Are you a female? Did you die here? Are you unhappy? Do you want us out? Are you angry? Blah, 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 blah. As opposed to when we're talking about art, when we're talking about music, we're talking about life. We're talking about, I mean, we're also talking about death with art, but we're talking about life and creation and enjoying a space. So when you go into a place and you're like, man, how was the music in this hotel? I bet it was like just like incredible at it. What was your favorite cocktail that you drank at the bar here? I think like engaging over topics of life, things that people would talking about art is more likely to get a response. What say you, Mike? Would you agree with that?
Oh, I would definitely say, I mean, one of the questions we like to ask when we do paranormal investigations right away is like, well, who's the president?
Yeah.
Like, let's get them. You're not talking about the things that happened when they passed. You're talking about what's current to them and what they're feeling. And the idea is maybe in this, crazy thing of paranormal investigation, it's not just a matter of a tragic death, or it's not just a matter of some kind of tragedy that happened to them. It's a matter of, well, we're still enjoying it. We like to watch the people come down and have a play. We like to watch the people play music. We're still living a little bit, even though we're not alive. And I think that's some of the stuff when we do a paranormal investigation and go into a place. It's not just how did you die, what happened.
Mhm.
It's what did you enjoy. What gave you hope.
Yeah, it's also
and how
kind
can
of
we- how
a
can we still
rude
do that?
question. I think it's also a rude question to just come in somewhere and just immediately start talking about the trauma.
Yeah.
It's like, ma'am, how did you die? I think that shouldn't be the first question you ask.
I 100% agree with you. It's like if you want to try to communicate with someone, if you don't see them but you believe they're there, why not have a chat? Why not, instead of like, I always think about if you're gonna encounter someone at a party and you want to mingle or whatever, are you gonna be like interrogating them, like, where were you on the night of the 25th? Like,
Yeah.
instead you're gonna be like, oh, like, how's your night going? Like, how about this party? Like, what do you do for work? I don't know. Maybe I don't get out enough these days, but I think that's the way to go, is approach it as if you're mingling at like a party or at a bar or something.
Well, do you think that these people would like to relive? I mean, if they're people just like us, do they want to relive some kind of trauma? And if you think about ghost hunters coming in night after night saying, okay, well, tell us how you died. I'm like, well, I'd rather tell you about the good stuff that happened in my life. I'd rather share with you, like, if there is something that inspires an entity or a spirit to give us some kind of sign that there's something out there and something past death and the whole thing, do you think they want to talk about the worst moment of their lives, or do you think they want to talk about the best?
Or maybe they don't know if there's something more beyond their spectral form. I always wonder, I always theorize if this is maybe just like another step in whatever existence, that maybe if they're sticking around, that means that they haven't moved on yet and don't know what's going on beyond that. But also, do they know that they've died? I mean, I think there's some experiences where things are not aware that they've passed on. So,
Well, they will most probably want to hear some music.
Yeah.
Everybody does, right? And check out some art.
Well, I'm hoping these guys want to hear some music.
Exactly.
They're gonna get it no matter what.
Well, Mike and Sunspot, first off, Sunspot's a great band. How can people find you, track you, and support you?
Yeah, please say hi. It's sunspotuniverse.com. It's a great way to check out our latest music and latest videos. We've got videos from like haunted locations where we went in and recorded and had a lot of fun. And sunspotuniverse.com is a great way to see what we're up to, and we'd love to see you there.
We will check you out. Thank you so much, Mike, and happy National Ghost Hunting Day. May all of your National Ghost Hunting Day wishes come true, and that a ghost visits you tonight to bestow wishes and gifts.
Find out in Milwaukee.
We'll find out. So thanks, Mike, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later, buddy.
Bye.
And we are coming to a close of our time, but we have a gentleman with us. Oh, there's Richard Lyle. He's still going strong here. How's it going over there?
I know. The creepy and the kooky.
Well, we see a little face in the corner. Let's make him large. We've got our next ghost host who is about to come in. We've got Dean Haglund. Dean, how are you, buddy?
Aaron, great, fantastic. How are you, my son?
I'm great. It's so good to see you, man. Last time I saw Dean, he walked off into the Michigan forest, never to be seen again.
What do you mean? No. Are you talking about Sault Ste. Marie and the bear?
Yeah.
Oh,
We legitimately thought we lost Dean.
no, listen. Okay, so the hotel is a mile and a half from downtown. They said it'll take 2 hours to get the bus. I said, well, you know what? That's not a long walk. And I just walked downtown myself and then enjoyed many of the restaurants and the fineries of Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. And apparently I never saw you again.
Yeah, well, okay, so Dean, we're on here with the Ghost Maidens, Sybil and Rose, and they are artist creators, and they're in the Netherlands, and they are just do great work. And we've been hosting this little circus for the last couple hours.
I've been watching. You've been
So
doing
Ghost
a good
Maidens,
job,
Dean.
Aaron,
Well,
Dean,
hello,
good.
Dean. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
How are you, indeed? Is that a Liechtenstein behind you painted on the wall?
Well, it's a ripoff of a Liechtenstein. I painted it myself. So it's not technically with the full dots on the face.
Nice.
That's a solid pink, but sharp eye and appreciate your art history knowledge.
Yes.
Very good.
She's an artist. She's an art historian.
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. Well, that's not my job. This is my job.
Oh my God. I'm going to go deep into Gabriel Metsu from 1516 in Amsterdam, who was a contemporary of Vermeer, but more famous because he was selling more paintings. But as the taste changed in the 1600s, Gabriel Metsu became less known.
Okay.
On a deep Gabriel Metsu deep dive at the moment. So if you're an art historian from Amsterdam, we now have another podcast that you and I have to talk about.
Great, let's do
awesome.
it.
Well, Dean,
hit me with your art.
I love when spooky people come together. Dean, we are going to wrap up our time, but before we do, first off, we're going to check out. I'm gonna do a shameless plug for you. I'm gonna say Dean is working on a new show, Hellacious Renovations, and let's go ahead and throw to a trailer of that. And while we're doing that. While we are doing that, magic is going to happen behind the scenes because Dean is also going to center up his camera.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I did another podcast that wanted to be artsy, so they wanted the Dutch angle. So
they like the crazy angle.
Yeah, so go throw this thing. I'm gonna rearrange.
Let's throw the trailer, and it'll be magically centered.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to buy and restore your own haunted house? I'm Dean Haglin. Join me as we meet the brave souls attempting their own renovation nightmare projects on haunted houses, cursed properties, historic haunts, and more. From the spookiest basements and eeriest attics to demonic plumbing, killer cabinetry, and wicked woodwork. We'll meet the owners and renovators of the John Proctor House, the Conjuring House, the Queen Mary, Myrtle's Plantation, and more. Then hey, after you heard the podcast, head to the website and see the video tour for yourself. Hellacious Renovations. With me, Dean Haglin. You think ghosts are scary? Try finding a good contractor. Now I'm centered. How's that? Is this better?
It's very centered.
Yeah, like that. Hi.
Well, we're going to sign off, but Sybil, Rose, Ghost Maidens, one more time, let everybody know how people can follow you and support you and all of your awesome work.
We are at the Ghost Maidens everywhere. The Ghost Maidens, very important. Patreon, YouTube, Instagram, OnlyFans, Fansly, Twitch, and you can find us streaming on Twitch a couple times per week. And we have a lovely community over there. We love them very much. And that's how you can find us.
And I'm a big fan of what you guys do. I think you do an incredible work, and I'm so excited for more people to. If people in this crowd are not familiar with the Ghost Maidens, definitely check them out and support them. They are excellent. So I'm honored to call them friends, and I think they do amazing work. So as for me, when I'm taking off. I'm going to say check out Paranormal Caught on Camera, now in its 4th season. We're wrapping up the 5th season right now. It's on Travel Channel, Discovery Plus. I would be humbled and would really appreciate it if you would support the Ripley's Road Trip. Ripley's, believe it or not, Ripley's Road Trip. It is a web series. You can check it out, youtube.com/Ripley's. You can also check it out on Facebook, and it's not paranormal, but I go check out oddities around different cities and dig into the very local history behind those oddities and artifacts. Support me at the Nightmarica podcast, true crime paranormal podcast, and also I have a Patreon, patreon.com/Aaron Sagers. So, and I want to thank the folks at My Paranormal. I've had a hell of a good time hanging out this evening. I'm going to go snuggle up in some pajamas and make some hot cocoa and wait for, I don't know, a shadow figure to pay me a visit.
No, don't wait for that.
Well, I can. I won't send one your way. I'll send a lady in white your way.
All right.
Oh, I will just become a shadow figure in my own bed.
Well done, Aaron. It's snuggle up. I got it from here.
Thank you, Dean. And thank you, Ghost Maidens. And thank you, Richard Law.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. And welcome, everyone. It is my turn. Rich and Lilo, I cannot be more excited about the painting you've been doing.
Thank you. How are you, my friend?
Very good. How are you?
Oh, fabulous. Really.
Look at this. You've been doing this now this is a live painting exhibit of the house. What are you painting now?
It's the Addams Family.
It is the Addams Family.
I'm a big fan of the Addams Family, and it's my one, if there are more, but that's my one sort of dork fandom.
I don't know if that's dork. I'm going to say it's a rich cultural experience, frankly.
It is a rich cultural experience, but for me, it's more. I know it's so in vogue now, and most people don't get the Addams. They think, oh, it's just they're trying to be weird, but the truth is that they are more focused on. It's the 30s. It's 1938, right. So they know they're weird. They just like to do what they want to do.
And that's the thing. They're weird and they're creepy. They don't, but they're accepting of that, right?
They are. Actually,
I think that's so important about embracing the differences and your unique abilities. Now, tell me, what are you working in? Is this acrylic? What are you doing?
It is acrylic. Yeah. I love oils, but I am so impatient. So
oils take too long. That 24 hours.
It takes too long. Even still, the funny thing is with acrylics, sometimes, now I'm not doing it here because sometimes I'm coming back on the show. So oftentimes it's not drying fast enough for me. And I've got the hair dryer.
Yeah.
It's acrylic and it dries in like 5 minutes, but it's not, even that's not, maybe it's a little ADD. I don't know.
Right. So, but are you, now you've been painting this since the beginning of this whole.
Since they started at 6 o'clock here in New York time.
Right. So this is now 2 hours in, right?
Yeah, 2 hours in. But again, paint needs to dry.
But acrylic dries faster. Do you have a hair dryer? Are you doing that technique?
No, because I'm afraid that it would make too much noise. So I'm treating it almost as if it's oil. It's kind of an experiment for me.
I see.
I'm not letting it dry. I'm just painting right over the top of it.
Oh my God.
It may not dry for a week, but that's okay.
I believe you're now doing the acrylic technique of the oil technique, the Italian called alla prima, right? Wet upon wet.
Yes.
Right?
Wet upon wet.
Right. So basically you are meshing or smudging or tonally adding paint that is already on the canvas to the paint from the palette, and you are creating new colors directly on the canvas.
That is correct. That is, yes. Yes.
I think now I'm putting words in your mouth. I don't know. I'm sorry, Richard.
Well, you know what? No, it's much more educated than what I could have said. I'm just now. Normally, I go a little bit slower. I'll do the background. I'll wait for it to dry. I'll go have a drink of water because I don't actually drink. Mm-hmm. and then I'll come back and then I'll work with it. So I'm actually doing the tarot deck, which I have. Oh, you can't really see.
No.
I have the moon. Where is it? Oh, that's the other
I would
way.
take a close up. What? No.
Oh yeah, there he is. I'm doing the moon, which is back there.
Oh.
And it's inspired by Georges Millet, Jules Verne, several others.
That's quite gorgeous, actually. So basically, you are being inspired by a previous painting.
Well, it's magic in film. It's Baron Munchausen, which is it's 18th century. It's the magic flute, which is 18th century, and then Jules Verne, 19th century, and then Georges Millet, late 19th, early 20th.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's sort of where I find my inspiration in most things, anyway.
Well, we're going to check in with you throughout the evening and keep painting.
I'll be here.
Yeah, you're doing a brilliant work. And now we're going to go over to Pennsylvania to the Knickerbocker Hotel.
We have guests here with us. So I just had to look in the hallway. It was like a bright light went off, and it was actually someone taking pictures outside.
Wow.
So sorry, that just caught. And before we started, just so you know, apparently they run a volunteer fire department here in town. So they use the air raid siren sound to call volunteer firemen to the firehouse to go out on calls. And so if you hear that going off, hopefully it's not a tornado. Hopefully they're not dropping bombs. It's just a volunteer fireman getting called to.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Are you a volunteer fireman?
Just in case that happens, because it happened earlier and we were kind of confused.
Oh my gosh.
And a little nervous, quite frankly.
Are you a volunteer fireman? Can you hear us?
We have the shadow tracker that we already showed you. We have the Roseanne, the ghost meter.
Hello.
Ghost meter there. So we're backstage. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, so they cut your cameras off? Well, I don't know. Maybe they might have disconnected you. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to forge ahead, but I may just change strategies here because you guys don't want to watch us. You want to watch the equipment sounding off and going off, because staring at us for an hour is nothing. That's no good. So I'm going to go retrieve my camera. I don't know either, but we're going to just do it this way.
Can you hear me?
Now I'm kicked out too.
The host has unmuted
I
my
picked the
mic.
phone up.
Hello.
All right, see if I can hear this. I hear you.
You can hear me.
My camera's off. Now it's on. Let me turn it around. And
hello.
It says we're backstage. But even if we're backstage, I believe we're still being recorded.
Maybe.
Like, this is what I was worried about.
Because you can't hear me. Do you hear me now?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm like on the move here.
Oh, Richard, we're back with you.
Oh, hi.
Hi, Richard. Yeah, no, I got kicked off of the everyone. I was about to talk to everyone over in Pennsylvania, but then.
Well, I think it was just you just can't get enough of me. That's what it is.
You are the star of the show, my friend.
No, I would never.
I forgot to ask you, what brushes are you using? Let's go deep dive into the art.
I will tell you what brushes I'm using. Artist Loft. There's a collection of them.
Oh my gosh! So you're going straight to Michael's?
Yeah, straight to Michael's.
Yeah.
And this is a number 5.
Oh yeah. Classic. Flat brush. You're not using cat tongue.
No, it's a flat one.
Yeah.
I have a collection of brushes. I'm kind of funny when it comes to art. I can wield a funny brush and do things that are people go, oh, that's very interesting. So anyway, I think my friend, I don't think that they're seeing you in the chat.
Why is that? I heard
I
everything.
I don't know.
Okay.
There
Oh,
it
is
is.
that? I'm glad you're here to do tech. Yeah, that's lovely.
Well, I'm not very technical, but it was saying oh yes, they're talking about who's coming next.
Yeah, but I'm right here, so I saw them, but I kicked back to you. So
Oh, good. Okay. Well, I don't know. I had my back turned, and then I looked down and I see this, and I didn't know. I mean,
oh my God, that's
lots
how I
of
run this
things-
show too. I turn my back on it and I walk around.
Lots of things happen when you turn your back. Never, you always have to be guarded about that.
Fantastic. We're going to try again to kick into Pennsylvania and talk to, that's you.
That would be me.
And we are rocking it. So continue painting, Richard Lally.
I'll continue painting.
We do love your technique.
Oh,
very, very good.
It's just fun. You know, when I was a kid, I would draw things because I wanted to bring them into my existence, into my world, and the only way that I could figure out how to do it was to draw it. And years and years and years went by. I was just a kid, you know. And then when I was 25, I was dancing in the ballet and hadn't really drawn, hadn't painted in a while. And my ballet mistress says, "Hey, can you paint this grandfather clock for this scene?" And I said, "Sure, why not?" And I picked up the brush and I painted a beautiful three-dimensional grandfather clock for the Nutcracker. And she says, "Why didn't you tell me you could paint?" And I said, "I didn't know I could." So I've been painting now since then, which is just, you know, the funny thing. And it looks like it's just me now, so I don't know where everyone else is, but thank you for continuing to watch. I'm having fun. Are you having fun? We've got some really great people coming up next. I'm really excited to see what this is in Pennsylvania. I know there's a little bit of technical difficulty with that, but you are going to love it. I know I'm going to love it. We have Patty coming up next, I think. Oh, yes, it is my good friend. It's Patty.
Hi.
Hi.
Patty. Oh, there's Dean.
Here I am.
Not Pennsylvania.
Yes, we keep hearing Pennsylvania. We're Massachusetts.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That was my mistake. Patty, how are you?
Hi, Dean. How are you?
Very good. Good to see you. I haven't seen you since Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan.
Yes, that was great. So it's good to see you again.
Yes.
And we are at the Revival Wheeler Mansion in Orange, Massachusetts. This massive, like 20 bedroom, 15 fireplace, old Victorian house. So far, really great ghosts involved. And we're doing a whole other weekend, this very magical, witchy weekend. So I know you're asking questions, but I'm here with South Laura, and I'm here with Jeff Cullen and Alex and Popey and Scarlett and all sorts of stuff. But you get to talk, or we can tell you what we're doing.
Sure. So this is part of the National Ghost Hunting Day, weekend.
Yes. We like 3-ring circuses, so we are combining. I was already going to be at this house with Jeff and with Sal and crew doing a very witchy hate weekend book signing, ritual, magic and things. And I also wanted to do the world's largest ghost hunt.
Wow.
And we're in the right house for it. So we just combined everything. And then because I like 4-ring circuses, we decided to bring in the family, my paranormal. So yeah.
Fantastic. So tell me where you are right now. You're on the stairwell. This looks lovely. This seems to be a very large, schoolhouse? What is this now?
It was a private family home. It was the Wheeler family, which were big industrialists in the beautiful little town of Orange, Massachusetts. Again, I think it originally was less bedrooms. It was turned into 20 bedrooms. And then it became a Freemasons, Daughters of the Eastern Star, an old folks home. So beautiful Mason ladies would come here to pass away. So I think there's a lot of ghosts and a lot of female ghosts.
Yep. And have you gone through it already, or are you about to begin?
We are official with the world's largest ghost hunt. It's 2 a.m. Eastern time. We've got behind us the whole Misfits crew. Actually, they're holding the camera with the Misfits paranormal crew that is here. So far, we've been hanging out at the graveyard with Jeff and doing some great workshops.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit. I don't want to take over talking.
No, Patty, tell us a little bit what you're going to bat. Yeah, I want to hear it.
Yeah, so I'm Jeff Cullen. I wrote a book called Liber Chthonian. Basically, it is a modern cult for the goddess Hecate. She is involved a lot with necromancy, working with the dead. So it's just fitting that we had this event where we were able to bring the two worlds together, you know, kick off the season of the witch, the Halloween season here at the Wheeler Mansion. So I think it's a great time, and I've always wanted to be Patty. So this is like all around good time. Here with my husband, Alan Spires. He created the Sabbath Project. I think we're going to have a good night tonight.
I think so. And this is Sal Santoro, his wife Kobe Mavros, and Scarlett from The Crooked Path in Los Angeles, and they produced and put this whole event together. So you go over, Sal.
Okay. My name is Sal. My wife and I, Kobe, own an occult formulary in Burbank, California. Patty and I go back about 11 years. We've been hanging for a while. And my store is dedicated to witchcraft and ceremonial magic and all things occult. And my really dear friend bought this mansion. She came from Los Angeles and bought this mansion from 1900. And as soon as she got it, Jeff Cullen, who is this amazing author, he put this book out, and I was so connected to it because I work specifically with Hecate, as does the crew that I work with. And we got a hold of him, and Patty happened to be there at the right moment, and we brought her in, and we just built a whole weekend in this mansion dedicated to working with Hecate and working in the necromantic arts and working with the art of necromancy and the dead, working with the
Can I ask the question of how did you find this thing on the market? Was it just on Google? Like
Cindy, my friend Cindy, just she was looking to flip houses. She found this beautiful mansion. She couldn't pass it up, and she took it upon herself to revamp and redo all 20 of these rooms by herself.
Wow.
She has been doing the floors because it was in disrepair and it was leaking. And you'll probably see later, it is so absolutely every room she does one at a time and redoes the entire room.
Oh my gosh. So I've been renovating this place in Michigan. I cannot wrap my head around renovating 20 rooms. What?
20?
Yeah.
That's not counting.
That's not the grand room.
That's not talking the grand rooms, the dining room, the ballroom, the kitchen,
basement, the attic.
Is she still sane? That's my next question.
Yeah. It's amazing what she's doing. Yeah, it's just a beautiful.
That is phenomenal. So have you already started your journey through the place?
We came in. So when I formulated the event with my wife, we decided to start it on Friday night. So Friday night, a lot of people that practice the particular part of witchcraft that we're working with, which is with the goddess Hecate, we built and formulated the whole weekend about Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we got a walk through the mansion on Friday night, and Jeff and his husband and his sisters are teaching amazing classes. And they gave us we walked us through the graveyard in town, and he taught us how to work with the dead magically. And so what will happen now is tonight at 10 o'clock, my magical partner is Scarlett Amaris right here. And her and I have built our own system of conjuring the dead from spaces into goetic or magical triangles. And then they're contained in specific spots. And we're doing that through calling in Hecate and then calling the dead up into specific areas. And then they can't leave those areas. They're trapped in the triangles. And we're super lucky because the Misfits are here and they've got all their gear. So once we do that, we will pull them in and they'll see what they can find. And in that same room, after we're done, Patty's going to give us an amazing seance at midnight.
Right, which will be great because they will have opened the veil. They will have called in the spirits. They will have called in the dead. We've been working respectfully with the dead for days now. So the seance should be kind of off the charts. And then as we finish the seance, then the Misfits go in and they're going live with the ghost hunt for an hour or two when it should be a full-on swinging from the chandelier ghost party by then.
Well, I can't wait for that. Do you have a picture of the thing that you built, the machine?
I was actually up there setting it up as when I got called down here to talk to you. I'd totally be willing to show you it, but where it is being set up on the 3rd floor, there's no electricity.
Oh,
So
well,
I'm
that's a drag.
But once we get going, it'll be shown on there, right?
They're going to go back and forth.
We're going to go back and forth, and we will get as best images as we can once it's all lit up and ready to go.
So just sort of, can you describe it for our viewers? Just, is it a box? Is it a plexiglass, like wheels?
So what is, Scarlett and I are, pretty much, lifelong practicing witches, and we practice different forms of ritual magic, witchcraft, and ceremonial magic. Mm-hmm. And through our separate systems that we have both learned on, we took the idea on the goetic or Solomonic imagery, but we took out some of the Solomonic words for conjuring, and we brought in Hecatean and ancient Greek terminology and filled them into geometric shapes that are on a map in the floor. And once we get in that space, we'll do an incantation and a call to Hecate, and then we will call them up. And like I said prior, there's 3-foot triangles that are going to be spread around the room, and each one has an obsidian glass plate sitting in its center. And this is where they're going to be caught in.
Wow.
So we're going to pull it up.
What is the mechanism that catches them, though?
Well, when you work with obsidian, they're black mirrors. So we're working in very ancient ways of magic. There's not a lot of modern tech in this at all, with the exception of the misfits coming in to find the proof that we're pulling up. But everything we're doing is Solomonic ritual, revamped with Hecatean theology and the ancient Greek systems of magic.
Wow, I cannot wait to see that. And that's going to be tonight? That you're going to do that live in the next couple hours?
And I actually would like to give a chance to my partner, Scarlett and Mars, to speak a little bit about everything. So just interrupt.
I think that you basically, you've given a pretty good description. We're working also within this huge, I think it's a 9-foot, or is it 13-foot? 15. It's a 15-foot circle it's huge geometric shape, and then we'll have an altar within it, and then it's got all the different points. It's got a huge pentagram on it as well. And we'll be working with all the cardinal points. But we have done this ritual a couple of times before, and each time that we've done it, it's been just off the chart.
It gets spicy.
It gets spicy quick. Mm-hmm. So I think tonight's going to be something really special. I'm really looking forward to it.
My gosh. Cannot wait to see it. Well, we're definitely back with you
in this. It's all about ritual, and the beauty of it all is, because Hecate, in one of her forms, she's very much the underworld. Working with what we call the restless dead, the dead that have not rested. So we can communicate with that. And having Jeff Collin here, and Alan and Jules, the crew, we've got this going on, but in Jeff's book, he's got a section in it that is for calling the dead. So we're actually going to add the intro to some of his ritual into this to add even a little bit more of a punch to it.
Wow.
So, isn't it? It's so perfect because all around the world, they're doing this world's largest ghost. So everybody, all these paranormal investigators, a lot of them do bring psychics and mediums like we have here, I am. But bringing in the occult, bringing in mysticism, bringing in magic, it's like they just go out looking for ghosts. We know how to bring them in. It's a whole different
it's like an Uber. It's a ghost Uber, basically.
It's definitely an Uber.
That's what
they come right to you. Well, good luck on that. We look forward to checking in with you later this evening, see how it's, and all the best of luck.
All
nice
right.
meeting you all.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Richard, we're back. Seeing how the
We are.
going?
Oh, it's great. I'm doing some shutters, and it's tedious work, but
Are you working off an actual photograph, or are you just making this up?
making it up. I mean, the subject matter is the Addams Family Mansion, and it's since I was a kid, that Second Empire haunted, derelict mansion was sort of my dream. So it's something. It's here. I don't need a photograph.
Fantastic. Well, we're checking you with a bit soon.
Thank you.
Continue working. We're now going to go over to Texas, to the old Lavaca County Jail, built in 1885. And this place has been continually used since 2005. It's really shocking. And now we are...
That's the only source.
Jumped up to 13 a while ago.
Hello, can you hear us?
But with all 3 meters going on in 3 different
Oh
locations.
gosh, you're in the middle of a ghost hunt.
That's
there is something right here. I don't know.
Wow.
Hey.
Hi,
I remember last time this happened, what they all started going crazy is when we got that figure hanging right here in the corner.
Okay. Hi, I don't want to interrupt your...
Yeah.
I don't think they can hear us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't
Did
think
you
they
see the picture?
Oh.
And earlier today, right where I'm standing is where I got pushed off that ladder.
I don't think I shut my audio off. I'm just going to listen in. Let's just listen into the ghost hunt here in Texas at the county jail.
Because this is the men's side. We've got Lester's been touched up here. We had the inappropriate figure here. Just the one hanging here. Yes. I don't remember.
Why do you leave me? You got is that a stick that I saw?
Everybody's joining the game. No, your phone won't set that off. That thing only reads 3 to 5 inches away from the antenna.
Oh, okay. Can you just learn what again? Make it worth my while. I've got that fine. Can you touch the rim pipe? Oh, that's you. Yeah. Just breathe anything next to it. Just you are here.
Try not to blind nobody, but at the same time, let everybody see. So this is very indicative of Honolulu County Jail. 1 minute it's nothing, and then it's feast or famine up here.
I got to 3 right here.
You've got
Right next to me.
3 different three different EMF meters going off at the same time. High spikes from a 9 to a 4. The REM pod sporadically being activated.
What are you at, Lee?
Between 1 and 3, something like 4 or 5.
Oh. Showers, never mind. Were you here for more than 5 years? Test the REM pod if you can answer, Laura.
Put that on. Is there one there? Yeah.
Excuse me just a second. I don't want to disturb them. I gotta take care of some. Leslie. 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 Eric.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just make sure you video Leslie. All right. Well, we can't get a hold of one of our investigators downstairs. We're gonna move over here to the female side. Yeah. Now this is right there in that little day room area. Yesterday we got a lot of obvious activity, a lot of K2.
Triple book in the ladies.
Yep.
Really crowded in here. You scared one party. Okay, ladies.
Wow.
Try not to blind there.
Say something? What's your name?
I don't know what I should not break in, but that is the Lavaca County Jail ghost hunt going on. Super creepy. Wow, fantastic. Thanks, guys, for that live stream. We're now going to go on a different tact to go see Michelle Haley and have a tea party. Please, everyone, fill up your teacups with whatever beverage you're drinking. And we now visit Michelle Haley. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. It's actually Haley Michelle.
I'm sorry, Haley. Yes,
No,
Haley
it's
Michelle.
okay. I just wanted to let you know. How are you guys?
Very good. Welcome to the show. Welcome
Thank you.
to National Ghost Hunting Day.
Yay!
Yay. Tell us a little bit about your haunted dolls, I'm going to say.
Yes. Well, I'm known as the Paranormal Princess, and I collect haunted dolls. And this is one of my oldest haunted dolls, and her name is Eloise.
How old is she?
She's from the late 1950s.
Wow.
Yeah, she was gifted to me by a friend's grandmother.
Wow.
Yes,
And
they didn't want her in the house anymore.
I'm going to say the way just her eye, mouth position. Yeah, there's something going on. Tell us a little bit about him, her.
Her, yes.
That's a her?
Yes.
Wow. Those are killer blue eyes. I'm not going to lie.
I know. I also have another haunted doll right with me, and this is Nellie.
Wow. Also
She's known
scary.
as the crying doll. Yes.
Why is it known as the crying doll? Tell me, why are these dolls haunted?
Okay, so she was also gifted to me, but she was gifted to me by a fan on my TikTok channel. Her mom one of the girls' moms gave it to her, and she would always hear her crying, and also she would hear so she would hear her mom like call her name, and no one was calling her name. Her mom was even in the house. She would like mimic people's voices
What?
in the
What?
house. Yes.
So she would actually replicate sound waves somehow,
Yes.
and
And
everybody heard it. So it wasn't
yes.
it wasn't somebody
They
hallucinating.
right, no. Like the whole family heard it, and then they were like, we need to get rid of the doll, and they didn't want to throw it away because someone told them they can get cursed or something like that. So she sent it my way.
Wow. And have you
Like,
heard
thank you.
this doll talk to you in
I haven't heard her talk to me. I do dowsing rod sessions with her and sometimes spirit box, and she talks with me through there, but I have seen her fall over on her own and knock other dolls off the shelf.
oh, so she gets in fights.
Yes, I think she likes to be the only, like the center of attention, basically.
Yeah. Basically a narcissist kind of Scorpio, like throwing punches.
For sure.
And then the other one, the male with the blue
Okay,
eyes,
well,
the first one you got?
Yes. So a friend's grandmother had it, and she got it as a child, and they started noticing creepy things happen with it. And they actually called in a priest because things were happening with this doll. And they were like, he was like, don't get rid of it. It's very dangerous to do that. So they put it in a box, like in a chest, and put it upstairs in the attic and left it there all these years. And when the grandmother got older and she's like, I need to get rid of some stuff, it's time to move on, she came across Eloise again and was like, you can't throw her away. She's dangerous. We need to get her out of the house. So
wow.
My friend, of course, knew I collected haunted dolls and was like, hey, do you want to take Eloise? But I noticed how angry she was once I first got her because they locked her up for so long.
So long.
I think your collection of haunted dolls is pretty amazing. Do you have? Do you believe that one spirit sticks with all of your dolls? Like, do you think one spirit stays with the doll, or do you find that maybe different spirits come in and out and treat the different dolls as their vessel?
Well, I definitely believe that they do have one spirit with them, basically, but I also feel like they have others that kind of like are friends with them, and they come, hey, I know who you are, let's chat, let's get into trouble. So they have like, I don't know what to call it, definitely like friends that come along and stir up trouble. But yes, I do feel like they each have a spirit attached to them.
Right, and I'm fascinated with your entire doll collection. I spend most of my nights with Robert the doll in Key West.
That is so amazing.
And that's why, I mean, I'm blown away. And when I see some of these dolls, like the ones you have, I've been researching haunted dolls for about 25, 30 years now. And
yeah.
And what I find, I mean, I've got different beliefs and I explore different theories. Do you think that the spirits that are in the dolls, do you think they at one point were humans that have decided to nest in the doll? Or do you think that they're a spirit of that doll itself?
Honestly, I do feel like there are people who lived here before and didn't want to go anywhere, so took, a home in the doll.
Yeah.
Wanted to keep living.
That's what I kind of think. I believe that that the dolls act as these nests because with the people who were around at one point, they die and maybe we don't have their shoes or a photograph of them or something that even ties us to them, but their energy is so strong that they need something. So they go into this thing that looks the closest to what they were that we can pay attention to.
Absolutely. That's exactly how I feel.
How many dolls do you have?
Oh my goodness. I have about over 30.
Does it become a madhouse trying to manage all of them? Do they compete for attention?
Yeah, I do have to keep them separate, and sometimes I keep them outside in a safe spot in my garage because of all the activity of having them in the house. They will break each other. I literally had that happen before. I've had one of my dolls be so jealous and crack two of the dolls' heads together and break them.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely have to keep some of them separated. I do feel like they get jealous. They have personalities. So people
if you
always
put
ask
them
me,
too close, yeah.
Yes. Well, some of them are cool with each other. You know what I mean? But I do have people wanting to collect haunted dolls, and all I have to say is just be careful. It's all fun and games at first, and then
Yeah.
things start happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of them at the museum where people get a haunted doll. And I think after the Annabelle movies came out, a lot of people started collecting the haunted dolls. And you see a lot of them on eBay. And there are a lot of people who will take advantage of things, and they'll take their grandmother's old doll and say, oh, yes, it's haunted.
Yeah.
But we see so many people who get a haunted doll on eBay or from somewhere else. And once they get it, they say, I cannot deal with this.
Yep.
And they send them. I've had people send to me and they say, I can't deal with this. You take it. Does Robert want a girlfriend?
Oh my gosh.
And we'll put them up there. And one of the interesting things I found, I believe that some of them might come with the spirit. Some of them might not be haunted at all. But I find we have a lot of Civil War soldiers at the fort. I think some of those start inhabiting the dolls that aren't haunted so that they get the attention too.
Yes, they like that attention.
Hey, Haley, I'm back. I'm sorry that
Oh, you're
echo
fine.
was screwing everybody up. I apologize.
It's okay.
Now we're back. So, David asking you questions that I was going to ask about how deeply embodied are the spirits in these dolls. Like, are you aware? Are you like frightened of these things? I'm not sure of I have a huge amount of fear about embodied dolls.
I for some reason just never had a fear of them. I don't know. They don't scare me. Well, I've actually had one that has scared me, and I've had to get rid of it by giving it to somebody else. But on the main part, I just like to know their personalities, and like I become like friends with them, if that makes sense. I try to. Sometimes I worry that what I'm speaking to is way more dangerous than I think, though. Like certain dolls. So I have to be very careful with that and becoming too close with that spirit in that doll, because things will happen.
What do you have a specific example of a dangerous experience?
Yes. I definitely have a male spirit who's attached to me, and he does not like the dolls, and he gets really angry when I have certain dolls and their spirits. He doesn't like them, and he's actually he's come to me multiple times. He's actually got on top of me and hit my face over and over when I was sleeping. I couldn't feel it, but I could see him doing it, and I was frozen in fear. So he'll stand at my doorway. He'll speak to me in a different language, and I can understand it at that moment. But when he's gone, and I forget it, I don't understand what he said. Like I understood, whatever language he was speaking. I know that's kind of weird. I know it's kind of jumbled, but that's a true experience.
So do you work to rid yourself of that doll spirit, or do you work to protect yourself from that?
I definitely do both, having to get rid of them and having to do like cleansings of my house. If I notice I bring in a new haunted doll and that male spirit comes back and he's like stronger than ever, trying to communicate with me more and be aggressive and mean, I'm like, all right, this doll has to go in the garage for now until I figure out what I can do with it.
Wow. Well, okay. What's the longest the doll's been in the garage for you?
Well, I don't just throw them in there, they're in a safe, nice spot and nice boxes and stuff, but like, like a month or so, but then I bring them in here and there and do, investigations with them.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
And you know who this malevolent spirit is that's overlooking these dolls?
Pretty much. I had a past life reading with Patty Negri, and she did tell me I had a pretty abusive relationship of a guy who was very attached to me and manipulative towards me, and I do believe that's him.
Wow. David, Jesus, you must have experience in this. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, it's some pretty intense stuff, and I sometimes wonder, they talk about with Ouija boards, how you can use a Ouija board, you don't always know who you get coming through. What I'm really curious about, do you think that sometimes through the dolls, it is the other spirits coming through and maybe pretending to be something else?
That's what I feel. Oh, yes. I worry about that often.
And you talked about how you communicate with the dowsing rods. Do you ever use a Ouija board to communicate with them, or do you ever do you said spirit boxes as well, right?
Yes.
Do you identify different voices with the different dolls?
Yes, and that has actually happened. They've said my name on there,
Wow.
so they know who I am. And I always ask them, like, I want to know if they like me and stuff. You know what I mean? Do you like me? You know, they usually say yes. I do not do the Ouija board as much because ever since I was a little girl, my mom said that's a connection to the devil, and I have one, and
Right.
I only touched it since I've been an adult, and I did it like once, but I'm never really into that. But the dowsing rods are really fun, and my TikTok viewers really love when I do them as well because I answer their questions with the dowsing rods. Yes.
Cool. And so, have you talked to Patty in terms of? Or I was in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, where we did a Ouija board session, and
Okay.
Patty was like front and center on that, and she was uh, very good in terms of steering that to going from a dangerous place. I thought.
Oh yeah. I have talked to Patty about it a little bit. I really, really want to get with her again and do more. Actually, like she gave me a whole past life reading. That's mostly what we did. So we didn't get to talk with our haunted dolls or do the Ouija board or stuff like that. But I would definitely be down to do that with her.
Oh, fantastic. I'm sure that will be another episode here on my Paranormal Network.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So now talk to me generally, how many dolls do you have? How many are of these
I have
entities?
over 30 haunted dolls.
30. And where do you get them
Yes.
from?
I get them from friends, families, sometimes even thrift stores. I can be pulled to certain dolls that I feel like they're calling out to me. They want a home, and there's a spirit attached to them. And some people just do donate their haunted dolls to the thrift stores.
Really?
Often, yes, to get rid of them.
And I think a lot of people don't even know that their dolls are haunted. You know, it's interesting because you go back to the earliest dolls. Dolls started as a way to teach children about the gods that were there. So they were supposed to instill the spirits, and they were supposed to instill these beliefs of the gods in the children. And that's why children played with them. They were playing with God, or the God that they were taught about. And that's what evolved things into the voodoo dolls. You know, voodoo dolls weren't something where we took dolls and then reversed it. They came from these spiritual beliefs that came up. So since dolls have been in existence, they were made to have these spirits in them. So I don't think it's any coincidence that we have so many dolls with these spirit attachments, because it is something that goes back thousands of years.
I always thought that dolls were just like a reflection of a child's need to just play with something.
They were meant to
they were
teach about God. It goes back to Africa, and they'd have much simpler dolls. They were made with sticks and with twine, and then they evolved from there. But they were always to teach about the spirits.
Wow. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, everyone. We're going to check in now with the Knickerbocker Hotel over in Pennsylvania. Let's listen in now to the ghost hunt that's going on there. Thanks, guys.
All right, maybe I'm going to move this ball myself. We can bring it back. Oh, wait. Here, I'll take this. Put them on. All right, we're trying to cut the echo. That's in what? Shut the one. Testing. No. Testing. Sorry, we're trying to get you on headphones, so we take the echo out of it. If you're getting echo. Oh, you know what? I bet you'll see your setting. Yeah, we're on two different platforms.
Well, that's gone. We're back. David, have you ever stayed at a haunted hotel? Let's talk about these haunted hotels all over the place. The Knickerbocker in Pennsylvania, have you been there?
Yeah, we just spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania hunting ghosts, but we did not make it to the Knickerbocker Hotel. But, when you get to some of these historic places, some of these really old places, it's uncanny the number of spirits that stick around.
It really is.
There's different theories on why that happens. Of course, there's the tragic deaths and the things like that.
Right. Where were you hunting in Pennsylvania? Which most recent?
We started off in Allentown, Pennsylvania. My family was originally from Philadelphia, and the fort where Robert the Doll lives, it's an old Civil War fort. And my great grandfather, the first David L. Sloan, his Civil War regiment was in charge of Key West, Union. It was under Union control during the Civil War. And he helped build the fort. So we went following his footsteps. And, we traveled around from where he was, where the sword was that was presented. And then we went to the battlefield. This was in Berryville, Virginia, where he was wounded during the war. And we were there on the anniversary of the Battle of Berryville. And you talk about spirits. You sit out in the middle of the night on these battlefields, these Civil War battlefields where so many people died. And people can describe it to you all they want, but you will never be able to comprehend the energy that comes through those battlefields until you stand there. And we were staying in a haunted hotel. The hotel we stayed in was on the location where that battlefield happened.
Wow.
And there's so many places like that around with this intense energy.
I'm always remarked at the Manassas Bull Run, right? The battlefield, the Bull Run, and they actually advertised it in the newspaper so that people came with picnic baskets and laid out to watch a battle, a Civil War battle, and then they realized bullets were actually flying while they were eating, and they got the heck out of there. So I can see why spirits stay where they were because of just the naivety of what Civil War and bullets and death meant at that time, right?
And we went to a Civil War museum in Virginia, and they had a doll there. And Haley will appreciate this. There was a doll there that was used during the Civil War to smuggle medicine across the blockades. And and I tell you, I had heard about this doll, and nobody ever talked about her being haunted or having a spirit or anything like that. But as soon as I was going through the display case, you see the swords, you see the hats, and you see the different things, and I suddenly felt something. And I'm like, oh, and I look over, and there she was. And when you saw her in person, and Haley, you'll totally get this. Yeah. When you know the spirit that is there. And this doll, they put quinine in her head, and this was used to treat yellow fever and to treat malaria. And they couldn't get it in the South because it was made from a bark of a tree that only grew in the North. And a little girl took this doll and crossed the blockade because nobody was going to question the little girl. And this doll has that infused energy. And whether it's the energy of one of the Civil War spirits or one of the people that she helped or one of the people who died not getting the treatment from that, I don't know. But I see Haley sitting there with her doll, and the size and the shape. You see some of these dolls, and you just know.
Yeah.
And it's such an incredible thing.
Oh yeah.
Totally. Now, Haley, you're doing tea parties, right, with your dolls? What's your next tea party coming up?
Pretty soon, maybe tomorrow. We need to get some more haunted dolls out. Some that I kept in the garage for too long. They're probably mad at me.
What do you do to join the tea party? Where do we go?
I actually have my own room. I try to keep the dolls in. I try not to put them in different rooms throughout the house, just for obvious reasons. I don't want them getting attached to different rooms. So I have my own little room back here, and it's actually my princess costume room because I play princesses on the weekends for birthday parties. So it's full of princess stuff and girly, and this is where we can have our tea parties.
I see. Do you stream them online? Can anybody join in virtually?
I haven't done that before because some people are just honestly too terrified. They think, just like with Robert the doll, like seeing Robert, that they'll be cursed or something like that.
Wow.
So, yeah.
So
Have you had incidences where your dolls have cursed other people who have visited them?
Yeah.
My niece, when she came over with the dolls, she had a lot of horrible experiences when she went home that night. Not because she was scared of them. She wasn't. She wanted to take one home. It was just things were getting knocked over in her room. She woke up with scratches on her like face and back. And then her mom was like, no more. You can't, have dolls around her ever again.
Wow.
Yeah. But we
Has
thought
she
it
come
was
back?
cool at first because they were talking together.
Do you do anything to protect them? When other people are around, do you do something to protect the room to stop their spirits from going out around other people?
Yes, I say little like my personal prayers just to kind of protect. I also do the sage cleansings around the house as well, and I kind of bless them before they like leave. So I'm mentioning like I do not give any spirits permission to go home with her type deal.
Do you ever take your tea parties on the road?
I have
Because Robert loves company. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Yeah, right?
Oh, no.
How far are you from Key West? Where are you located?
Yeah, come on.
I'm in Indiana. But
Yeah.
I would be willing to come there to meet Robert.
Yeah, it would be really interesting if you brought some of your dolls down to meet Robert. That would be
cool.
amazing.
I would think that.
That would be something so cool because, it's limited how many other haunted dolls are around, and we've got a few at the fort, but we keep them in a completely different section.
Yeah.
And the one I'm looking at right now, remind me the name of the one that you're holding right now.
This is Eloise.
Eloise.
Yeah. If you lay Eloise on her back, do her eyes close?
Yes.
Yeah.
Her eyes are just
It's got
so
the weighted
strange.
eyes.
Let me get that down. Let me see if I can. It's like almost like you can see the soul inside of her. I don't know if that makes sense. It's a little strange to say.
No, but
it makes sense.
Those eyes.
I've seen her tongue move. I don't know what's in her mouth because it's so old. She even smells old because she's been locked up for a long time. But I've seen her mouth, inside her mouth move tongue-wise.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you don't know if there's a weight in there or anything.
I only see her eyes shut, as you can see here.
Yeah.
And she has two little baby teeth in there.
Yeah.
But I can just see like a tongue touch them sometimes. There's nothing else in there. Sometimes I wiggle it to figure it out, but no. She's just like, look at her legs.
Okay.
As you can see 'em. This is how old she is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that is terrifying.
Sweet dreams.
Well, thank you so much. We will be checking in with you maybe a little later and seeing how the evening's going for you. But now we're going to go over to John Proctor House to see how Miss Courtney. Hi. Oh, hello.
Hey
how
guys,
are you?
how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am, nervous.
I
I'm
see
down
you're
here in the
without
basement.
electricity, frankly.
Yeah, I'm going back to the 1600s.
So last time we talked, you were renovating John Proctor House in Salem, Massachusetts. You just bought this place. I was going to suggest
actually,
your shower was in deep, deep trouble.
That's Barbara. Barbara's the owner. I am the ghost bait for the night.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. So you're there now. You're spending the night at the John Proctor House.
Yeah, I'm doing some solo hunting right now in the basement. Actually, you guys just played the trailer for your new show, and the basement. There was a film of the basement that I'm in right now in that trailer.
And so, remind me, that basement was 16th century stone. More done. I think it was only 7 feet width from.
I can give you a little tour if you'd like.
Yeah, let's get a tour.
So this is the original section of the house. It's not very tall. You can see my head. I'm about 5'6". This is the ceiling.
Yeah.
We have all kinds of stuff, like all of original, stones back here. This is a really cool feature right behind me here. This is I like to call it the stairway to nowhere.
Where's that?
And this is situated. Yeah, it doesn't go to anywhere. But they, when they were doing renovations prior to Barbara moving in, this is where they found a fork buried up in this area. We also had a fantastic photographer, Jason Baker.
Yeah.
He came to take some pictures of the house, and on the house's Instagram at John Proctor House and Jason's Instagram, you can see the picture that he took from right here. And very clearly there's two faces in the photograph. So it's always been a little creepy down
I
here.
recall those photos. That was terrifying.
Yeah.
And so
now
down
I'm
there by yourself
by myself
ghost hunting
in the
night.
dark for the very first time. It's very scary.
Very first time? What are you talking about?
I've been down here before, but the lights were on. So now
so you're only down there with the flashlight. That's all you got.
I got my flashlight.
Courtney, have you experienced haunted dolls before? I heard you experienced a haunted doll.
Well, so the funny story actually, I don't think the haunted doll existed per se, but I have an 11-year-old son, and when we first came to visit, I had come to see the Proctor House with Barbara when I met Barbara, but I brought him eventually to come take a tour and come see it. And when he was walking through the house afterwards, and for weeks afterwards, he talked to me about the doll that he saw sitting in the corner of the house. There's no doll in the house. We couldn't find anything that he could have been talking about, but he would constantly say the scary doll that was in the corner until he came back to the house and tried to point out what it was, and he couldn't find it. But there was never anything like that in the house.
Wow.
Was this did you get a description? Was it a large doll or a small doll, or was the doll moving?
No, he didn't. He said it didn't move. It was just sitting there and looking creepy. And the way he talked about it, it sounded like a doll like Haley has.
So I got a tour of the Proctor House. What floor was that on? Was that the upper floor in the bedrooms?
I believe it was the second floor. There's the room. It's not. It's like the bigger room with the fireplace in it.
Yeah.
There's
it's
above
not allocated as anyone's bedroom yet, right?
Right.
And that's where he saw that?
Yep, he was convinced that he saw it, and I kept trying to ask him, questions about it, and he was just dead set. I that's what I saw. Until
this
he came back
away, because it opens up the possibility. Okay, you think about spirits going and nesting in a regular doll, but this is the first time I've heard about a doll's spirit manifesting where the doll's not actually there, which is
Me too.
Which is mind-blowing to think that a spirit can become so attached to the vessel that it inhabits that it comes back as that even when the vessel's not there. This is I absolutely love this. I think Haley probably does too, right?
Yeah, I do. It's crazy.
And the thing is too, he's a kid, so I through doing investigations myself, that kids and animals are more susceptible to being able to see things like that.
Yeah.
So I of course I trust and believe him. He does have an imagination, so that's why I sort of pressed further to ask more questions and what have you. And he when he came back, he eventually said, okay, yeah, it's not here. And then he sort of gave up talking about it. But he was dead set for a while that he had seen a scary doll, and that's what he called it, the scary doll at the Proctor House. And he didn't want to come back to the house because he didn't want to see the scary doll.
Wow.
That is so cool. And with kids, they say that we're all born with the ability to see spirits. And then our parents call them imaginary friends, and they say, oh, stop embarrassing me around my friends. No, there's nobody there. And so most of us end up shutting it off by the time we reach a certain age. And so when you have a child who's seeing something, I tell you, I'm still I'm so excited to actually hear that somebody's seeing a spirit of a doll. Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing, Courtney.
Has the
And
child
that's as an investigator, I come at things from a very practical.
What was that?
And we're talking.
I think Barbara is upstairs and dropped something that scared me. Okay.
Wait,
All
is
right,
somebody else in the house right now?
Yeah, Barbara's upstairs.
Is she dropping things? We heard that everywhere.
Is she bowling up there, Barbara.
Do you want to make sure that she's not being strangled by a doll?
Totally. Why don't you
No.
take just to walk up the stairway?
No, I can hear her moving around. She's fine.
Okay.
She's watching.
You know, it is Ghost Hunter International. You know.
I'm just gonna tell myself that that's what it was because I'm down here in the dark, and you know what?
And
that's what it was.
You're in the scariest basement in all of Salem, Massachusetts, frankly.
Yeah, alone in the dark.
I know, in the dark with a single light on you. I would think any invitation to go up the stairs I would take.
The only like this is like super bright, but like if I turn it off, I mean it's pitch black down here.
Wow.
So it's like,
okay.
Like.
You know, it might be
I
kind of
figured you guys
cool.
couldn't even see me. But anyways, what I was saying is, you know, as an investigator doing investigations, like I come at things from a very like practical standpoint. Like I try to debunk anything before I believe it,
right.
Including my own kid. You know, so I asked all those questions. I tried trying to find the logical explanation for that whole story. I can't find one. There was never anything here that was like that. And I don't remember seeing anything like that either.
Wow.
So, but, your son still hears that, or is he hearing? Has that stopped for him?
No, the next time I made him come back, and you know, I said you can show me where it was. We can talk about it, whatever. Like it's gonna be okay, you know. And I supported him, but after that he couldn't find it, and then he was just like, okay, it's not here, and then sort of just let it go and stop talking about it.
Wow. But I also recall there was other ghosts. Sightings or hearings in the front room in the where the fireplace was, technically where the tavern was.
Yeah, so this actually happened to us today as well. We were sitting up in that room, or I was sitting up in that room, but it's happened multiple times. Barbara was up napping, so the house was very, very quiet, and I heard footsteps over my head in like there's a bedroom with 2 little beds and another hearth up there. And I heard footsteps from like the side of the room, way away from the door, just walk like across where I was sitting and then stop. And I asked her, like when she got up, I said, did you wander in there and do something? And she hadn't. She was asleep. So they've been gearing up for this today.
Oh my gosh. So nobody had an explanation for that.
Nope. And it was just the 2 of us in the house. And that's happened. That same exact thing has happened to us before. Like late at night, we were sitting, both of us in that room. We heard footsteps in that same second floor bedroom. And then I went upstairs, and when I walked in the room, I found, you know, Barbara has these beautiful like sheer white curtains, but it was exactly like a horror movie. Like I walked into this dark room and the curtains were blowing into the room like very eerily. And I went over and the whole window was open. And so I was like, I stuck my body out the window and I was like, who is opening? It was wintertime. Who is opening a window? It wasn't Barbara. And like, you know, ghosts, if we could keep the heating bill down, that would be great. And, you know,
If I know one thing about ghosts, they're not considerate about your electric bill. That's true.
No, not at all.
They will cool a room and heat a room regardless of your needs and not looking at your bill. Wow. And that just happened how many you said 2 days ago?
The window opening was a while ago, but earlier today, before we started the live stream, the footsteps were happening again.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So nobody regrets buying the Proctor house still?
No. Yeah, I'm not the one. I definitely am not the one that bought it, but I'm glad to be a part of it. Even with fate on my shirt.
You know, in this real estate market, I gotta say, you know, a fixer-upper somewhere else other than a haunted John Proctor house from Salem, Massachusetts. That's just me.
Now, I have a question, actually. Haley, I follow you on TikTok.
Oh, awesome.
And I love all your videos and stuff.
Thank you.
Would you ever do what I'm doing right now with your dolls in a dark haunted basement?
I am going to say you are much braver than me. It depends what basement. And I feel like, right now you asked me, I'm like, yeah, I could do that. But then when I get there and actually you guys shut the lights off and I'm walking down the stairs by myself holding dolls, I'd probably be turning around, running right back up those stairs.
Do
I
you
don't
actually,
blame her.
Haley, do you spend the night with your dogs? Do you put them in your bed with you?
No, I don't. They
No.
have been in my room when, at nighttime, but usually I try to keep them out of the way at night.
But are they looking at you as you sleep, or do you like put them?
One, yes, this one I kind of keep around. She does. She has looked at me. She's just kind of sat on my dresser and, in view of me, but she's never done anything, luckily. So I trust her.
Oh, you do?
For now.
For
Yeah,
now?
for now.
And the
I
other
just have
one?
to say the level of terror I feel right now, like not just being in a basement, but being in a basement with those dolls looking at me is
See,
like,
that's
I'm
what I
not
was telling
okay.
you guys.
I am not okay.
Yes, I was telling you how I can't even have them on certain videos because people just even looking at them, they don't feel good. And
Yeah.
I heard banging in my room just now. So yeah, they're setting off some energy. I can feel it, some anxiety, but I might be feeling that from you in the basement.
What's that voice going on in the back? I hear a voice from one of you.
I hear that too, but I don't
There's
know what
something. There's something coming through my speaker that's creepy.
I thought that too. I thought that was you, David. Was that not you?
I didn't hear
I don't,
anything.
can you hear me? Was it the fire
I
station?
hear a low rumble.
Yeah.
I think it's from the fire station. I have a fire station here.
That didn't sound like a fire station. I hope somebody's recording this, and if they go back and analyze that,
When they alert it, it goes boot, boot, boot. Maybe.
I didn't hear that.
there was something weird.
There was
As
something
long
weird.
as it's not
Goes
coming
back-
from me.
I hope somebody goes back through this. It was like it was a low male voice. Somebody just commented and said low male voice. That's exactly what I heard.
Yeah, I heard that
It
too,
better
but
not be
I
the man
I
assumed
couldn't
it
tell
was.
whose speaker was coming through though.
We were talking
Yeah.
about the guy who was attached to me.
Please put the flashlight through the jump under basement.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't. If there's a voice coming, I don't know if I need a face to it. Likely.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
Wow,
God.
my guess would be the basement or the dolls. I'm in a pretty safe place.
I know.
So you guys watch.
I'm in both directions.
I'm
Oh.
starting to sweat profusely, I think, from
I am
just
too.
fear.
I am too, for real. And you guys
Oh
are
my
talking
gosh.
about male voices. What if it's that man who's attached to me? Because I did not hear it, and all you guys did. I did not hear it.
It was like a bass line. David, you're right. We're gonna have to review it because we were all talking, but I see from the comments everybody heard it for sure.
Yeah.
There's a
I mean,
low male
Haley, if
voice
you could
going on.
call that back to you and like out of, because I don't want it over here. So if you could call that guy back.
Yes. I do not give any spirits permission who are haunting me to come over and haunt you. You have enough spirits over
Right.
there.
I got my own.
Okay, so I'm in Michigan, in a very suburban area. I'm going to say you're welcome. There is very, very few scary things over here. So whatever's going on, you're welcome to come over to a very boring suburb of Michigan, please.
Yeah. Haley, I've got a question for you. With your dolls, do you ever find that if you don't pay attention to them, let's say you go on vacation or you go away for a few days, do you find that their attitude changes when you get back to them?
Absolutely. Sometimes I feel some anger, but also sometimes I feel some excitement. And one of my dolls was so attached to me that I actually had to take her with me on a trip.
Yeah. What did you feel would happen if you didn't take her with you?
I hate to even say it, but something would happen if I was on the plane.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what the visions I was getting in my head.
Yeah.
What would happen? Like actual
like a crash.
And then did anybody sitting on the plane next to you look at the doll and say, "What are you doing with that here?"
No, I got a lot of questions. Her name is Cynthia and she looks exactly like me. So I would carry her around. They're like, "Oh my gosh, you look just like her." And it was so weird because the name Cynthia is not very it's not a common name, I feel like. And it was so weird. The first day we got there, we went out to eat. Our waitress name was Cynthia. It was on her name tag. I brought her in. I brought my doll in to eat with us and it was Cynthia. And then we were driving, we were on Cynthia Road. There was just all these weird coincidences. Like she was happy that I brought her and she was expressing it through these little signs.
Right. That's pretty wild. That's pretty well. Robert the Doll. He's rarely traveled. It used to be only in Florida, but then a couple of years ago he went to see Zach Baggins when Zach opened his haunted museum in Las Vegas, and they took Robert. They put him in a golf bag, and he was flown first class, and he sat up in that seat. But I can't help but think somebody sitting next to him, if they looked over and said, "Hey, what do you have in the bag there?" And if those people knew that Robert the Doll was on the flight with them out to Las
They would
Vegas,
not. They'd be too scared to get on.
Mhm.
Is Courtney okay? Is something happening?
Yeah, are you okay? You're seeming looking around.
Yeah, it's like, like I'm in an old house. Like I should hear things like moving around or like pipes or whatever, like anything.
Right.
And it's like I'm sitting here listening to you guys talk, and it sounds like I'm in like a sensory deprivation tank. Like all of a sudden, like there's nothing happening around me. It's very, very still.
Oh.
It's like that calm before the storm feeling.
Oh dear.
So I'm just like
something.
Am I gonna turn around and like somebody's gonna be like touching my face? Like I don't need a ghost touching my face.
You're talking the atmosphere, the air, the echo.
Yeah, it's very like thick and like just all of a sudden.
And I saw you put the flashlight around. Did you see anything?
I didn't see anything, but if you guys don't mind, while you're talking, I have a K2 meter.
Sure, we love that.
And I'm gonna get up from my seat here for a second and do a little walk around, if that's good. On my left. What do you mean on my left?
Can you ask if anybody's there, and then just give a few seconds of silence so anybody who's listening can maybe pick up some EVPs?
That'd be great.
Yeah. All right. Is there anyone here in this basement with me? Did you see that?
No, I was looking down. I heard something though.
I heard something though.
So when I said that, right when I was finished, the lights jumped.
Do it again.
Okay. Okay, hold on. I'm getting such bad goosebumps right now. Is there anyone here in this basement with me?
Previously a growly voice. Everybody on the chat's hearing a growly voice.
Someone just said, "Are your ears ring?" This ear is ringing.
It is. Mine ear's ringing too, actually, in Michigan of all things. But I always.
I want to know why they want to know if my ear's ringing.
I assume everyone's ears.
Maybe because the silence. Because you said you're in you feel like you're in a silence. That can't happen.
I don't know.
Wow.
It just started a couple minutes ago. Like the silence part, my ear was not. It was like after I started talking, my ear started ringing.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
somebody just picked up a whisper, and somebody else is hearing a deep growly voice.
Okay, do it one more time.
All right. Is there anyone in this basement with me?
Whose hands were that?
What was that?
Something knocked 4 times. That wasn't me.
That
It
that
sounded
wasn't
like-
in this room.
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Like clapping.
My hands are
What's
right
that?
here.
I hear something.
It sounds like a scratching almost.
And like a dog kind of going.
Yeah.
It might be my paintbrush.
Oh.
No.
That wasn't anything for
No, stop, Richard. Richard, no, you did not hit your paintbrush 4 times.
Can you ask it to identify itself, Courtney?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right. Whoever is with me in the basement, can you please identify yourself?
I heard something through my speakers.
Me too.
Anyone else hear that?
Yeah.
I heard
There's
it.
that noise again.
What? That. These are my hands. I'm not scratching my microphone.
What is that?
What? Oh my gosh. Okay, so nobody
like
was scratching their microphone on the Zoom.
No, and I heard the panting again.
Yeah,
I
me
heard the
too. I'm hearing it
panting.
now.
And it came through loud and clear. I don't have headphones on, so it's coming through speakers that I
Right.
have here that are balanced so that's not feeding back on my microphone. So it's a modulated sound, but it technically puts forth every sound that I should hear, and there shouldn't be any feedback. So my system clearly played something that you would not necessarily hear in headphones.
Somebody else just heard a male voice speaking. Courtney, can you ask if there's something there? Can you ask it to touch your hair or to pull on your hair?
Oh my god.
It's a good way to get them to communicate. It's something they can manipulate.
Yep, I'm down. Okay, here we go. If there's anyone here, can you touch my hair?
What is that?
I hear like a boat in the back,
or like a
train
whistle.
It's probably some. It's probably some. It's here
Oh, you have a train going by, Richard?
or
Lau?
something. I don't know what.
You still live by that train track?
No, I'm not by that train track, but I seem to be always by the train. But that's not the train.
Okay.
It sounds like there's a game or something going on.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be kind of cool. Let's have everybody mute themselves if
Sure.
you can.
Richard,
Except,
can you
except,
mute?
except for
Barbara?
Courtney.
Yeah.
Barbara from upstairs just texted me and said that she heard a weird noise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm muting.
I'm going to mute.
You want me to do like a quick EVP for anybody listening and they can try to capture it? We'll ask a couple questions. Okay. All right. Everybody's muted, so I'm going to go ahead and start. We'll try again with the questions because that seemed to be getting a little bit. All right. Is there anyone down here with me? Okay. I'm going to walk around a little bit, guys. So you're going to hear my footsteps, but I'll stand still when I ask a question. So give me a second here. I'm going to go over here by the stairs over here. All right. Is there anyone down here with me? Can you give us your name? Oh my God. Okay, sorry about that. There's spider webs in here. I don't know if that's what just touched me or not, but that scared me. Okay. Let's see. If you want to communicate with us, come close to this green light. All right. Anybody have any other questions?
Try influence random data.
What was that?
Data. Can you have the ghost influence random data? I think that's interesting. Just to do something random.
All right. Oh. I just heard what sounded like pebbles over here. Like dropping. All right. Can you, what was it? Influence random, I'm sorry. I just got nervous.
No, influence
Influence
random data.
Random data, okay. All right. Can you influence random data?
You could ask it to influence a random number generator.
All right. Influence a random number generator.
Someone else is saying, ask them to knock once for yes and twice for no, and then ask them.
All right. Okay. Is there someone down here with me? Please knock once for yes and twice for. That's not a good question. Okay, guys, I'm scared now. Do you live in this house? Knock once for yes and twice for no.
Before, when you started getting the sweats and when you were feeling something going around?
Yeah, it's.
Okay, can you hear me now? I don't think my mic was on when I said this. There was an orb behind your head.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, good.
I said at first not to scare you, but there's an orb behind your head.
Well, I heard like if it sounded like shuffling, like my feet were shuffling, but like that kind of a very soft noise over here in the corner.
Oh.
But that's why I turned the light on over here, and I wasn't moving. I keep feeling like, I don't know if this is just the power of influence, but it's not what I would imagine it to be, like rough, sort of like pulling on my hair, but it feels like a very gentle, like I might be still brushing against a cobweb over here, but there's nothing on my hair.
Exactly,
and I have very
where
short
you're
hair.
grabbing is where I saw the orb.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have goosebumps so hard now.
Do you feel that it's a male presence or a female presence or something completely different?
No, it feels male. I mean, that's just coming out of me, but like, I wouldn't, it feels male.
Do you have any idea who it might be?
I don't know.
Because I just heard something here in Michigan, but I assume that's not related.
I heard.
Do you have
like,
any
again,
static electricity that would make your hair stand up? Like
no, because I've been profusely sweating down here, like looking at those dolls. So like my hair is like matted.
Do you feel a child presence at all? Someone is asking. Do you feel any child presence there?
I don't think so. This feels like.
What's the
It
temperature
feels like
right
a
now in
male,
the
like an
basement?
adult male.
Is
And
it
it only
someone-
feels like one right now.
Is this someone you've encountered before?
Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel threatening. I don't feel, I mean, I'm in a basement in the dark, so I'm a little on edge, but like, I don't feel like I'm in any danger.
Right. We're here with you. We're witnessing all of this. So there's that. But are you feeling a temperature drop? I would always think that the first thing is you feel a temperature variation from when you began this
It
chat.
almost, I wouldn't say temperature drop. What I did feel, I think what I was feeling when I was talking about, like, it felt like I was in a sensory deprivation tank. It was almost like the barometric pressure was off.
Oh.
Like right before you get a big thunderstorm and things sort of like stall, and then like the thunderstorm happens and then everything, and then it's like a breath of fresh air, but it's that like weird calm stalling, like heavy air. It was very strange.
Right.
And it feels a little bit looser now.
But it was there at the beginning.
It was there when I started looking around. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's like lifting now or like.
So David, what in your opinion, do you pursue this when they go away, or when it dissipates, or what do you do? What, like, I've had this experience before in ghost hunts.
I always think the good thing to do is to go with your gut. You know, with the different spirits, the thing with ghosts is they're made up of energy, as far as we know. And you okay?
My K2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lit up now?
I wasn't touching it. I haven't been touching it. It was sitting. I have a little like shelf that my camera's on.
Oh my goodness.
Did you feel the
Maybe
energy in the room change as this is happening?
I mean, you're talking about, do you pursue it?
Ask him to knock now.
And now it's down to 1.
Yeah. Can you knock for us? Can you make a sound?
Let's ask if you're a male presence, can you spike all the way up to red? Can you spike all the way up on the K2? Just touch that and grab it hard, make it go all the way up. If you're a female presence, can you touch the K2 and make it spike all the way up? Can you ask those 2 questions? They might respond better with you actually being there.
All right. If you are a male presence here with me, can you please grab this K2 and throw the lights all the way up to the red?
Okay.
If you are a female presence here with me, can you grab the K2 and throw the lights all the way up to the red?
Ask if it's not a human presence.
Ah, jeepers.
I want to know the answer to that.
You might not want to know the answer, but
that's the
Are
expression
you
I
one
got
of
too.
Haley's dolls? Throw it up to the red for yes.
Oh gosh.
Okay. Are you a human presence? Can you send it up to the red for yes? Are you non-human? Can you throw it up to the red for yes? I don't feel like it's answering at all.
If we're not getting anything, you know, so asking all those questions, then there's nothing there anymore. So it could have been something passing through. And what I believe happens, you know, when you had asked about calling spirits back, and you know, we're all made of energy, but as humans, we have this ability to eat a sandwich to get more energy, or things like that. So we have ways of refilling ourselves. The spirits don't have that luxury, and I believe that they feed off of us. So they come to us, and when they surround us, I believe they're feeding and they're taking our energy. So when we're dealing with them, you know, that's why apparitions are so rare, because that takes a lot of energy. And that's why a lot of times we'll be touched or brushed, or we'll feel something or get a hit on our equipment. That's their easiest way to communicate with us. And if they don't have a really strong reason to communicate with us, they don't want to waste their energy, because they don't know when they're getting their next meal. They don't know when they can feed off someone again. So I think when you try to call a spirit back, you're risking depleting it of energy. It might have just done what it could. You know, that's why they take longer to communicate through spirit boxes. That's why when you do an EVP session, you allow, you know, at least a good 15 seconds for them to respond, because they don't have the energy. They're not like us. And that's one of the big things, is trying to think like the spirit thinks.
Right.
And
that
I think
makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
And
Because that's
calling
a
them
lot.
back, I mean, so yeah, so they might just come through and be like, hey, I'm here. And then boom, then they're out of it.
And boom, it takes a lot.
And it feels different down here now as opposed to like a few minutes ago. Like not that I can't hear any noise, like there's not anything happening around me, but it feels like there's some kind of air circulation happening around me. Like it's not as like still and heavy, and like not heavy in a bad way, just like the air being like thick, and you know, I feel cooler in a good way, and like the air is sort of just, I can breathe it in and out again.
You know, a couple minutes ago, I put my doll down. I put her down, and then now you're feeling a little better.
That could very well be it. That's it, Haley. You know, everybody who's watching and streaming, and this is live right now, and if you're recording, please review the last 20 minutes, and please carefully go through everything we just experienced, because we all heard things all over in Los Angeles, in Michigan, in Massachusetts, and please give us your analysis and send it back to us here at myparanormalnetwork.com, right? So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'm freaked out, frankly.
Yeah, you are. So am I.
Yeah, we're in a dark basement. I'm in a lit studio, and I'm scared the pants off me.
I mean, I can do like, I'm not having tech issues right now, but like this is like.
Oh my God, that's
like,
more frightening.
If this goes, oh my God. I was literally just about to say, if this goes red, I'm running. And that's the end for my.
I'm going to
Luckily,
bring
it's
back
green.
Nellie and see if she has anything to say.
Oh. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We're now going to go. We're going to switch it up here on the night of paranormal phenomena, the National Ghost Hunting night, and we're going to go over to talk to Tammy Michelle Chavez over at the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum here. Are we in Los Angeles?
Yes, we are. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I'm sitting right here next to one of my favorite people on the planet. He has quite an appetite. Hannibal, right here.
Oh my gosh, that is an excellent Anthony Hopkins as.
I know. So we can
Wow.
get a better view of you right here.
Holy creepy. Wow, that is excellent. Tell us a little bit about this museum.
He wants to know if you, oh, sorry. He wants to know if you want to enjoy a bottle of Chianti with a side of fava beans. So.
Wow, that is excellent. I can't believe how frightened I am looking at him.
It might be a little too loud. They still haven't turned off the music. This is like probably one of the quietest spots of the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. We still have a couple of visitors here, so just bear with us just shortly.
For sure.
But I am here to tune you guys into some of the ghost stories that are attached to the museum. I investigated this museum a couple of years ago, and trust me, there's some interesting phenomenon that does occur. I will be joining Talia, who will be taking us into the Marble Theater. Now, this theater is quite interesting. Sorry, as I'm adjusting my AirPods. This theater is quite interesting. This theater is quite interesting because it's right next door to the Sid Grauman's Chinese Theater. And according to a lot of workers who work at the museum, especially those who've been here for a very long time, they said that there is some activity that occurs in that theater because it's next door to the Chinese Theater. That Chinese Theater also has a slew of ghost stories as well.
Sure does, yeah, from
So
1923.
we're going to be doing an investigation in the Sid Grauman Theater for sure, because that's where people have seen the apparition of a man wearing overalls coming in and out of that room that they call Victor. And the reason why they call him Victor is because they believe it could be related to Victor Killian, the actor who was murdered in 1979 in his apartment complex in Hollywood. And they believe because he loved Hollywood so much and he loved the boulevard and he lived pretty close here, that he might be seen and felt in and around the area, especially in the Sid Grauman Theater.
Wow, he came back to the original source.
Yes, he did. Now, if you want to travel with me, we'll go past the illusions of horror and we'll go into one particular room where there is quite a bit of activity and there is a story attached to it. So let's go real quickly. Pardon the noise, pardon the sound once again.
Sure.
We're going to pass by my friend.
Is this after hours? I would think it's the museum is closed, is it not?
The museum is closed, but they officially cannot kick any of the visitors that are currently in here out. They have to go through the whole entire maze. That's what they pay for. That's what they allot them. So it's out of courtesy. I do believe
So
that
wait,
they have.
if I show up at like 2 minutes before closing and I take 2.5 hours to go through, all the staff has to stay there?
No, I think they do close the ticket counter at a certain time to prevent that from happening.
Oh,
but
okay.
there have been people that, they have stuck around till 7:30. But according to the manager, Talia, that won't be the case. I think the last group of people are in the final floor downstairs.
Okay.
So what we're going to do is go through the spirit of Hollywood.
Excellent.
I don't know if you know this amazing actress right here.
I'm going to
But
say,
this is
oh, is that Rita Hayworth?
oh no, it's Betty Davis.
Betty
Grand
Davis.
name,
I'm going to say Betty.
Betty Davis with her cocktail, as she should have it in her hand per usual. Now, around here, this is a very interesting area because this is where a lot of people feel that Betty Davis follows them with her gaze.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
She's
So
pissed
there
off
is-
at everyone still, not just her agent?
Yeah, she's pissed off at everyone, and she's mad because no one's refilling her cocktail. So yes.
I get that. You know what? I would come back from the afterlife going, where's my cocktail?
So the story attached to this place, and with Betty right here, from what I collected from Talia, is you must say hello to Miss Davis, hello Miss Betty Davis, before you enter, and you must say goodbye to her when you leave. And if you do not say these things, you're gonna get in trouble. So things can happen where lights flicker, things can malfunction, and people feel as though they're being followed or possibly watched by what they believe could be the spirit of Betty Davis.
So are the spirits actually following the dolls? Are they embodying the wax figures?
Well, here's the thing. Some of these dolls, or these figures actually, are wearing the clothes that belong to the actual actors and performers. So, for example, Joan Rivers, this is actually her dress that she wore at a red carpet event years ago. This actually was hers, her personal dress, her personal belonging that she donated while they were making her wax figure while she was alive. And people believe that they do feel the energy of Joan around this floor of the spirit of Hollywood.
Oh yeah, I think for sure. Particularly if she's doing it and she knows it's going to be on her wax figure after her death.
Exactly. So she is.
So I'm sorry to interrupt.
David
Tammy,
has
I
a
have
question.
You were talking about Betty Davis and how she demands that people say hello and goodbye. That's one of the things that they say about Robert the doll in QS too, that he requires a hello and a goodbye. Do you think that this is one of the things the spirits demand everywhere, or that are in these dolls?
I feel like they demand some sort of respect.
Yeah.
I respect to say hello and goodbye.
They also do
Yes.
that with Peggy the Haunted Doll and Zach Bagans Haunted Museum. I saw her last month. I mean.
Oh, you were there?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
But I feel too, at the same time, with a lot of these dolls or figures, I feel like there's a lot of negativity that surrounds them, and it's brought to them by the public and by legend and lore. And I believe because of that negativity or just that fear can ignite something or amplify that energy. So for Betty Davis, for example, I mean, she went through the horrors and the abuse of the Hollywood system. You know, she went through so much, and she demanded respect, and she deserved it. You know, she was an old actress being pushed out of the way for a younger girl, and back then it was like, you know, hey, you reached the age of 30-year-old kid, and you got to go, and that still felt and still, you know, practiced to this very day in the industry, unfortunately.
For sure. And the studio system changed. So the studio owned the actors, they were under contracts, then they became independents, and then you just auditioned as a singular entity. But back then you signed a contract to Universal or Columbia or Fox, and that they paid you $500 or $1,000 a week, and you did whatever they said. You know, you're doing this movie, you're taking these classes, whatever, and you were kind of under a very restricted, handcuffed artistic contract at the time. Oh, we lost your
Here's
audio.
a trick. Let's see, host, unmute your.
Okay, now we hear you.
Yes, that's true. That is a part of the big six major studios that had those roles and also abused the system and abused their performers. So I mean, like these dolls that have all this negative connotation and stories around them, these people were surrounded by constant negativity. So I feel like just like history, I think, who was it? I can't remember his name. Oh my God, Belanger or Belanger, Jeff Belanger said it
Jeff
great,
Belanger, yeah.
history. Yeah, Belanger says it very well, history, they're like ghosts and they demand to be remembered and respected. And that's just how it is with these figures and these dolls. I'm sure at one point the spirits that, surround them or, encompass them were living people who probably just didn't have a good life or wasn't respected in that life, and they deserve and demand to be respected in the afterlife.
Yeah, for sure, because the studio projected a certain image of like Clark Gable or Errol Flynn, for instance, and all of these fellows had a very dark private life that were washed over by the studio system and their marketing campaign and their money, right? So there was a dichotomy between their projected public image and their private personal issues, whatever that may be. Nope, I can't hear.
Sorry, someone keeps on muting my mic. I don't know if that's Betty Davis because I haven't refilled her cocktail, or Rob.
I'm going to say Betty Davis. That she would have that in her. That's the kind of addictedness. Yeah.
This is Stolies. Excuse me. What? This is Stolies
Totally.
Am I a peasant?
It's like a virtual slap your wine glass out of your hand.
I don't need to be surrounded by this negativity. So yeah.
Okay.
Another wax figure that I'm going to take you towards. You guys are going to love this one. Let's have breakfast at Tiffany's real quick with this gorgeous gal right here, Audrey Hepburn. So
I'm excited about this one.
So there is a very unique story connected to her, actually. So from what I was told about Audrey, and I feel a little weird sitting next to her, people have been tapped on the shoulder while sitting next to her, while getting their pictures taken. They, for some reason, feel an odd, cold breeze going down their back, tingles going down their back while sitting next to her or being around her area. And even those who are closing feel like they're being watched, especially when they're rearranging the items on her table, because you can actually, interact with them and take pictures with them. That's the whole point of Madame Tussauds here, is that you can interact and sit with the figures as though you've been friends with them for a very long time. Wow. So there's been stories also connected with the closing staff that have mentioned she's actually been moved in different directions. So someone will come in here or something will move her, and in the morning the opening staff is like, well, who's moved her? And the closing staff is like, we didn't touch her. So sometimes she'll be moved completely in a different direction, and the opening staff would have to move her back into her original position. So there's no explanation to that. They don't know what is behind that. And that is another unexplainable story connected to the Audrey Hepburn wax figure right here.
And follow-up question. So Tammy, is she moved into a direction of the croissant, or is she like turned her back to her devoted fans? Like which direction?
That is.
Oh, lost it. David, can you hear anybody?
All right.
No, I'm like that.
Now we can. Now we can.
And somebody commented that they saw her eyes moving.
Oh yeah.
Somebody saw her eyes moving who's watching this.
That's another thing too, that people claim that they feel that the eyes of the wax figures do move. I do know that there is a phobia that could be an explanation to this, where people have a fear of mannequins and wax figures, and they believe that maybe it's their eyes or the whole figure that is following them or moving them. So whether or not it is that phobia or maybe it's something else, who knows? But I mean, it's definitely an account that is constantly being collected and recorded. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if her eyes truly do follow you.
It looks amazing, but I still wonder about the direction after work, like in the morning. Is it away from the audience, or is it towards, or is it like?
It's away from the audience, correct?
It
like
is.
it's just completely in the opposite, the complete opposite of how she was originally seated. So it's away
That's
from
always
where
everything I read about Audrey Hepburn was all that fame and all that thing was very hard on her, and she wished a more private life. So I would
Yes.
think any haunting would be from her a rejection of forward-facing fame.
Right. Absolutely. I mean that could be another explanation too, and that could be another explanation as to why Victor Killian possibly haunts, the theater in the Wax Museum. He had a connection to Hollywood, but also he had a connection to Betty Davis, and they believe like it may not be Betty Davis who is playing these tricks or causing, these occurrences. They believe it could be connected to Victor because Victor adored Betty and he wanted people to respect her. So that was another.
And not make her victimized.
Exactly. So that is, that is another possibility, and that's something that we can definitely report and put in our own opinion. Like, is it Betty or is it Victor?
Yeah, right.
Another one here too is Gone with the Wind actress right here, Vivian Lee.
Olivia Havilland, look at her.
She is absolutely gorgeous. She's actually one of my favorite figures. So according to a coworker that I interviewed a while ago, he says that her figure also moves. And they believe that, I think it's the closing crew believes too, that her gaze can follow you as well.
Oh.
And of course, this is the same story as Audrey Hepburn, where her figure is facing the opposite direction. The whole wax figure has moved. And whenever the opening crew comes in, they have to put her back in her original stance.
Wow. And if I'm not mistaken, and I've only seen Gone with the Wind, the 4-hour version, 8 times. Let's say I'm a nerd. But in that sunset scene where I will never starve again, based on the ground of this Terra mansion, if I'm not mistaken, that's that scene. She actually is backlit, silhouetted, and she is actually facing the other way. So the scene is actually her starting there, but then as she screams, "I will never starve again," and she actually turns, I'm going to say 180, 120 through the sunset set, and she's actually ending the scene in the other direction. So, not that I'm a silent film nerd or whatever, judge me how you will, but Olivia Havilland as Scarlett O'Hara in the scene with the sun setting and her. That's just that's her script. Oh, okay, that's Olivia Havilland. She's actually moving her lines to be in that scene. I get it. Okay. So that makes sense when she's looking the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that supposed to be?
This is Clark Gable right here.
Oh, it's Clark Gable. Why is he in a bathrobe? That seems super weird.
He's in his shirt and his little trousers right here. It looks like he's like, "Can you please, Vivian Lee, get your lines down so we can make it to the next scene?"
Oh yeah.
So can you please get your lines down so we can make it to break? So
right,
yeah,
and he's preparing to be the first actors who swear on screen, right?
Yes,
this was the controversy of a 2.5-hour film, and he said, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn." And censors, this caused conniptions across America. We cannot have him say this, and they different clips were snipped, different film versions. If you were in Ohio or Madison, Wisconsin, or whatever, they would cut "damn" out of the footage, and it was just say, "Frankly, my dear, I don't give a," and then he would walk off, and the end credits would roll. Yep.
Well, damn, Dean, damn. Stay down.
We can say it now. We have moved so much further as a culture. But yeah.
Haley, do you have any dolls that large in your collection?
No, but I would definitely love to have that. I saw Marilyn Monroe as you were walking by, and I'm like, I would love to have Marilyn Monroe at my house. And I did actually take a picture with Audrey Hepburn. I took a picture in that wax museum with Audrey Hepburn. At the time, I didn't know it was haunted, but I did feel a lot of strange feelings with her.
That's a great Marilyn Monroe, actually.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Yeah. They did such a great job with her, and of course her dress and the jewelry and everything. They have a wonderful team. Absolutely. They have a great team of designers and craftsmen. I mean, they have a separate team just for the hair to ventilate the hair pieces. Every single strand they have to ventilate. And then they have a seamstress team to build the costume identical to her measurements. I mean, they get everything right from like her dimensions of her eyes, how far they separate from one another, to where her nose sits, her teeth, everything. So they really do such a great job here, and the time and effort that they put into it is just absolutely amazing. And they're actually prepping for another wax figure to be displayed. I can't give you the details on that one, but I'm really happy that they're doing this gentleman's wax figure. They just did Angela Bassett's and Tiffany, I think Tiffany Harnish. So they are doing such an amazing job with the rest of those figures as well. And we just have to, tune in to see which other ones that they produce.
Somebody had a great question. They were asking if any of the wax figures were made from death masks. Were any of them made from death masks?
No, they're not. That's not part of their, I guess, aesthetic here at Madame Tussauds, especially here in Hollywood. They, like I said, they have a separate team that just like does everything from scratch and not by death masks. We could go into more of the illusion of cars right here.
Oh, good. Bela Lugosi.
Bela Lugosi's here. They definitely installed a lot of the old school villains and monsters in this exhibit. If you haven't seen it and you're wanting to plan a trip here, definitely come into this exhibit. But I mean, this one is one of my top 5. I love him. Everything from his stance to even the details on his fingers, his ring, everything.
Oh, look at that.
Like his nails.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Do you think there are
And
real
then, of
people
course-
inside of any of these dolls or inside of any of these figures?
Their spirit? Yeah. That's a
They
great
a bit. If it heats up too much, will it reveal the live person behind there?
Right. Does that emanate?
Oh, yeah. Does anybody have a match? Maybe we could figure that out by just starting a fire. Just saying, maybe,
No,
like
I don't want you to burn them. I would think they just
I know.
emanated an energy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, they do such a great job with the craftsmanship of a lot of these figures. I mean, it's literally coming back here and walking through the rooms. It feels like I think it was Clint Eastwood where I was like looking on my phone and I almost ran into him and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. And I'm like, oh, that was a wax figure, Tammy. So, yeah. I mean, they look like real people. It's kind of hard to, believe that these people actually, built, these figures from pure scratch.
Right.
So it's really, really cool.
Okay, now my question is there a security detail that has to spend the night there?
No, actually, no one spends the night here. But, I mean, the original hours of the museum used to be, I think, from 10 in the morning, 10 or 11. And I think they would close as late as 10 to midnight, I believe. But because of COVID, now the hours have changed from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Right. So there's no minute. Because I do recall actually hanging out on Hollywood Boulevard at the bars and going, hey, let's go to the museum at like 11 p.m. and go see.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, they would stay open that late. And I remember we were here pretty late when I was here with Bridget and her crew, and we were waiting for the last peeps to leave the museum until like 11:30, 11:45. So yeah, you definitely get your money's worth with taking a tour around this museum. So
I can encourage everyone to come to Hollywood to go see the Wax Museum. Thank you so much, Tammy. It's been a pleasure getting a tour. And
Very
we
welcome.
will see you, I guess, our next ghost hunting, international ghost
Yes.
hunting.
Yes, we'll see you guys very shortly. When they turn off the music, we'll go and do an investigation in the Marvel Theater with Talia. We'll have the lights off. We'll have our little equipment, and we'll see if we can contact the ghost of Victor and see if he's connected to this place and what we can get out of there.
Fantastic. Can't wait. Tabby, thank you so much.
I see a birthday girl.
Welcome.
Hey, look at Bridget.
Hi, guys.
Happy birthday.
To
you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Bridget.
Thanks so much, you guys. I can't think of a better way of celebrating my birthday than with all of you guys a National Ghost Hunting Day.
I thought the mannequin of Marilyn Monroe was going to sing happy birthday to you.
No.
Well, we'll have to
that would
talk
be
to Tabby
creepy.
about that. Like, how come that didn't happen?
Right?
I'm going to say you don't want Marilyn singing happy birthday to you after that Robert Kennedy. There's a lot of issues with JFK, Marilyn singing happy birthday.
Yeah, I still want it.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say no. How are you, Bridget?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Great to see you
Good.
again.
So this has been a fun live stream. I've been listening in while I've been getting ready.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of cool things going on at the Proctor House and at the Wax Museum.
A bit scary. We all got a little freaked out at the Proctor House, frankly.
That's amazing, though.
I know. I didn't need to be freaked out, frankly. I thought this would just be a lovely, let's check in how everybody's going. I did not know voices would be coming through my speakers. So
you're hosting a national ghost hunt on the
I
world's
know.
largest ghost hunt. What did you expect?
I was just hoping to, how do you do? Pleasure to see you. Off to the next one. But no.
Oh no, that's too bad. I think it's super exciting that some things are caught live because we've talked about it so many times on the show on Ghost Magnet that you can't just go to a haunted location and expect something to happen just because you were there for 24 hours. Like sometimes it takes a while and you have to be there for sometimes weeks before anything happens or even longer. And so to be somewhere and to be live on camera in front of an audience and to have something happen, I think that's pretty incredible.
It is incredible. And we look forward to everybody actually reviewing the audio. What do you call that? Audio footage? I don't think that's correct. There will be a
I'm wondering if anybody's checked in with Courtney to make sure she's okay. I mean, she signed off and she has serious stuff happening.
She signed off, yeah. But
I mean, there were a lot of comments where people were like, I heard this voice, I heard that voice, I heard the other voice.
Right.
And very clear bang. I hope she's
I
good.
would think everybody was recording that. And I hope there's an analysis that we go back and review and come back tomorrow, as it were, and just give our expert, shall we say, expert analysis of what that was.
That's one of the craziest things too, is that sometimes you don't hear things. I mean, in this case, you did hear things in real time, but sometimes there's even more stuff that you didn't hear in real time. So going back and reviewing all the footage and the sound and everything to see what you missed.
Yeah,
but it's so cool too.
I spent $1.27 for these two speakers, so I would think I'm not at the height of the audio supreme technical end of it.
Maybe not. We'll rely on somebody else to review it. But I think it's so cool how so many people were able to hear different things and be able to report like what they're hearing. I hear a breathing or a scratching or a voice over here coming from your right.
Did you hear something?
Like that.
You were like listening like a half hour. Did you hear anything?
I could hear things, definitely. I heard like the tapping and it sounded like somebody clapping. And I heard
we were all showing our hands, right? We were all like, hands up, everybody.
Yeah, I heard what sounded like pebbles behind her. I totally heard all that stuff.
Okay. So I look forward to the analysis of that for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. And so how did you celebrate your birthday, by the way, Bridget? Did you?
Well, I am in a haunted location and I'm not going to give it away right off the bat because I want people to kind of guess. So throw out your guesses where you think I might be. I would love to hear. And I'll give out little clues throughout the night.
I'm not saying the Queen Mary. That looks too big for the Queen Mary boat.
That's a good guess, though, because I do love the Queen Mary.
Right, but I that is definitely not. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say yet.
Ah!
I'm not gonna say.
Damn. Wait,
It's
I
so
nailed
early.
it. Maybe I just nailed it. I'm sorry, Bridget. I screwed up the whole show. Really?
No. I'll just say we can keep guessing. I'll put it that way. But yeah, we're at a haunted location, and I'm going to be having friends joining me a little bit later. And we're gonna be hanging out and having a great time here. And oh, I love it! I just saw that the Hearst Castle popped up.
Yeah.
And did I see something else? Can I go back and look at these? Oh, somebody said, "Are you at Holly's?" That would have been a good one too.
Oh, that would have been a good one. Yeah.
I'm not at Holly's, but
Yeah,
Holly's
okay.
house is definitely very active.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna be having some friends pop in to say happy birthday. We have cake for later, and so yeah.
Well, it
And
is a very-
and I do have a drink.
Oh my gosh,
a
I got
birthday
that same
drink.
cup.
Did you? I just saw these. They're bad and
I love
boozy. If you
it. I
can't
put
read
my,
it,
No, bad and boozy.
bad and boozy with a little ghost on there.
Oh, what?
Cheers.
What's that?
Cheers. My
Yeah,
birthday
cheers.
cocktail.
It's vodka and what? What's bad and boozy? Vodka, soda.
Well, for me, it is vodka and a flavored seltzer.
Oh.
And I have a couple different flavors, so I can mix it up a little bit.
Oh,
A mix of spirits.
We will join you on that. A very happy birthday. Let's just check in with Richard Liddell, see how his painting's going before I leave and saying goodbye to everyone. Richard?
Richard!
How are you?
Yeah.
Is he muted?
He's muted.
Richard!
Oh, no, I hear you now.
Wait, you hear him?
No.
No.
Richard?
Hey, turn your mic on. Turn your
Turn
mic
your mic
on.
on. Richard, microphone.
Richard Lale is one name.
There it is.
So,
Richard Lale.
hello, everybody. Hello, Bridget. Happy birthday.
Hi. That
Hi.
painting is incredible.
Wow.
I'm trying to figure out how to show it better.
Have you always known how to paint?
You know, it's a funny story. I drew when I was a kid because I wanted things and I didn't know how to bring them into my life, so I would draw them.
Right.
And then years went by. I hadn't done anything. I hadn't done anything in the art world, and I was dancing in ballet, which is art, but it's not, like painting.
It's a different form.
It's a different form.
Sure.
And my
Painful.
ballet mistress, she says, "Hey, Rich." In those days, it was Rich and not Richard Lale. I said, "Hey, Rich, can you paint us a grandfather clock?" And I went, "Sure, why not?" So I picked up the brush and I painted this beautiful 3-dimensional clock. And she says, "My God, why didn't you tell me you could paint?" And I said, "I didn't know I could. I never had picked up a paintbrush in my life." So from then on, I did set dressing, set designing, and then now I'm working on a tarot deck.
That's
So
amazing. Because I'm always blown away by people who can paint or write or paint or draw or any of those kinds of things. Not write, I can write, but paint or draw, because I can't even do a symmetrical stick figure.
Right.
And I'm not kidding.
Symmetry, but I think sometimes if you just make it balance and you make it stick with it, I think it works just fine. So it doesn't have to always be symmetrical as long as it is balanced. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. But I'm just saying I'm terrible. I'm terrible.
Oh, but no, it's just practice, my love. You pick up a brush.
Yeah.
And you will get there. I want to get in closer. I'm looking at I'm saying they're autumn leaves, but they look on fire.
Well, it's autumn leaves, but it is on fire. It looks like it's on fire, but it's not. It's sort of expressionistic.
It really is. And this is it's the inspiration of this house. Is this the
inspiration is the Addams Family.
It is the Addams Family house, right?
Because there is no other. When you think of haunted houses and the Halloween season, the season of the witch, the Addams Family and the Munsters, but the Addams Family comes up number one. Oops, I'm going to drop the computer. Don't want to do that. So that's what fabulous. What are you going to do with this painting? Oh, Mary Jane is asking what I'm going to do with it. So it is.
I was wondering that too.
Well, it's going to be for sale.
Oh,
so,
excellent.
You can. that's what I do with them. I sell them. So it'll be.
Where do we go to buy them?
You can go to my website, thegentlemanpsychic.com. You can send me a message on Instagram, Facebook, Richard Lale, Lillard, whatever, all of it, all of the above. I'm really easy to find. Ha.
I'm the opposite. Can't find me.
Wait,
So-
Dean, is your website still like the blow up sex doll thing?
Bridget. Yeah, I got hacked. I got my website stolen from under me. I'm not selling sex dolls.
Well, I thought that they were very good quality. They looked,
I'm
they
sure
looked
they are.
very
You know,
amazing.
Bridget, you get this. This was stolen from under me. Somebody else is selling sex dolls. I have no idea the quality. I can't get my website back. It is literally Estonian teenagers that have ruined my online presence. So,
Well, if it makes you feel any better, mine was also stolen. I had BridgetMarquardt.com and I did this amazing, like cute photo shoot and this whole design. It was all like cute candy themed and baking themed and stuff, but
Yeah.
still had spooky sections and everything too. And it totally got stolen from me.
How?
I don't know. I think that they wait around till the minute that it's ready to expire and you have to renew, and then they
Totally.
jump on it or something.
Oh my God. So I had, it was coming to domain.com was hosting my website. And I go, I want to move it to inmotion.com. That is basically everything that runs the machine that runs the website, right? So it's all the PayPal and all that sort of thing. So that's Emotion, but the website itself is hosted at domain.com. And domain.com said, all you have to do is wait 65 days. So don't pay your last thing, wait 65 days, and then just come back and buy it again. I'm like, okay. So I said, I'm not paying. They said, you should pay. And then 60 days, I didn't wait 65 days. 60 days, I came back to buy my own domain, deanhaglin.com. And they went, no, somebody bought it. And they bought it for 5 years. And I click on it, and it's sex dolls.
Oh my gosh.
But I don't want to sell sex dolls.
I think mine was a matter of you have a credit card on file and then it expires or it changes or whatever,
for
and then
sure.
it goes to get renewed and then it doesn't renew, and people are just waiting around for that kind of
And
thing.
then somebody's hovering,
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
from Estonia, some teenager from Estonia.
Are you saying it was a haunted sex doll?
Yeah, totally. He
A
just
succubus or an incubus?
You're laughing, but that's exactly what it is.
It is.
And it's aggravating. Ugh. So at this point, it's just like, you know what? Instagram, Facebook, that's where most of my footprint and my traffic comes through. No, the last time I look at my website hits, it's only like 20 people over.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, over 12
Wait,
years.
so I didn't see how Haley's tea party was. Haley, how was your tea party with your haunted dolls?
Yes, let's
It
have a
was
happy story.
great. I just had these two haunted dolls with me. I think they get along better than the others.
So it was a small tea party.
A small tea party, a little bit of spirit box session, and today to celebrate National Ghost Hunting Today, I went to Crybaby Bridge in my town.
Wait, what is that?
There's legends all over places about Crybaby Bridge, but the one here in Anderson, Indiana, I guess a mother, a lady who was pregnant and she was a teenager, she threw her baby over the bridge because she didn't want to have the baby and stuff. And when you go on the bridge, you hear the baby crying and you hear the mom also sobbing and being upset because she killed herself after. It's a whole thing. And then there's also locks on the bridge, which means people jumped off and there's spirits still there. So people go there and try to communicate with them. While I was
wow.
there. Yeah, I got scratched on the face while I was there. And we got some really good things on the spirit box. And I just posted that on my TikTok.
Wow.
So you're welcome.
Okay, that's
And
amazing.
Bridget, I do want to say I'm a big fan. I'm really excited. I'm talking to you right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm holding in the fangirl right now.
Aw, thank
But
you.
you're welcome. I know that ever since I've seen you and stuff, you've been into the spooky stuff, and I was wondering if you ever collected anything that was haunted.
I don't collect haunted things. In fact, I had my first paranormal incident happened with a Ouija board, and my mom insisted on getting rid of it immediately. And since then, I haven't had any kind of haunted objects, but people have tried to give them to me, and I usually decline them. So one time I was in Virginia City, and I was at the Washoe Club, and it's super haunted, that Washoe Millionaires Club there. And the bartender said, "Oh, I have something for you." And he handed me a nail that was actually used in the building, that was like loose, but like a really old nail. And I was like, "Oh, thanks." And I had it, and I was like, I just don't feel good about keeping this. And so while I was walking around doing the ghost investigation, I just set it down on the windowsill inside the
Good idea.
I'm like,
You didn't try like tap it in? Like you didn't try and do some renovation?
Oh, I will tell you one other story about haunted objects though. So I did this show way back. It was Celebrity Paranormal Project on VH1. Oh, one of my balloons I think there's ghosts in here because a balloon just fell off. It has nothing to do with my taping abilities.
VH1. I think it's a VH1's haunting.
Oh, so we did this overnight at this mill in Maine, like you had to take a boat to and stuff. And one of the things, we were in like the old office, was like our base camp there. And when there was this time card of the person who supposedly passed away, and I brought it back with me, and it bothered me so bad for the longest time that I had to get rid of it.
Oh, wow.
So no, I don't keep anything. I'll tell you another quickie. We were Holly and I, we took a hike to Table 29 in Griffith Park. So I don't know where everybody's from on here, but in Los Angeles, we have this amazing, beautiful, huge park called Griffith Park. And it's really huge. I don't even know how many acres it is, but it's gigantic park.
Yeah, it's big.
And with hiking trails all the way up to the Hollywood sign and all kinds of stuff. So we did this trail up to Table 29, and it's a hike. Like, it's way up there. We actually did it twice. The first time we gave up. The second time we were like, we're going to find this. And we finally found it, and there was a piece broken off of the bench, and Holly's like, I think I'm gonna keep this. It's like a haunted thing. And I was like, don't do it. I don't think that's a good idea. Don't do it.
Yes.
So yeah, that's I have no
Did she actually kept the piece?
No, she didn't take it. She's like, why? What's wrong? And I was like, I just think it's bad. It's like bad juju or something. I don't think it's a good idea. So she left it.
Fantastic.
I understand. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But do you have other things other than dolls? Or is dolls your thing?
Well, this is the most random thing that I believe is haunted. My mom and I went through her old treasure box of, she's 65, and she was like, let's go through my stuff and let me give you some stuff. And I was given a necklace that was her great grandmother's or something. And ever since then, this is just recently, I have nothing else usually, but just besides the haunted dolls, I've been having like this feeling of an older woman with me, like just kind of like protecting and looking out for me. And also when I was in the car, I felt a woman sit next to me when I got in, and I was in a wreck before that happened, and the wreck didn't happen. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, she knew like a wreck could have happened, but she prevented it by sitting in the car with me.
Wow.
I was like, the lights were green for me, but they were still green for the people coming this way. So I was going to just go, and I was going to get slammed.
Whoa.
The lights were messed up. Yes. So I feel like she is kind of looking out for me now ever since I got her necklace.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool.
You know what? As I'm sitting here thinking too, when my great grandfather passed away, they left me a couple of dolls, and one of them was kind of broken, and my grandma kind of was good at fixing those, so I took them to my grandmother's house, and they just kind of stayed there forever. But every time my cousins and I would go there, we swore that this one doll moved, and I don't have it. I don't have them at my house, but they were at my grandma's, and all of my cousins are to this day still scared of those
Oh my
dolls.
God. I think I saw a video. Did you do a video about that?
When we were when we were filming for Girls Next Door,
Okay,
we went to my grandmother's house, and the dolls were there, and I pointed them out. Well, these are the
remember that.
Oh my
and
gosh.
one of them for sure kept moving, but I swear it was one of my uncles just playing a joke on us. Regardless, though, we did see smaller movements that we think really were the doll, but the big movements, like one time she was sitting on the toilet, we're like, no, that's my uncle, like playing jokes on us.
Totally. Anyway, I'm going to leave. Goodbye, Bridget. Happy
Bye,
birthday.
Dean. So
Bridget,
good to
I
see you.
love the painting.
Hey, thank you, Dean.
David,
Good to
thank
see
you so much.
Bye,
Hey,
Dean. You're amazing. Thank you.
all the best on the dolls. Can't wait to see them in person. And everybody enjoy the National Ghost Hunt.
Yes.
Can't wait to see everything. We review what we heard tonight. So it's going to be awesome. Enjoy the rest of the evening, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Don't let the ghost get you.
I won't.
Oh, so David, how is Robert the doll?
Robert's good as far as I can tell, but you know, I left him for a month. It's the first time I've been away from him for this long, and you know, I've been ghost hunting around the United States, but I was pursuing my great grandfather's footsteps, and he helped build the fort where Robert the doll lives.
Oh, really?
So, but Robert, oh God, I mean, I keep hearing stories from the people who are working there.
Yeah.
And his mood definitely changes. And Haley and I were talking about this. I had asked her, I said, hey, with your dolls, how do they feel when you leave? And she said, some of them get upset, but then some of them are like really happy to see her when she gets back. And, you know, I'm waiting to see, you know, in 3 more days, I'll be back with Robert. I'm really curious to see how he responds. You saw Robert when you were leading the Fantasy Fest parade. You were the grand.
I did, yeah. Well, actually, it wasn't on that occasion. I was there once before that for my travel show, Bridget's Sexiest Beaches. And somebody asked, who is Robert? Robert the doll. Well, why am I describing it, David? I should let you.
Oh no, you can describe it better. Believe me.
Well, Robert the doll is a very, very haunted doll, possibly the world's most haunted doll. I know everyone thinks Annabelle immediately, but Robert has actually probably affected more people because he has thousands of letters written to him apologizing and just like weeping to him basically. And they're all over, but he is in a museum in Key West, Florida, and the museum that he's in is also haunted because it's an old Civil War fort. And I'll let you tell the history of why can you give them just a brief history? Because I mean,
yeah, you know, and
you'll know it better.
Robert originated in Prussia. He was made by the Steiff Company, the people who invented the teddy bear. And he was made in 1904. People didn't know this, though, until just recently. You know, they always said he was created with voodoo or there was something about him. He is not 4 feet tall. He's the size of a small child. He looks like a burn victim. And he's dressed as a sailor. But when they first made Robert, he was a clown.
Which is even scarier.
Exactly. And he was given as a gift to a Key West boy, and they became inseparable. You know, this boy's name was Robert Eugene Otto. He gave Robert to the doll, and he went by his middle name, Gene, for the rest of his life. And they grew up, and the parents talked about, you know, hearing multiple voices coming from his bedroom, and they'd go to check, and it was only Gene and Robert. Whenever he got in trouble, he'd say, I didn't do it, Robert did it, and blame the doll. And this went on through his entire life. And in his later years, he and his wife moved back to Key West. You know, they were gone for a while. But then they say he used to be abusive, and he'd push her into a little closet under the staircase. And when confronted, he'd say, "I didn't do it. Robert did it." And for this was, and then the doll does, there's a lot of things that happen in between, but he ended up at the old Civil War fort, the Fort East Martello Museum in Key West. And that was just named one of the 10 most haunted places in America by USA Today.
Really?
There's a ton of spirits there, but the weird thing is Robert's caretaker helped turn that fort into a museum 40 years before Robert arrived there.
Wow.
And now, like you said, thousands of letters. Annabelle did get the Hollywood treatment, so people think of her as the most haunted doll. And when we were talking with Aaron Segers earlier, I told him, I said, yeah, but you can count on one hand how many people have experienced something with Annabelle. With Robert, you'd need 500 hands.
Well, didn't they make a Robert the Doll movie? Like a couple of them?
There are some movies called Robert the Doll, and I think they're loosely based. They're kind of B movies, but they've got a fan following. I haven't seen them myself.
I've seen a couple.
Yeah, they're not the one that's going to be the ultimate movie that tells the true story.
I understand. Yeah.
Because it would make an amazing movie. Like
It would be
I'm
another
surprised. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Blumhouse needs to do something with that. Like I could see James Wan and those people like doing an amazing story with him.
The things that have happened, and there's multiple entities with Robert the Doll, and the one's this innocent child, but there are some dark forces at work. And I didn't know that when I was writing the book about Robert. I had so many problems, the dual thoughts, the things moving, being yanked out of bed. There's some crazy stuff. And once you understand that there's multiple entities, it kind of takes it to a whole new level.
Yeah. So, and then the letters that people are writing, explain why they write letters.
They're very different. There was a letter about a month ago, and it was somebody saying, "Hey, we came here. My friend mocked Robert, and he died when we got back home." Now that's an extreme, okay?
Yeah.
It's not the first one to arrive like that. I've talked to 4 people who said they were struck by lightning after they upset Robert the Doll. But here's something else that's kind of cool, because there is a good side to Robert. People assume it's a haunted doll and it's very evil. But children, especially children with autism, know that Robert's has this innocent child spirit. And they send him letters and they say, "I love you, Robert. You're my best friend, Robert. Merry Christmas, Robert. Happy birthday, Robert." They say things like that.
Wow.
And they'll draw these colorful pictures holding hands. And they've always known they relate to the innocent child in Robert. It's the people who say, "Oh, he's the inspiration for Chucky." And they come up to the museum and they say, "Yeah, come on, Chucky, give it to me." And what they're doing is they're drawing. They're maybe even helping to create these other entities who wreak the havoc on people and who cause their lives to be an ever-living hell.
Yeah. Well, somebody's just asking, why do people disrespect? I mean, I feel like they, I just feel like they don't like that something scares them so much. And so they want to be the bigger person or the stronger person. Do you get that feeling too?
To a degree. And, I think a lot of people are just disrespectful. They want to test things. Some people don't believe, and they say, yeah, I'll prove this to you. And then they show the disrespect. And it's usually them that go home and say, "Whoa, I shouldn't have done that." And interesting with Robert, the legend got stretched, and there is a lot of legend around Robert. He's been around for 116 years. So one of the legends became that you better ask him permission to take a photo or you're going to have problems. And so people go in and say, "I didn't ask permission and I took a photo and nothing happened." But Robert never said, "You better ask me permission." I mean, come on, he's a doll. He's not talking like that. We get stuff through spirit boxes and things like that, but he's always demanded respect. So it's never been about taking a photo.
Yeah.
It's been how you respect him. And it's the people who disrespect Robert that have the problems.
Yes. And it looks like we have somebody new joining us, Chris. Chris
Hi,
Fleming
Bridget.
is
How
here
are
with
you?
us. Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually at my buddy's birthday party here, so I just came out to say hello.
Is it a haunted birthday party?
His house is haunted, just like mine.
Maybe with lots of spirits?
Yeah, well, yeah. There's plenty of spirits flowing through this place right now. I don't know if you can see it in the background. We're at Old Republic in Elgin.
And what are you? So it's my birthday too.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Bridget.
Thank you. So it's just a birthday kind of day because I know like 3 or 4 other people that have the same birthday too.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I forget how old he is. He's giving me all these different numbers. Oh, I don't know. But yeah, we're here. A whole bunch of friends celebrate his birthday. He's a great guy. He builds a lot of the bars and restaurants all over Chicago. And, he built this place up. So we're here celebrating at this place.
That's
That makes
fun.
sense.
So there's lots of spirits.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Did you get to watch The Curse of Lizzie Borden yet?
No, I haven't. But you know what? I think we need to say goodbye to Haley really quick.
Yes,
Because
I'm
you've been
sorry.
with us
Okay.
all
Hi, Haley.
so long, right?
Yeah, my phone's dying and
Hi, Haley.
everything. I think the dolls are draining the battery because it's been charged for so
Oh,
long.
that's possible. That is
Yes.
possible. Well, thank you so much
You're
for doing this
welcome.
and joining us.
It was
And
so
if you
much
get your
fun.
phone recharged and want to come back, come on back.
Okay, Bridget, make sure you check me out on TikTok. You'll like all my scary videos.
Okay, I will.
Awesome. Bye, guys.
Bye. Have a great
Haley,
night.
you're amazing.
Happy National Ghost Hunting
This
Day.
car's driving by.
Yes.
Wonder what I'm doing.
Okay, Chris. So tell us what have you been up to? What's your latest ghost paranormal thing you've been doing?
Well, actually, oh, geez. What am I going to say? Well, The Curse of Lizzie Borden just dropped a couple weeks ago, which we filmed back in February, and it's doing very well. Very pleased with the way it turned out. Ghost Adventures has their 2-hour special coming out October 1st at the Goldfield Hotel. And I was very fortunate to go back there with them because I was there back in, I think it was 2004, 2005 when I did Dead Famous. So Zach wanted to have me there because I've been there. And there's some other connections, which I'm not going to give away, why I went there, why he went there, that you'll have to see in the show. But I'll tell you this is, I mean, right from the get-go, as soon as we walk in there, stuff went crazy.
Wow.
Crazy. People are going to see something for the first time that's just insane. I don't want to give it away. I'd love to tell you some more secrets, but it's, people are going to be like, no freaking way.
Wow.
And they captured one of the things on camera too, which is pretty amazing. Let's just say that the spirits there at the Goldfield Hotel knew we were coming back. As soon as we walked in that door, we got hit with something that you guys will get to see.
Wow, that now you really got me interested. I can't wait to watch. And tell us about the Lizzie Borden. Where can people watch that? And tell me more about that.
Sure. The Curse of Lizzie Borden is a documentary. It's about a little over 2 hours long. It is airing right now, streaming right now on Discovery Plus. Whether you have Discovery Plus in the USA or Discovery Plus in the UK. I'm not sure whether or not it's going to air on Travel or if it has aired on Travel, but it's owned by the same company. So.
Awesome. So it's a documentary on her story.
Yeah, well, here's the thing is I was there over 10 years ago, so that's the reason why I'm going back there. I've always wanted to go back there. And as soon as I was there, I felt this dark presence, which I didn't feel last time I was there. Without getting too much into it, because you got to watch it, is found out that we were dealing something very, very dark. And then it was told to me while I was there that there's been other murders and deaths that have passed on for generations. So there's some type of belief that there's some type of curse. Well, that makes complete sense. What's happening is this dark entity that has been either on that property or in that area has been causing a lot of issues over many, many decades. And that is something that we confront, we come in contact with And when you see it, when you see the seance, when you see what we went through and what we confront, you could tell it's real. I mean, you look at our faces, look at our body movements, everything, how we were greatly impacted during the seance. So that was something that I walked away, said, okay, now I know why I was brought here.
Wow.
And, without giving it away, there was a lot of things that were confronted for that seance. You get to see a part of it. There was a lot more you don't get to see. But what you do see is the darkness that we fought. And that's the thing is, evil takes many faces, many names. And that's something I've begun to realize with some of these confrontations is it's much more bigger than we think it is, the way it's all connected.
And did I hear that the Lizzie Borden bed and breakfast was up for sale?
I think, yeah, I believe it is. I just, I don't know if somebody bought it yet or not, but yeah, it's for sale. So is the Conjuring House.
I know, it's crazy. There's like a couple of things for sale right now that are big.
Right.
Anybody
want to buy my house?
Does this
1 million.
Oh yeah. Does your show has anything to do with the reason they're selling?
No, it has nothing to do with that. But I tell you, what is this? September? We got October next week.
September 25th.
I'm doing an event. I know, right? Blame it on the spirits.
Oh yes.
Actually, this coming Saturday, I'm going to be at the Cheney Mansion with Brian Murray and Rachel Stratton from Ghost Hunters. We're going to be investigating that place. So I'm actually looking forward to that because they're a lot of fun. I met them at a convention a couple months ago, and we had so much fun. I said, you guys got to come join me at the Cheney Mansion. Plus, they're only 15 minutes away.
Can you light up the
So I'm looking forward to that. What was that? Were you using one of the spirit boxes or something? Or you got the portal going on?
I'm not, but they were there. We are going live to the YMCA in Rock Island, Illinois.
Oh,
we're gonna check
are those people there?
Yeah, we're gonna check in and see what's going on there. It looks like. So
All
we're
right,
gonna take a quick
you enjoy.
look.
I'm gonna get back to the party.
Okay, thanks so much for checking in. Have a great night.
You too. You take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So I don't think that they can hear us, but I think we're just going to check in and listen in for a minute and see what's going on there.
What's the name of this?
I heard don't. Yeah, Rex. Oh, okay.
Is there a portal in the building?
Oh, like, how dare you ask that?
Can you tell us where it goes?
Secret door.
Sitting on top.
Can you tell us where that secret door is?
Basement. Where is it? The secret door. Which room is it? Yeah, I know.
Right ahead. What happened? Bill?
Bill's upstairs. All right.
Bill with the ladies of the evening right now.
So I don't. That's your recorder where that's at? Okay, so I'm like, there's a random signature and I don't know what's there. Okay. My recorder's there. Did you guys used to dance down here? Any dancing?
Richard Lale. the beginning of this, the box actually said portal box, like question mark.
I did. That was quite phenomenal, actually. Oh wait,
I
no.
thought it was too, and I felt like they just kind of cruised past it, like laughed at it. But I thought, wait, that is like pretty incredible. I thought.
I think that there's so many bodies and there's so much going on that sometimes in the moment it's really easy to just let it slip by. But it was pretty incredible.
I thought so too. I was like, wait, are we not going to revisit this? Like it responded and repeated and but was mocking kind of.
Exactly.
Or questioning at least.
Well, it was definitely questioning. And what it feels like to me is that they were looking for the lights. They were
For some
looking
reason,
for
they
the,
don't have their
they were
camera
looking for the
on.
meter, they were looking for things.
Yeah, we get you still.
Yeah.
Yes. So now this is in, where are we in this? This one is in Illinois. Is that where we are?
Yes.
They just opened.
Well, it looks to me like that they have quite a lot of. Looks like there's a lot of scared activity. It looks like that.
Can you guys open that door? What?
Let's see.
I was just double checking. It is the Rock Island YMCA.
Well, I don't know much about it, but
I don't either.
It is quite an intriguing looking place. Are they in the cellar? It looks like they're in the cellar.
Just push the door shut.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they are in a basement of some sort. There's all the electrical equipment back behind the wall and everything. Oh wait, Rob says it's Iowa. My notes say it's Illinois, but Iowa.
It is Iowa.
Okay.
And somebody's getting some major hits right over there. You see the person just to the left of the center of the screen?
Yes, with all of the flashing light.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell from here what they're holding, but it looks like they're getting some type of activity. And with the box that they're using, I don't know which particular box it is because there are a lot of different models out there. But you can hear it. It has a lot more of the reverb, so you'll get the voices going a little more intensely, which can help you hear them more, but can also make them more distracting if you have multiple ones going across at a time. But we heard Bill so clearly come through that. I'm wondering if.
Well, and did you hear them say the questioning the box too?
No.
Oh, it was right at the top. It was pretty cool.
Do we know what kind of box they're using? Is it something that Bill Chappell built?
I'm not sure. We don't have communication with them, or I would ask them.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Over here, there's a triangular shape on that table that I haven't seen one like that. That one intrigues me.
Yeah, I see what you're seeing.
It's on my screen. It's the right side, and it lights up.
And it seems like they're interacting with a humorous spirit. You can hear them all laughing about things, and again, I can't tell whether it's something that's coming through the box or something.
I think honestly, because if you're at the YMCA, you have to have a little sense of humor.
That is true. I just got a little bit of information. It was built in 1912 and opened in 1930. And it was a sign of Rock Island's development as a community. It closed in the 1970s and was later used by U-Haul. But still, I think that when something is a YMCA too, it has so many energies from so many different people and youthful energies typically.
Well, that I would think so too. Anywhere there is intense human emotion is more than likely haunted. That's why churches and synagogues and mosques and theaters are oftentimes haunted. And at the Y too, because when you think about it, they are people who are developing. They're developing their minds, their bodies, their spirits. There's a lot of energy there.
For sure. when you said theaters, I feel like almost every theater is haunted. Like every time we have people on, there's like the haunted theater, and I'm like every theater is haunted. I'm convinced.
Well, the theaters do so much, and they even have the ghost light that they leave on at night,
right?
Because of that.
What should we know about you?
Yeah. Yeah, I see the triangle box. I wonder if Tammy maybe knows what that is. Tammy, can you hear us?
Somewhere down here that's.
Do you know what the triangle box is on the table?
Can you come over here and touch my hand?
Oh, we can't hear Tammy though.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, now we can.
Okay, I believe it might be another like EMF tool that probably emits some sort of like I think it's like a red or a green light. I don't know if there's light showing on that triangle device.
It does light up, yeah.
Yeah, so I think it shows. I think it's like it shows like the yellow or no, the green and the red. I believe. I think Bloody Mary has it in her museum as well, but I believe it's supposed to detect like when an entity, of course, is walking past it.
Okay, so that is not the spirit box that they're using.
No, it doesn't look like.
I don't see the spirit box in the frame, but not that it's not there. It's just hard to see because everything's in night vision. Well, Tammy, I want to know, like, you are over at Madame Tussauds Wax Museum.
Yeah,
I was watching a little bit there with you and Dean.
Yes, talk about being in theaters. We are actually Talia and I. Talia is the manager here at Madame Tussauds. She's been working here for 10 years, and she can actually share a couple of her experiences and a story connected to this theater. Bridget, you remember when we were up over there in the sound stage in the sound booth that we heard that big knock?
Yes.
But yeah, we've been sitting here in the dark for quite a bit, and now do you feel that it's kind of gotten a little chilly?
Yeah.
But
So
I'm
when
sure if
we were
start
there
talking about the activity, maybe we will get activity. Talia right now is holding a simple device in her hand. It's a K2. We've done a base reading here in the theater to make sure that we don't get any false positives. But Talia, can you explain to Bridget and the rest of the folks out there your personal experience and the story connected to the Marvel Theater, which is located right next door to the Sid Groman? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So Talia, what is your personal experience with the unexplained here?
So I've gotten 2 experiences from our Spirit of Hollywood area. Being here for 10 years, I know where everyone is, so to speak. I know where the figures are when I'm walking by at night, when I'm by myself. I know where everyone is. So if I see a shadow, I know what figure that is. But specifically walking past Betty Davis, there's been times where I've seen a shadow and I know there's no one there. There's not supposed to be a figure there. And the other experience I've had, I was closing with another manager and our alarm system wouldn't go on. It was saying a door was open. So we would go back and open up the doors, close the doors, and still it says it wouldn't turn on. The other manager said, hold on, I'll be right back. He left, came back, and the alarm went on. So I asked, did we do something wrong? Did we miss something? He said, no, actually, I have that experience with Betty Davis that if I disrespect her in a way, things don't go right. And he mentioned he kind of made a joke at her because she holds a martini glass. He said that, oh, are you having another one, Miss Davis? And then walked away. Then nothing turned right. He went back, apologized to Miss Davis, and then everything went right. The theater here, a lot of my hosts have said they've heard laughter. And no one is here. It's a pretty dark area. It's pretty secluded from the rest of the building. So we wouldn't get guest noise very often, especially with the lights off and the music off. It gets, you can hear everything. And there's been multiple times where they've said they've heard laughter. Another manager told me today, actually, he was closing the other night on the 3rd floor. He heard laughter right behind his ear. And that was the first time of him actually being afraid in the building.
Wow.
And what do you think it is that is that people are seeing coming in and out of this theater, Talia? Like, you claim you said that they gave him or because they believe it's a man based on the account and the description of his stature and height and appearance. What is the name that they gave him, and who do you believe that it could be?
So we've nicknamed the spirit here Victor. By coincidence, I looked up an actor named, I believe his name was Victor Killing. He lived in the area around here, actually on Hollywood and Orange, and he was actually murdered not too far from our location. We've noticed this spirit is actually pretty playful. He's never angry at anyone. He actually plays jokes on everyone. So the laughter, a couple of posts have said a cup fell off the table. I have seen, actually, we used to sell books in our retail store. We have seen a book fly off the shelf. And when reviewing tape, we saw it actually fly off and not slowly slide off as if it didn't get on correctly.
It just seemed like there was force behind it, that there was an intention behind this book flying off the shelf. It just didn't simply fell down. It like flew off, and it really created a commotion.
And we are actually across from the Roosevelt Hotel. So
there you
Marilyn
go.
Monroe has been spotted there many times, and we do have a Marilyn Monroe figure.
Mhm.
So it's very possible she's coming to check herself out.
Definitely.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago.
Marilyn is always around this area of Hollywood.
I mean, it's Hollywood Boulevard. The Chinese Theater is right next door. She's been there many times. Her handprints are still there.
True.
So, and her star is just about a block away from here too.
We had a question, Talia, from a guest on the live stream. Is it true? I don't know if this is legend. Is it true that you guys used to use death masks for the building process of these figures, or was that an old school process that may have been used a long time ago?
So we do actually have a death mask on location. It's of Madame Tussauds herself.
There we go. So that's where this legend was created, because people, I guess, took that and believed, oh, well, they use everyone's death mask, but it's Madame Tussauds herself.
It's Madame Tussauds herself. Actually, in our behind the scenes area, that's where Madame Tussauds is, and there's actually a guillotine right next to it.
What?
There's a guillotine. It's a real guillotine. It is actually the one that ended the life of Marie Antoinette. She bought it from them after the French Revolution.
No,
Yes.
Please tell. Do you have any accounts or stories of people who've experienced something around that guillotine?
Nothing so far, actually, which is kind of the surprising part.
Wow.
Since that piece of blade have seen a lot of dark history.
Yeah.
Especially with it being over 200 years old.
Heads were
Tammy,
definitely rolled.
Yes.
I will say.
Can you hear me?
Well, thank you so much, Talia, for
of course.
sharing those, accounts and those ghost stories. Bridget, oh my God, I got like chills down my spine listening to some of these stories.
Wait, my head is blown. That is the actual guillotine from Marie Antoinette's death?
You can't hear?
Can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Oh no, she can't hear. I wanted clarification on that. Did you guys think that's what she was saying as well?
Oh no.
It did sound like she said that it was the guillotine from Marie Antoinette.
Right?
I'm sorry, guys. We can't hear for some reason.
That's okay. I'm gonna fill in.
Refresh real quick. Hold
Yeah,
on.
It's such a good guillotine that it cut the sound.
Yeah, maybe it's the ghost. Any electrical issues, we just blame on the ghosts.
Exactly.
But so I'll tell the audience a little story. So a couple of years ago, Tammy and I, we were at Madame Tussauds Museum, and we were doing one of my live podcasts and an investigation.
Oh.
And while we were there, we went into the theater, which they're sitting in right now, and I got this really weird feeling, sort of like I always get like this heavy kind of pressure on my chest when I feel something going on, but I also felt a little bit lightheaded, and it was just kind of like a really intense feeling in this certain area. And they said, well, you should go into like the projector booth, because that's where most people claim to have things happen. So we went all the way up and went in there, and we were hanging out in there, and we asked for if anybody was there with us, and it was just kind of quiet. And I said, can you give us a tap? And right when I said that, there was like a knock, like a loud, definite, definitive like answer. And we were like, what? So it was very, very cool to have that. People were feeling things and we had the knock in response. So we thought that was pretty awesome. But they had so many ghost stories there. And like she of them. It said the host muted your mic, then unmuted it. There's so many stories there when they said about the gift shop and the book coming off of the shelf and some of the wax figures moving. And it's such an eerie feeling when you're in there, and especially when you're in there by yourself at night. And I wanted to ask when they had the manager on just now, maybe if she comes back, we can still ask. But they also used to do overnight stays in there if you wanted to. Something you had to book in advance, of course.
Yeah, that would be really creepy. And you were talking about the knocking that you heard. I'm wondering what's going on back in Salem. I mean, are we going to talk to the people in Salem again to make sure they're okay?
Yeah, we're definitely going back to Courtney. But right now we have Michelle Belanger is joining us. Hi, Michelle.
Hello. Hello,
Good to
hello.
see you again.
Good to see you again. Looking forward to tonight.
Yeah. So what are your plans tonight? Where are you celebrating National Ghost Hunting Day?
I am in my own haunted house and eager to scope out what everybody else is up to. Also, happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much. So, your house, tell everyone who is listening who may not have heard our podcast. I don't know why they wouldn't have, but just in case, where your haunted house is.
I have a 150-year-old home in Oberlin, Ohio, which was known for its role in the Underground Railroad. And although the house is a little too young to have been built during that, it has plenty of haunts. It's called Inspiration House.
And tell people what type of things happen there.
A lot of footsteps. You'll hear voices from a different room. There's music boxes. Something likes to play them. There's an old Fisher-Price toy that came with the house that will play pretty regularly in a way that seems intelligent. I think the most astoundingly physical thing that happened to me was I was there working alone, putting together the display room where I've got a bunch of my haunted objects and memorabilia. And I heard something in the basement and then very distinct footsteps and then actually like running up like to the basement stairs. And I ran around to the point where it was so physical, I was sure somebody had broken into the house. I run around and the basement door is still latched from my side and the footsteps come up the stairs and the door actually like does the whole horror movie jiggle. Like I was like,
God. And that I feel like is kind of rare to have happen because that's very aggressive.
Things don't typically happen that physically. I mean, I've joked sometimes ghost hunting is a little bit like deer hunting, where you go out somewhere where they're supposed to be, you sit for 5 hours, you freeze, you go, was that something, or was that just something like was anything going on? Finding a place that is really physically active is rare.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit ago. Do you think that with so many people participating, I mean, there are over 120 locations participating in the world's largest ghost hunt tonight, and from all over the world. I mean, from Leap Castle in Ireland to Waverly Hills Sanatorium to Jack the Ripper Museum in the UK, Bloody Mary's Haunted Museum in New Orleans, Braun Castle, Ohio State Reformatory, so many people participating. Do you think that when there's this collective like that, that we could be opening something bigger?
I certainly think that human attention can direct energy toward things, and the more focused that is, the more effective it can be.
Yeah. I just every time I was thinking about this night coming up, I just was thinking how with so many people all focused on doing this all at the same time, I just feel like even if it doesn't open something else up, that it might make things more active where everybody is.
Certainly that. And I think that there's some value in if everybody's watching to really like think about that. Like wherever we focus, see if we can't collectively laser our wills toward lending energy to give whatever might be present a little bit of extra oomph to manifest.
Yeah, I thought you would be the perfect person to ask, being the energy vampire. And I don't want to bring up what we do in the shadows again, but it's, back on and I love it. So have you had anything crazy going on in your house tonight?
Just a little active. We did so I'm pagan clergy. We did our equinox ritual a little bit late, so we did that earlier, and there were definitely several of our spirit companions show up and just kind of knock about, but in a fairly benign way.
So just little noises here and there and that kind of thing?
Yeah, one moment where I was really sure that somebody had walked up behind me, and that time where you like turn around, and you're like, oh no, not anybody in a body anyway.
Right. Yeah, you can definitely feel or get that sense when something or someone is near you. So then when you turn around and there's no one there, then you know.
But
Oh, go ahead.
oh no, I'm just excited and definitely feeling the energy and the uptick in it tonight.
That's good. We are also bringing Courtney back. She is at the Proctor House in Salem. Hi, Courtney. Can you hear us?
I can, Bridget. Can you hear me?
Yes. People were worried about you from earlier. They were like, is Courtney okay?
Before I get to that, I just want to say happy birthday, and it's so nice to see you again.
Thank you so much.
I'm good. I'm fine. I survived the basement. Right now I'm up in the attic, and if I'm being honest about my feelings, as scary as that basement was, the attic freaks me out more.
Really? Why is that?
It's more open, I guess. I don't know. It just has a different vibe to it than the basement does. The basement feels very historical, very like I can sort of focus my mind on like the footprint in history down there, and like, okay, yeah, that was the first time I'd ever been down there alone in the dark, and things happened, and that was fun and exciting and scary at the same time. But like every time I come up here, I get a little uneasy. So it's like now I'm up here alone with no lights on. And it's just like, it's that feeling of like somebody is over my shoulder watching me in here.
We were just talking about that feeling with Michelle, like when you can sense that something is there. I mean, there's a definite like kind of thing that you can feel.
For sure. I'm going to just show you guys, it's a little bit different than downstairs, but I'm going to show you how dark it is up here right now. Like,
I mean, it's pitch black.
There are the windows behind me that you can see, but like, it's not letting in that much light. And I'm facing, so the big part of the attic is behind me. To my left here, I'll take you on a little bit of a tour if I can. Hold on.
Okay.
So it's like this great big open, actually the flashlight is better for this one. So it's a great big like open room. Yes, hold on.
Okay, yeah, now I'm seeing it.
Okay. This great big open room. And then over behind me over here is where that hearth extends up to.
Uh-huh.
And then behind me over here, so this is what I'm looking into where I have my camera set up. There's two little bedrooms. Hold on. There's this one right here, which this one was, I think this is the problem right here, this bedroom. Hold on. It's just dark. Like when I'm sitting in front of it, I can see into this bedroom right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is the other little bedroom, but over here, it's almost like there's like a black wall like right here when I'm sitting here, and I can't see into this room at all. But there's a window, just like there is over there. So I don't know. It feels weird up here. I'm ready to see if we get anything exciting. Oh
yeah,
my K2 meter is going off again.
Oh, really? Is this the same room when we were chatting before where the window was open?
No, that's one floor down.
Oh, okay.
I'm up on the third floor right now.
Okay. So how long have you been up there, and what have you tried? Have you tried communicating at all?
Not yet. I was saving all the good stuff for you guys. So
good.
About 5 or 10 minutes ago, I've been just sitting. I've been watching you guys. I've been like trying to pay attention to like when we were down in the basement, there was definitely that like feeling that sort of came through that was like that change in pressure, barometric pressure, almost like I said at the beginning, it felt like I was in a sensory like deprivation tank, like it was just very still. So I've been trying to like sort of check in and gauge what I feel in here. And right now I feel like I'm sweating because it's hot and I walked up the stairs and I carried a bunch of things up the stairs, but I'm like I have like chills a little bit. Like I have goosebumps going down my back and it's been like that, like almost like someone's breathing on the back of my neck.
All right, well, let's try something.
Let's do it. What do you guys want to try? Actually,
yeah,
I can tell you this. The reason I came up here, I'm sorry, I'm
No, go ahead.
The reason I came up here is this room or this area is pretty famous for capturing EVPs. I don't have a voice recorder with me, but I thought like where we had the success down in the basement of people hearing things over the stream and maybe people could record and we could try like an EVP session that we could listen back on later. But when we had, I think it was Haunted Salem Live was here for the Travel Channel. This is the room where they caught EVPs in on that production.
Okay, well, it's recording, so we'll be able to go back, and if anybody else hears too in real time as well. But I was listening in when you guys were down in the basement, and I heard like the pebbles behind you, like the sound of like pebbles being thrown or whatever behind you, and I heard like so many of the things that you were experiencing. I could hear it too. I heard like that clapping sound or that knocking.
That was, and we all had our hands up. Like that was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where the heck did that come from.
And
it also sounded like something was. What?
I ask if it's. I want to know if it's the same spirit up there with you now that was down there with you below. And so, like, I'd like if you could ask if it's the same spirit, ask it to pull on your hair again, and if it's a different spirit, ask it to touch you on your feet.
All right, I'm gonna take my Crocs off then, so I can give it room.
I love you.
If I have to run fast because it touches my feet, David, like I'm gonna have to talk to you after about that.
This one just feels so much heavier than what was down there below. So I don't know if it's the two of them that are up there at the same time, or if it's a new one or different. So.
All right. So we're up here in the attic. Anybody who's up here with me who's listening, we have some questions. If you could please help us out and respond. If you are the same spirit that was with us in the basement, please pull on my hair. If you are a different spirit, please touch my foot. I just heard a door from the next floor down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the microphone or anything, but I definitely heard like some distortion or something that almost sounded like a male voice.
So I heard, as I was sitting here quietly, like there's 3 floors to this house. Barbara is here. She's all the way downstairs on the 1st floor. I'm up on the 3rd floor. And in the floor in between, I heard a door like bang a little bit, not very heavily. And then when I just turned around, I heard like a scraping. Oh, Barbara just texted me from downstairs. She said she heard the door. It wasn't her. I heard a. This is like a door. There's like a storage space like in the eaves over here, and that's where that leads.
I heard you didn't feel when you started asking the questions, I heard a whisper come across. So if anybody's recording this, you can go back and listen through that.
I thought I heard a whisper too, and then I thought, oh, maybe somebody just whispered on the thing. I heard that too.
And your feed cut out for a minute. That can be technical for sure, but with the timing of it, it's something worth. If people are recording this, it's worth reviewing.
I'm getting that feeling up the back of my neck again. It's like someone's like it's like someone's running their fingers like this up the back of my neck.
Ask them to pull your hair.
Can you pull my hair?
I heard that.
I heard that too.
What was that?
That didn't come from here. I heard it on my speaker on my phone.
It wasn't my end.
I'm feeling, David, the same thing that we talked about down in the basement, where it wasn't like a tugging on my hair, but I felt like almost like a spider web again.
Yeah.
But I'm very far away from the ceilings now. There's no spider webs up here.
And the way that they can touch, I mean, realize that the strength that they have can differ.
Right.
And so it can feel like that. It's not going to be as if a human came up and tugged you really good.
Right.
Can you ask them to give some other kind of sign, to move something significantly, make a loud sound around if they're still around?
All right. If there's anyone still up here with me, can you do something large, make a big sound, move something big so that we know it's you?
There's a spinning sound. Is that coming from?
I thought it was crickets.
That sounded like crickets.
Sounded like crickets to me.
I still hear it.
Me too.
Yeah, I still hear it. It sounds.
There are crickets right behind me. There are crickets.
Oh, okay, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe it's Richard Lale.
Can you mute yours for a second to see if that's something coming through? And then, Courtney, if you can, for anybody who's recording any EVPs or can go back and listen, can you just say, hey, if there's somebody here with me, can you say your favorite color? And then give like a 12-second pause to see if they answer.
Sure. All right. If there's anyone still up here with me, can you tell me your favorite color? Okay, so I heard movement in this darkened room.
I heard a tap, or a little knock or something. Like I definitely heard a noise.
And so that's the way my my phone microphone is facing, is to the door of that room. And keep in mind, again, I said I took my Crocs off to put my feet on the ground. I have socks on, but I put my feet on the ground. So my feet are touching the floorboards up here, with obviously socks on. But right after I heard that tap or whatever, that movement in that room, the floorboards did like a jiggle.
Some people in the online are saying that they heard a response.
I'm curious what everybody thinks the response.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the responses. What are they saying?
It just said I heard a response.
Yes.
Somebody else says I heard a voice.
Mary Jane says she heard pink. That's the only color that I can see.
Yeah, all I'm hearing are more emotions than anything else. Just very stern and judgy.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go. I feel like, and Michelle, I don't know if you're picking up on anything like this, but I gave you guys that little tour up here earlier. I'm feeling it from this darkened room in here. So if you guys can bear with me for a second, I'm gonna go in there.
Okay.
Are you guys good with that?
Yes. Excited.
Right. Oh, and my K2 meter is going off. Okay.
And Richard Lale, when your microphone came back on, I definitely hear the crickets again. So I think the crickets are at your house.
Well, they're here. I'm in Long Island, and there are crickets. It's funny. I'm so far. I'm an hour from the city, but there's crickets. It's so funny.
Yeah, and they're happy tonight.
They are happy. They are happy.
And can we see your painting while we're waiting?
Yeah, while we're waiting. Let's see if I can pull it closer. Oh yeah. Ooh.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Wait. I I'm on the computer, so it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
I added some little ghosts and some pumpkins.
I
There's-
love the jack-o'-lanterns.
Oh yeah, right there. It's for the
Yeah.
season.
And that's amazing that that was created this evening in the few hours that we've been online.
Thank you. You know what? I normally give myself a couple of days. I still have one I've been working on, but I thought, well, let's watch some paint dry. So I did it.
All right, Courtney, you're in the room.
I'm in the room. I don't feel very comfortable in here, I'll be honest. I feel like I'm not in a bad way, but I definitely feel like I'm intruding on someone's space.
Can you
Would you
ask questions?
Yeah.
All right. So whoever's up here with me, if you are not happy about me being in this room, can you make a loud sound? I just saw a shadow. I have my lantern is still out there in the big room, and I just saw something run across the lantern. Over here. Can you guys see on like the light on the wall over there?
The little dot?
I can see a little blue dot. Yeah.
Like can you see the wall and the doorways?
No, not.
all right.
I don't think so.
That's pretty dark there.
We're gonna move.
Careful.
Sorry.
I know.
Sorry to
Oh,
make everybody
I-
seasick with this.
I could see I could see it now very briefly.
So basically what I'm trying to show is like back here, you can see my shadow right here from the lantern.
I can't see. I think it's very dark. I'm gonna brighten my screen, see if that
Right
helps.
Right here
It-
is my shadow.
I can see your hand. Oh, now I see the shadow.
So I can see it across the room, like there's light all the way to the other side to the window and the door. And I was sitting in there and I said that and I watched someone run across the like this, run across.
Wow.
I see some people in the comments saying that they're feeling heaviness in their chest, and they ask if
Yeah.
anyone is. I tell you, I'm not getting heaviness in my chest, but I feel like a vice is squeezing on my head as soon as you know, wherever you are right now or whatever you're bringing about right now.
Yeah, so again, I'm right outside this. I just came right out of that room. It's almost like, again, like I'm invading someone's space if I'm in there. And that drew me out to come out here and look for it. But
Well, there's that sense you get just before something happens at a haunted place that is like that barometric pressure shift that you feel just a little bit in the back of your head and kind of just over the backs of your shoulders, or at least that's how it usually presents to me.
right, and that's definitely what was happening down in the basement. The whole area went still. I feel right now like almost like I'm surrounded, if I'm being honest. Like I don't know where to position the camera, where to look, because I feel like we're all gonna see something. I'm gonna see something. You're not gonna see it.
Do you feel safe though? Or do you
Yeah,
feel like
I
you
mean,
need to
I
get
don't-
out of there?
No, I don't feel anything bad. I just don't feel in that room in particular, I don't feel very welcomed in that room. It definitely I can feel, again, I'm sitting here and I'm getting that like brushing like up the side of my neck. And there's no, like, none of the windows over there are open. There's no breeze up here. I'm sweating.
Can you try and ask some more questions? Like ask if you just saw their shadow run by or.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Whoever's up here with me, was that your, oh, okay. I see why I'm uncomfortable. I'm sitting directly under the opening to like the true attic. Hold
Oh,
on.
there's like another space above.
And it's terrifying if you stick your head up there. See?
Oh boy.
And I'm
Oh.
literally direct. Like I could not have planted my chair more squarely underneath this.
Okay, that would give me a spooky feeling no matter what.
Would you climb up in there and stick your head through and ask any spirits?
I need a ladder, and I don't trust myself on a ladder.
Oh, we have Patty joining in too. Hi, Patty.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, Patty.
So, Patty, we are with Courtney right now at the John Proctor house, and she's experiencing some really creepy feelings, like she is not welcome up here.
Well, we wish you luck. And I do want to wish you happy birthday, Bridget.
Thank you.
Happy birthday. I'm waving from Massachusetts.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So, all right. Yeah, we are here in Massachusetts. We just did this crazy, wonderful, insane ritual, a very witchy ritual. And then we had the paranormal team documenting it with SLS cameras and stuff. It was pretty wild. But all right, I'm giving it back to you because we want to see what's going on at the John Proctor house.
Okay. Courtney, how are you feeling? I feel like you're looking, I get this feeling that you don't feel well up there.
Yeah, I just heard tapping behind me. Over in this
Okay.
room.
So I'm here fiddling around with my tarot deck because I remember that was something that was going on at the John Proctor house when we did Haunted Live. I have managed somehow to flip one of the cards around, and I was it is, you know, everything is just, you know, the backs here, and the one that was flipped over is, I kid you not, the death card.
Awesome. That's actually my favorite card in the tarot deck.
Yeah, I death is not death, it's change. You know, considering this is the time of transition, moving into the dark side of the year where spirits are more active, at least by my particular belief system, it's a fairly auspicious card. But the idea of that sort of like watcher in the darkness seems appropriate for our excursion tonight.
For sure.
Yeah, that's interesting that came up like that.
Yeah, and like
I'm always fascinated when the deck just spits out a card.
I'm definitely feeling different than I was down. Like I was very relaxed in, you know, I mean, I wasn't like excited to be in a basement alone in the dark, but I was sitting back in my chair. You know, I was sitting fully into my chair. I'm literally perched on the edge of my seat, almost like I'm ready to get up and like whip around or like.
There is actually historical context as to why the attic is more terrifying than the cellar. The cellar historically would have been just the cellar. You would store your winter food there. It was the cool spot. You could store your rye there. But the attic, it looks like they were actually bedrooms, and then above that is the over attic. So it looks like the reason for it is that you're invading on personal space. Does it make
Definitely
sense?
sounds like
I'm
that's
hearing
what you
growling.
experience.
Do you guys hear that?
Well, I mean, it is.
So
yes, I definitely heard that.
It was like a low rumbling, like I could feel it vibrating like in the floor. Like the other times we were hearing that low rumbling voice, I was hearing it through the speakers on the phone. That one was here.
Maybe
Can you lay down on the floor? You sit on the floor. Can you get down on the floor?
Yep, sure can.
Maybe ask what new thing has made itself known.
I wonder if I can turn this off and turn my flashlight on. Maybe let's make it a little darker in here. There we go. All right. Can you tell us what that noise was? Or who that noise was?
Can you feel the energy change when you got down there?
A little bit. I feel a little bit like less of that intimidating presence, that like judgy sort of like I'm in their space kind of a presence, and I feel like, okay, you can sit down there, but you can't sit in the chair.
Do you think, do you get a child presence at all?
I mean, it could be. I some people saying in the comments earlier that that's what they thought.
And that's what I'm wondering, if when you were sitting up taller, if you're the imposing adult, and when you get down lower, if maybe you're more on a level. And it's just a theory.
It definitely feels like less intimidating down here. I don't feel on edge down here.
Can you try standing up? Changes?
Yeah. That's odd for me too, considering I turned the lights off.
I'm gonna let everyone know too. Patty had to go because she is about to do a seance, and she said the spirits are restless there. So maybe we'll check back in with her in a little bit. And we have a new guest joining us. Professor Lloyd Auerbach is here.
Hi there. Happy birthday, Bridget.
Thank you. How are you? I feel like it's weird that I haven't seen you twice in a week.
Yeah, well, we got classes starting in a couple of weeks, so.
Yes. For those of you listening, Lloyd is my professor at the Rhine in my parapsychology classes. And just an update for people, we are live at the John Proctor House in Salem, Massachusetts, or just outside of Salem, Massachusetts. And Courtney is up in the attic, and she has been experiencing some feelings of that she's not wanted up there.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
How's it going now, Courtney?
I feel a little less of that intimidating, judgy feeling. I stood up, I moved around a little bit. That was still okay, but as soon as I sat back down, I'm getting that feeling up the back of my neck again, like someone's running their fingers up the back of my neck.
And you sat back down in the same chair?
I'm on the floor, actually, again.
Oh, you're back on the floor. And she also saw a shadow go by.
So I wonder if you guys don't mind, I'm going to ask about, I think that child thing is interesting, and I'd like to see if maybe we can get something from that. So if you are here and you are a child and you want to play, I have a fun toy right here with the light on it, and you can touch it and see if you can make the colors change.
Somebody just saw an orb to your right. Whoa. Was that you?
Was what, me?
The big
light?
flash? Yep.
That was the flashlight, me.
Okay.
Let's see if I can. I'm going to turn this all the way off for a second. All right. See this light? You want to play? The light and make fun colors.
Since you're on the floor, have you considered putting the K2 meter, if that's what you're using, on the chair where you were feeling a lot of pressure?
That's me. Don't panic. That's me moving stuff around.
Those were some epic noises.
All right. Can you guys see the light right there?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The little dot that we can see on the screen is the device. So we're hoping that it makes more dots.
All right. Now could you come play with the light? That was me. Sorry. I'm gonna oh, hold on. This is me. There we go. If I was a kid, I wouldn't want to be up here in the dark by myself. So there you go. Light.
Maybe we can try another EVP. Could we do like a what's your name and then how old are you, and just
Oh my God. Okay, there was another shadow right in front of me. And this is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream over you. Right, so again, I'm sitting facing those two doorways to the two bedrooms. And not the darkened bedroom, but the other bedroom, right on my eye level was another shadow that like peeked around my light and then went back.
Do these shadows, are they tall, like an adult person or child?
This was right at, like, so I'm sitting on the floor. This was right at my eye level, so it was probably like 3 feet tall.
Okay.
But it was like 3 feet away from me. If that was you, can you tell us your name?
did anybody else hear that?
I heard like a whisper.
There was a whisper of a name. I couldn't pick it up. It sounded like a Tommy or something, but somebody would have to replay it. And Deborah on the comments is saying, I heard a voice just as Courtney said she saw a shadow. Somebody said, yes, I heard a whisper.
I'm getting an overwhelming feeling right now of like, I'm going to start crying. Like, not like I'm scared and like, it's not a me feeling. It's like an in the room feeling.
Do you want to take a break?
I'm good, but I just like, I don't know if this feels very different than whoever it was I was talking to before.
Does the sensation of crying feel like a type of communication?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm getting that same, like that shoulder, like neck, like is like tingling.
Could you ask name and age again?
Yeah.
Like apart from each other, and I'll shut up.
All right. If you would like to talk to us, we're listening. Can you tell us your name? Can you tell us your age? Did you live here? Do you need help? I heard a sound from the darkened room, like a tap, but loud. I don't know if you guys heard that.
I didn't hear it.
Do you need help?
I heard it.
Definitely.
Several people are saying that they heard the noise, and Some said they heard some small, quick taps. And then somebody mentioned that the spirits need time to answer and to slow down a little bit. I think so maybe we let's try asking another question again, and then do like a 10 or a 12 count.
Okay. All right. What is your name? Can you tell me? Can you tell me your age? Did you live in this house? Are you okay? I feel like.
What was that?
That was on my end. That's the light
Okay.
moving.
My hand is doing something on my right hand. Oh, I just heard the noise again. Is that you? Do you need help?
Did someone make that banging noise right there? That last loud one?
It wasn't on this end. I heard it on the speaker.
Good to know.
Can you try putting both your hands up and maybe ask questions and say, push on my left hand if you're a boy, on my right hand if you're a girl, but hold them out to your sides like that and just ask them to push down on either one and try asking questions like that.
All right. Can you push down on my left hand if you're a boy and a right hand if you're a girl? I feel it here, my left. Can you push down on my left hand if you're okay and my right hand if you need help?
And when you ask, maybe even try showing which hand, say push on this hand if this, or this hand if that.
Let's try. If you are a boy, can you push down on this hand? And a girl, can you push down on this hand? I'm not moving my hand.
That was in here.
Do you want to talk to us? Push down on this hand? Do you want us to leave you alone? Push on this hand.
Lloyd, I'd like to ask you what your thoughts are on shadow figures. Oh, I don't have the mic.
Hi there. Sorry about that.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Well, we've kind of discussed that in class. Basically, the view from us in parapsychology is that if someone is seeing a shadow figure in fairly decent light, it could actually, or otherwise, it could actually be, think of it as an underdeveloped image that you're getting from the apparition. You know, we look at apparitions as ghosts as not being seen through the eyes. It's a psychic function. We're picking them up. And if you don't pick up the full image, if you're getting something out of focus or not, your own ability is not processing it, your perceptions are not processing it, it could come through as a shadowy figure. In the dark or in low light, our eyes can fool us very easily. That's why we don't do any investigating in the dark. Beside the fact that historically, it doesn't make any sense. But there's too many studies that show that the eyes are not really good at discerning things when it's really low light or dark, and we can actually see things that are not actually there, especially shadows and light figures.
What would you say is the best way for Courtney to try and communicate or get some answers right now?
Well, I think what she's doing and just asking questions is probably the best way. But, you know, you're assuming that every apparition has the ability to affect a recording device, and that's not that may not be the case. So I think she should she's getting an emotional reaction, certainly, and that may be what she's going to pick up. So she needs to kind of pay attention, quiet her mind, and pick up anything that pops into her mind.
Are you feeling any?
Lloyd?
Huh?
I've missed you, Lloyd.
Love
the voice of, yeah,
It's been a while.
love the voice of reason. I'm just sitting here. Yes. Check out. Yeah.
Huh? It's my job.
Oh, we have Lisa Morton stopping in to say hello too. Hi, Lisa.
Hey, hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Hey, happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, we have Lisa Morton. How are you celebrating National Ghost Hunting Day? How are you?
Good. Hey, happy.
Wait, is there something weird with the
There was
sound?
something weird, yeah, with the audio.
Oh, that's repeating, or is that just me? Are we good now on the sound? Oh, still working on it. So Lloyd, I'm going to go back to you for a second. Do you have an event coming up on the USS Hornet?
I will be speaking on the USS Hornet on October 15th. They're doing a Night of Spirits. This I don't even know what year this is that we've done this. We didn't do it last year, except virtually. But they're hosting a late night tour, ghost tour of the Hornet. And I'll be speaking before, kind of like talking a little bit about the Hornet investigation, which I originally did when the ship first opened up to the public. And also just talking about the evidence for apparitions based on cases that I've had.
And can you tell everybody a little bit of just a quick history on what the USS Hornet is?
Sure. Well, the USS Hornet Aircraft Carrier Museum was the aircraft carrier itself, the CD-12, was the lead ship in the Pacific Fleet from 1943 till after World War II. It was the ship that actually picked up Apollo 11 and 12 when they came back to Earth. And unfortunately, it was decommissioned in 1970. It was in various shipyards, Bremerton, Washington, in the late 80s and into the 90s, and then was brought down to Alameda Air Base as the air base was closing, since that was its base of operations during World War II. A foundation formed to actually clean it up and open it up as a museum in 95. Took them several years to do that. But from the moment they started cleaning it up, several of the volunteers started having experiences on the ship, seeing sailors and officers, hearing footsteps, getting some really interesting other kinds of experiences. And what's interesting about the Hornet is that many of the experiences were witnessed by more than one person at a time. In fact, at one point, I think there were 9 people that witnessed something at the same time. So also some witnesses that are all ex-military, ex-Navy, a couple of guys who didn't believe in ghosts who had experiences they couldn't explain. And so it opened up in 1998. 99 is when we started doing the investigation for a few years and helped them publicize the hauntings so that they could bring more people in and support the Hornet.
And what type of things have people been experiencing there more recently?
Well, it's varied quite a bit. I know that from the docents, they've had experiences with seeing the apparitions. One of the docents has told me that when he's taking people on tours, for example, he will go into one of the conference rooms. He'll go in first and he'll see a bunch of people sitting at the table who all turn and look at him. They're all officers. And he has to back out slowly, taking the tour group elsewhere because the officers don't want, these are the ghosts. They don't want him in there. They're having a meeting, essentially. They've had some interaction during some of their late night tours. The experiences happen during the day, during the evening. You know, we have to remember that most of the people are not, there's almost nobody on the ship late at night, unless when they're doing an overnight of some kind. But most of the things are visual or they're auditory. It's one or the other, with occasional physical things happening, although those are pretty rare on the ship. And visually, they are seeing sailors and officers on there, and they'll interact to some extent.
Yeah. And so the event on October 15th is going to be, you're going to do a lecture, and then there'll be a tour.
Correct. Yeah. So the tour will be following my lecture. There's going to be a dinner. People will have dinner. Then I will do the lecture. I'm not sure if they have another speaker lined up or not at this point. I believe they might. And then the docents who have had the most experiences will take people in different groups on different parts of the ship and kind of swap. You know, it's an aircraft carrier, so it takes quite a while to go through it.
Yeah, for sure. I want to check in with Lisa, but before we do, I want to make sure Courtney's doing okay. How are you doing there, Courtney?
I'm good. What's funny is I'm sitting here and I was listening, and that was super. I was like getting into the story and all that, and I noticed out of the corner of my eye, I don't know if you can see it, the next light is very faintly trying to come on the K2, but it's almost like it feels like, oh, nobody's paying attention to me now. I'm just gonna try it out. I'm just gonna see if I can do it. Like, it kept happening as you were talking, and it was like the less thing to it, the more it was like trying to go off. So I was listening and like focusing on the light. So.
Yeah. And Lloyd, do you think that a K2 meter is a good way to communicate as far as having something try to activate it or touch it, or
You know,
are there better
honestly,
ways?
I think you'd be better off getting, because the K2 meter is subject to way too many outside influences. And it's just not a good EM device, electromagnetic field device. So you might want to get something that is just a light bulb that's attached to something that might need you can leave it on. I mean, people talk about using flashlights. Unfortunately, those can be totally random. But for example, I've got a device that somebody built for me, which is pretty cheaply. It's a reed switch. It actually turns on with a magnet. So you put a magnet under it and it'll come on. But if you leave it alone and it comes on by itself and there's no magnets anywhere near it, then you know something has interacted with it. Of course, that could also be us, living people, doing it too.
Right. Well, Courtney, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all your bravery tonight, going into attics and basements by yourself and asking for them to touch you or pull your hair or communicate with you. Thank you. Yes, you are.
My job as a ghost bait.
You were definitely ghost bait tonight, so thank you so much. And have a great night. Let us know if anything else happens.
We sure will. And Bridget, I want to say happy birthday and thank you to everybody for having me. Also, Barbara would be mad at me if I didn't say this to you, Bridget, because I know we talked about it before, but she said you have to come out to the house and check it out. And she'll be here in October. So if you come out at all, you got to let us know so we can have it over.
Definitely will. I would love to. Thank you so much.
You guys have a great night. Happy hunting.
You're amazing. Good night.
Bye.
Thanks for being so brave.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, although I kind of wish I was at the Proctor house.
I know, right? She's had a lot of activity tonight. She's been seeing shadow figures. She's been hearing noises behind her and lots of feelings, even emotional feelings, like almost making her cry at times.
Yeah, amazing. It's such an incredible piece of history, too. It's one of those places that's definitely a destination bucket list.
Yeah. Somebody said there's shadow figures behind me. I have people arriving behind me. So if that's what you guys see, it's not ghosts. I don't think. I'll just double checking. So Lisa, tell us how you're celebrating National Ghost Hunting Day?
I am so happy to be here and celebrating it with people who are probably much more attuned to this stuff than I am. I'm sort of the historian in the loop and would love to be much more involved with the sort of sensitive side of it. And that's one of the things that I love watching you for, Bridget, is that I've been with you before when you've had those experiences, and it's always so interesting to watch you react to those things. And I have other friends who are sensitives, and it's one of those things I desperately wish I was gifted with, and I'm just not. So I get to kind of hang out with the rest of you and comment on the history side of all of this.
Well, the history side is very important. And anytime you're going into an investigation, I mean, getting that history and knowing that full thing, that's why it's so amazing when I do a show and you do your ghost reports and everything, getting that history is so critical to the whole experience and the whole investigation.
It's so fun for me. It's like a treasure hunt. I always think of researching these things and writing nonfiction books as a big treasure hunt where I'm in search of not just interesting pieces of data, but the way they connect, which is kind of where you start to really find the good stuff.
Right. Well, I've been so intrigued on what everyone's been up to tonight that I forgot to even give out clues to where I am at. But I will tell you that it's at a historic location. It was built in 1926, and it's in Los Angeles, in Hollywood to be more exact. And I saw a few people guessing it earlier. It's said to be haunted by a little girl in a blue dress named Carolyn. So several celebrities are said to haunt this location. Marilyn Monroe did her first modeling job here. It is a hotel. This hotel was home to the first Academy Awards. They get mysterious phone calls to the operator downstairs. And let's see, Shirley Temple had her first dancing lessons given by Bojangles on the hotel stairway. Anybody want to guess my location? No guesses? I can't see the people's responses. Do you guys see them?
No guesses yet in the chat that I can see.
Guesses?
Oh, wait,
There's one, and I think they're right.
The Roosevelt?
Yes, ding, ding, ding. I'm at the Hollywood Roosevelt. Do we have an
Deborah Dipkazinski?
Good guess.
Dipkazinski, yeah.
Dipkazinski.
Lisa, not to put you on the spot, but do you have any stories about the Roosevelt for us? Any history?
Well, it's so interesting that it was the home to the first Oscars. And, you know, what's funny about that is that the first Academy Award presentation was 15 minutes long. It's not like they are nowadays. And they had already announced the winners, actually. So it was a very short affair. There were 270 people in attendance. The host was Douglas Fairbanks. Charlie Chaplin was an honorary winner. And one of the hotel's founding investors was Louis B. Mayer, who obviously was there for that very first ceremony. That was in 1929. And also, I love the Blossom Ballroom, which
it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, Art Deco, absolutely classic. It gets rented out all the time for premiere parties like Ghostbusters reboot and Game of Thrones, American Idol. It's absolutely gorgeous with the wrought iron balconies and the original chandeliers, which is amazing that those are still the original chandeliers. And it was recently restored to almost exactly how it would have been in the 1920s, which is really cool. Although they have added some LED lights, obviously. And
well, there's also a mirror where people think that they see Marilyn Monroe's ghost in the mirror.
Now, what's funny about that is I've heard both sides of that it is the original mirror that was in the suite and that it's not. So I'm not sure which side to believe. I see no reason why people couldn't see her in any mirror in that particular suite or even around the hotel. So I'm not sure that makes a huge difference. And then, of course, people also report Montgomery Clift playing his trumpet on the one floor. Montgomery Clift is in room 928. So I think he has been reported mainly in the 9th floor.
Yeah. And then and the 12th floor, I'm actually in a suite on the 12th floor. So maybe, you never know, it might have been the Marilyn Monroe room.
Yeah, the Marilyn Monroe room was actually, according to this, on the 2nd floor. So
I thought it was the 12th. What was I just reading that it was the 12th?
Yeah, I've got, she lived there for 2 years. 2nd floor room had a balcony overlooking the pool, platform.
So that's one of the cabana rooms. The cabana rooms were really cool too. And she did her first modeling campaign on the diving board of the pool here for like sunscreen or it was suntan lotion or something like that.
Right, yeah. But hey, again, I see no reason why she couldn't be roaming that whole hotel.
I think that also, so you mentioned Montgomery Clift, and I think they say Carol Lombard as well.
Right, yeah. And then, of course, aside from the celebrities, is little 5-year-old Carolyn, who apparently is looking for her mother. And in the Blossom Ballroom, we have 2 male spirits. And they say that one of them attended those Oscar ceremonies hoping to win an award.
Aw, so there's lots going on here.
Right, yeah.
Well, I am being told that we are running out of time and it's time to wrap it up. But I wanted to thank everybody so much for coming and being part of this live stream and National Ghost Hunting Day. Please, everybody, tell where people can follow you on social media and how they can support all the projects that you're working on. Richard Lael, we'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. So you can find me, thegentlemanpsychic.com, on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all of the above at Richard Lael Lillard. This art will be going up for sale. It'll be on my Instagram, so you can contact me through there. I've got a couple of other things up my sleeve that I can't really talk about, but I am working on a tarot deck I'm really excited for. So yeah, thank you, everybody. It was really so much fun being here.
Thank you. And David? Uh-oh, you're muted. The mic is muted on David.
Happy birthday, and I'm in Key West if anybody wants to find me.
Awesome. And Michelle?
MichelleBelanger.com or Seth Anakim at Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. And if you're interested in learning how to develop your gifts, check me out on patreon.com/haunted.
And Lloyd?
So you can follow me on Twitter at Prof Paranormal. Tomorrow night, typically every other Sunday, I do a Facebook Live called Ask Professor Paranormal on facebook.com/TheLive Paranormal. That'll be tomorrow night at 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern Time. And you can also take a look at our classes for the Rhine Center at Rhine, it's RHINE.org, and go to the Education tab. Take a look at those.
They can join me and be a classmate with me.
Absolutely.
And Lisa?
I'm at lisamorton.com. I have a new book that just came out, Weird Women 2, classic supernatural fiction from groundbreaking female authors. And I will be doing tons of Halloween presentations and interviews over the next 6 weeks.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. I'd also like to say happy birthday to producer Christine. We share a birthday, so that's amazing. Thank you all for joining us for National Ghost Hunting Day and the world's largest ghost hunt on myparanormal.net.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Passionate about the paranormal? Obsessed with the possessed? My Paranormal Network. The first of its kind destination. Available across all media, serving the enormous young and loyal fan base of everything paranormal. Featuring audio and video podcasts hosted by some of the top paranormal personalities. with scream-worthy fiction and nonfiction content streaming daily from our network of spooky storytellers and ghostcasters, and direct social media access to the hottest paranormal superstars and investigators. Add in live events, user-generated video, fan exclusives, and more. Enthusiasts will be engaged and immersed 24/7. Tune in, turn on, freak out.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to buy and restore your own haunted house? I'm Dean Haglin. Join me as we meet the brave souls attempting their own renovation nightmare projects on haunted houses, cursed properties, historic haunts, and more. From the spookiest basements and eeriest attics to demonic plumbing, killer cabinetry, and wicked woodwork. We'll meet the owners and renovators of the John Proctor House, the Conjuring House, the Queen Mary, Myrtle's Plantation, and more. Then hey, after you heard the podcast, head to the website and see the video tour for yourself. Hellacious Renovations. With me, Dean Haglin. You think ghosts are scary? Try finding a good contractor.
Hi, welcome to the Witching Hour. I am Patty Negri, psychic, medium, and good witch, and I am your host for this hour journey into the other worlds. You might recognize me from my regular appearances on Travel Channel's Ghost Adventures, or from my other appearances, or from my book, Old World Magic for the Modern World. But this is my baby. This is the Witching Hour. What's the witching hour, you might say? Well, actually, it's really late at night. It's somewhere between midnight or 3 a.m. when the veil is the thinnest and magic happens. But this witching hour is about you. This witching hour is about bringing that magic into your life with empowering, useful, fun, magical information. And this witching hour is whenever you happen to be listening to this podcast. Every week, I am going to bring you my lifetime of spiritual experiences, education, and the paranormal. But the good part is my amazing guests. I'm going to bring you the leaders and experts in their field from all over the world. Thought-provoking, entertaining, and informational chats with people who are the absolute best in magic, spirituality, and the occult, and all things supernatural. So thank you for joining me here on the Witching Hour. Sit back, relax, and let's journey together.
Maybe it's the fact that I grew up a pastor's kid, or watching preachers trying to cast out demons from the possessed in Paraguay. Or maybe it's my family kept moving into haunted houses over and over again. But I've always known that there was a world beyond what we could see, whether we call it spirit, or angels, or ghosts, or simply the supernatural. My story begins when I am 3, seeing a woman sitting on the steps inside our house. And it continues to this day here in Pittsburgh, where my wife constantly asks, "Did you see that?" My name is Chiwan Choi, and this is Are You There, Ghost? It's me, Chiwan. Of course, the title is a take on one of the first books I ever read. I am a writer, and I will be speaking with other writers about their experiences with the beyond, with the paranormal, and how those experiences have impacted their work. Because what are writers if not ghost makers?